If you want the full uncensored version without the blanks, head over to my Boosty and subscribe, or grab the full post for this story. The link is in the description and the pinned comment. 2008, July. Blood flowed down her face like a nimble scarlet snake, along her forehead, along the edge of her hair, lower down her temple, and, like a deep river, spread out in sleeves along her jaw. Breathing raggedly, she hugged her dirty shoulders with shaking arms and looked helplessly through the viscous darkness of the bedroom out the window at the platinum moon ball. Is her blood on his conscience again? With his legs shaking from fatigue and overexertion, Satoru rose from the bed, briefly disappeared into the bathroom and returned with a wet towel. He knelt down in front of Candace, like a faithful servant, and blotted the bleeding cut. She came out of her daze, winced slightly, looked into Satoru's haggard face, covered with dust and abrasions, and let out a choked sob. "You're crying too early, sweetie," he said with a forced grin and wiped away a hot tear with his thumb. "We'll think of something else. The situation, but we won't come up with anything. It's all because of us, you know. All this." Candace turned away for a moment, and then again looked at him. She warned that there would be consequences if we started to resist. What about us? So many lives have been ruined because of us. Why the hell is she doing this? Are you completely out of your mind? Satoru impulsively grabbed her into a careless hug, squeezing her with such force that her heart began to pound against his own. Loud, very loud. Very quickly. Faster than necessary. "What's wrong, huh?" He was indignant. "Did you forget that it was my idea? If you really want to blame someone, then blame me. Since you are a criminal, then I am an accomplice," Candace replied. "For richer and poorer, in sickness and in health," she said suddenly and smiled painfully. "One last name for two and sins for two. Yes, Satoru. And I thought our marriage was a fiction." And he laughed. "As I always did, out of habit, and not because it was fun." Satoru laughed out. Of hopelessness, drowning out the hateful, destroying sadness. Unhealthy, forced laughter. Candace understood this and this time did not dare accuse him of carelessness. Confined in cold palms his hot face, looked into his eyes and, frowning, whispered, "You understand what we have to do, right?" Satoru nodded humbly in response. 2007 Satoru has the smile of her father, a charming imp with angelic blue eyes and an armful of indecent jokes. Mr. Rick Jones always joked to the point, no matter how sharp or harmless. Candace adored Daddy's jokes, laughed at them sincerely and loudly. Satoru feels awkward laughing at jokes. His humor matches himself, bewitching with its exquisite absurdity, directness and naivety. Satoru looks like her father, just as handsome, indisputably. But if the father's beauty warmed, like a fireplace on a cold winter night, then Satoru's beauty was a cold winter night, deceptive and merciless. Although, it would seem, he's such a fool, he can't get his hands out of his pockets, he irrepressibly turns his poor head, grimaces as if he had been bitten, and looks over his round glasses, like an owl, SOSO, fatal seducer. But to be honest, Mr. Jones was also an eccentric. However, he stole the heart of a Japanese beauty and took her with him overseas. Yes, Satoru looks like her father. And just like his father, he broke her heart. "No, Dad, you don't look like a walrus." Candace shook her head skeptically, looking at her father, who stuck milkshake tubes into his nostrils. "He looks like a spitting image," Mr. Jones disagreed, looking at his reflection in the diner window and ruffling the curly locks at the back of his head. "What a fool." Candace could not restrain herself and, at first shyly, and then, laughing loudly, laughed out loud. And it doesn't matter that her school cheerleading team took second to last place in the competition. It doesn't matter that the captain of the football team, the pompous handsome Lester, ridiculed her timid attempt to invite him to the cinema. When Dad was nearby, failure ceased to seem like a disaster. "You know, baby, this Lester wouldn't fit through our front door anyway," Mr. Jones added in a casual tone, throwing the tubes into the trash can, and hugged his daughter with one arm. "Look at his shoulders, these are protective pads, Dad." Candace exclaimed, shaking with laughter. "And yet, Is it possible for a warm fatherly hug to go away forever? Can you imagine that his voice will no longer utter a single sharp joke? Candace opened the closet. Next to the strict Japanese school uniform, on a hanger, a mischievous white and green suit of an American cheerleader was missing. Trembling fingers lightly touched the embossed word, Utes, embroidered on the chest of the low-cut top. Candace, you'll be late for school. Mom called from the living room. Unpleasantly iridescent, uneven voice. Drunk again, or what? Candace asked mentally. She just got hired. In January, Candace turned 16, and a month later she and her parents, an American father and a Japanese mother, moved from New York to Tokyo. Candace didn't want to leave her hometown, her beloved friends and her old life, but for Mr. Jones, a third-generation magician, moving to Japan was akin to a promotion. Both of her parents were second-level magicians, but her mother gave up a career in the world of magic immediately after the wedding, and a year later gave birth to baby Candace, and all she dedicated herself to raising her child. Candace did not have the makings of a parent, an insignificant amount of damned energy and mediocre physical abilities. She could see supernatural forces, but not fight them. Xiaomi, Candace's mother, did not miss the opportunity to lament the injustice of nature. While Candace herself was not at all worried about this, she was not attracted by either the magical world or the possibility of dying a painful death at the hands of an evil spirit during a battle. Perish like your father. On the first assignment received from the new management. Give up, Dad, she persuaded him when he hung up after the boss called. This is a spirit of the pre-first level, it will kill you. Don't they understand? How can? Before leaving the States, I applied for the first one, Mr. Jones interrupted her. Received brilliant recommendations, by the way. Added with pride. Everything will be fine, baby. Do you promise? Candace whined, pouting her lips like a child. I swear, with warmth her father promised, ruffling the slightly curly honey hair on top of her head. Liar. Liar. You swore. She screamed in the silence of the night, beating the pillow with her fists and pouring bitter tears over it. I swore. Lady Xiaomi seemed only interested in how long the financial support from the leadership of the Tokyo Metropolitan Magic College would last. All my savings were spent on the funeral, she grumbled in the evenings, how can we live now? Pay the bills, pay for school, pay for your dance lessons, and also daily expenses. I can leave dancing, since we can't afford it anymore, Candace answered judiciously. Anyway, after my dad's death, I don't have the strength to do them. No. Your father wouldn't want that, Mrs. Jones said, blowing her nose. Do you remember how he always took days off when you had demonstrations? Well, they're at home, she clarified, meaning New York by home. Xiaomi may have been born in Kyoto, but the States became her new real home a long time ago. Started in April school year, and Candace had to hide her grief as deeply as possible. She did not want to upset her mother with poor performance. It's already hard for her now, it wasn't enough for me to be expelled. I had to work a lot in a foreign country and adapt to the new program. One good thing is that, thanks to her mother, Candace knew the Japanese language and Japanese grammar well, but she still needed the help of tutors to complete her homework. Money again. Again the sad figure of the mother in the evenings. And study from dawn to dawn. But there's no time to grieve, she consoled herself before going to bed, clutching a tattered photo of her father to her chest and silently shedding tears so that her mother wouldn't hear. At night, Candace dreamed of the noisy and colorful New York, a whole world located on a bunch of islands. She dreamed of her native East Village neighborhood. She saw Tompkins Square Park, which bordered East 10th Street, where she lived. Here little Candace walked in the evenings with her parents, gawking in amazement at the informals nesting on the lawn and benches near the iron fence. In the dream, she and her best friend Cooper were again hanging out at the video store, Kim's Video and Music, choosing another third-rate action movie of dubious origin or arthouse drags, as Cooper said, watching which was always accompanied by an adventurous search for a couple of forbidden bottles of beer. The dream brought back memories of the warm green lights of the Nuyorican Poets Café, where she had gone with Jill, a friend from the dance studio, to listen to fiery Latin jazz. She didn't go anywhere to Tokyo, there was no time. And not with anyone. Relations with Japanese classmates were neither bad nor good, just not at all. An American from New York was the main news for only a week. After her father's funeral, Candace became silent and withdrawn for a while, and all she could do was accept awkward condolences. Immense loneliness, Candace unconsciously hugging herself by the hunched shoulders, whispered into the void, pulled her knees to her stomach and looked longingly at the photo of her friends in sunny yellow frame with a plaster orange in the corner. Sometimes real magic happened, the phone's display would light up, urgently requiring Cooper to answer the call. Regular calls to the other side of the world were beyond the means of the orphan Jones family, but Cooper, who grew up in the family of the owner of a small supermarket chain, was always generous when it came to friends. Konnichiwa, candidiasis. Cooper yelled into the phone in his usual ringing and creaking, almost cartoonish voice. Damn it, Coop, I'm on speakerphone. Candace grumbled. Taking the mobile phone away from her ear, but immediately softened and added with affectionate sadness, hello, you idiot. Why is the voice sad? Have you eaten raw fish again? He chuckled into the phone. You weren't in the chat for several days. Jill ate all my, out with a spoon because of this. I wish I had Skype already, even if they looked at your face. I don't have a webcam and don't expect to see it in the near future. All the money is gone. Let me send you a webcam, what's the problem? It's good to waste your father's money. And then he's yours again, we'll block the credit card. Don't go off topic, Cooper caught her. Is Mrs. Jones still pouring down her collar? It's flooding, Candace exhaled into the speaker. I'm not angry, but if she gets kicked out of work, she'll ask again, baby, what should I do? She accurately imitated her mother's plaintive, childish intonation. Every time I remind myself that not only I lost my father, my mother lost her husband, her beloved man and her best friend. It's much harder for her than for me. Damn, can I hit you for self-deprecation? Like that saffron milk cap in the sandbox? She asked with a chuckle. Sad, tortured, but still with a laugh. She became friends with Cooper Graham when she was less than 4 years old, when she was playing on the playground of a new luxury residential complex on the Upper East Side, where she came with her parents. It was Monday morning and the site was empty. Mr. and Mrs. Jones, having finally found time to relax together, cooed on the bench and flirted with the fervor of fledgling first-year students. Baby Candace wrapped in a warm, bright pink down jacket, she furtively unbuttoned the buttons and enjoyed the cool wind blowing across her reddened cheeks and exposed neck. And the new denim sundress with the Little Mermaid Ariel makes me really want to take it for a walk. Look at it for yourself and show it off to passers-by. Candace pulled the ribbons from her, leaned her dirty palms on the edge of the sandbox and, imagining herself as a singing mermaid, raised her head. A creaking sound was heard behind him. Smack! And the little mermaid flew straight into a dirty puddle. The toothless, freckled Prince Eric laughed mockingly at her with his tongue hanging out and pointed his finger humiliatingly. Well, apparently, romantic meetings with princes from rich neighborhoods only happen in cartoons. Rising to her feet and shaking off her wet jacket, Candace couldn't think of anything better than to burst into a drawn-out why and cry. Bonk! The red-haired boy screamed, grabbed the top of his head and turned around. Standing in front of him was a rosy-cheeked fat man in a fur coat and a yellow knitted hat. Looked he was comical, but the impenetrable expression on his face terrified the red-haired boy, and he ran away. The whimpering Candace instantly calmed down and flapped her eyelids in amazement, looking at her sudden savior. Cool spots, he said, nodding at the wet down jacket of the rescued, beautiful lady. This spot looks like a butterfly. Candace couldn't understand how he found the butterfly among the shapeless blots, but she didn't mind. In the end, a butterfly is much better than wet sand, which it drank in abundance while wallowing in a puddle. My name is Cooper, let's be friends. The boy offered, holding out his plump palm. Over the years, the comically plump boy has grown into a cheerful, short-haired hulk, tirelessly lifting weights in fitness clubs and abusing trips to the solarium to look like the bodybuilders on the covers of Muscle and Fitness magazine. However, more than fitness, he loved studying foreign languages and playing the role of a strange guy without prejudices or complexes. And also shocked the audience excessively short shorts and sleeveless shirts unbuttoned to the navel. Cooper deliberately flirted with both girls and boys, came to school in a sports car and ostentatiously flashed expensive cell phones, but with friends he completely forgot about the tough guy persona, turning into a funny eccentric with jokes below the belt and bouts of philosophizing. Candace loved all the facets of his eccentric nature in her friend, but especially his courage and freedom to be himself, which she sometimes terribly lacked. Courage and freedom were nowhere to be found in Japanese society, stifled by rules and decency, in which Candace, it seemed, was not destined to find a place for herself. The days dragged on monotonously and dully. Even sunny May, which replaced April, did not save me from sadness. But then June came. Hot, reckless. Changed Candace's life forever. In the morning, Xiaomi asked her daughter to look at the Tokyo Magic College to clarify information about the calculation of financial assistance, since the next payment was already delayed for a whole week. I would come in myself, but I'm not feeling well, Xiaomi mumbled, dramatically putting her palm to her forehead, lying on the bed. Director Masamichi Yaga is aware that you will come in my place. He liked your father, she added, without knowing why. Oh. She's completely stopped getting out of the house, Candace thought sadly, diving her bare feet into white sneakers and straightening the black choker twisted around her neck. She'll soon be covered with mold. She turned her gaze to a trash bag filled to capacity with beer cans and sighed heavily. Or he'll get drunk. Of the Magic College students, Candace knew only one student personally. They met when Mr. Jones was still alive, but the girls never became friends. I should call Reiko, Candace thought as she left school after class, so as not to get lost in this Japanese Hogwarts. And there will be someone to chat with at the same time. Reiko was a first-year student, not outstanding and not lagging behind, a strong average. Her special the technique was wind control, and she focused all her energy on perfecting it. Small and black-haired, with a high, almost squeaky voice, but very sympathetic and sweet, Reiko was a gossip hunter and obsessed with fashion. Here we have a sports ground, and there is a student canteen, she told Candace with the air of an expert, weaving between buildings and showing the arrangement of the college. By the way, I would advise you to change your shirt, white is no longer comme il faut this season, she said casually. Is it true? Candace asked, lowering the corners of her lips, pulling back the hem of her shirt. How can white be out of fashion, ah? Reiko drawled, suddenly stopping and putting her palms to her cheeks. What are you doing? Candace asked and looked in the same direction as her friend. There were 5 guys dressed in college uniforms standing in the stadium, laughing loudly about something. 3 crowded around a tall blonde man, and the 5th, with his black hair tied in a bun, stood a little further away with his hair crossed chest with his hands and silently stared at his feet. Sato, are you? Reiko squeaked. What kind of Satoru? Candace asked with skepticism, swatting the horsefly that had bitten into the neck. Phew, it's hot, just don't look. There. Reiko jabbered conspiratorially, clasping Candace's wrist. Otherwise they'll see us staring. We're not staring. Candace shrugged. Don't look anyway. So what is Satoru Shimadaru? The one with sky-blue eyes and snow-white hair, the sleeper in round glasses, or what? Candace clarified, wincing. Yes. Here comes the local Harry Potter, Candace concluded without enthusiasm and laughed quietly. Very long Harry Potter. Handsome, huh? Reiko squeaked in a whisper. I don't know, Candace shrugged, I think the one with the bun will be cuter. Suguru. Reiko turned around slightly. He's okay too. He and Satoru are best friends. The guys at the stadium suddenly became quiet and turned their attention to the girls. Long lowered his glasses with his index finger, and Candace clearly heard him say, Look, guys, what a cute face next to Reiko. New girl. Face. Candace opened her mouth in confusion, and then narrowed her eyes angrily. This is Candace Jones, my friend. Reiko shouted. Her father, Mr. Jones, was recommended to us. Directly from New York. Can you imagine? American, that is. Before this, the indifferent Suguru phlegmatically turned his head towards the stranger. Was it your father who died during the February mess? I'm sorry, he said colorlessly. Candace is like candy, right? Candace, Satoru sang playfully, his wide mouth stretching into a satisfied grin. Sounds sweet. I love sweets, Candace. It's good to embarrass a girl, idiot, Geto muttered, awkwardly looking at his friend from under his brows and quietly shaking his head as a sign of disapproval. Sweetie Candace. Satoru, who had gone into a rage, did not let up, bending at the waist and thus resembling a young tree tilted by the wind. Candace furrowed her thin eyebrows angrily, pursed her lips tightly, and then resolutely moved towards the diverging, long one. She stopped next to him and stared at him from below like an angry, dark-eyed harpy. She stood up on her tiptoes, pulled off her glasses, put them on and looked over the bluish lenses. I jumped, long one, now. They're mine, she said. She turned around and walked back to the taken-aback Reiko. Did you jump, long one? Suguru teased his friend, laughing slightly. What are you doing, sweetie? Satoru shouted after her. These are my favorites, return them. Candace, without turning around, raised her hand above her head and bent her middle finger. From that day on, Candace became a frequent visitor to the Magic College. She came after classes at her school to watch Reiko practice, or chat in the shade of a tree with the thoughtful Suguru, with whom she was seriously interested. Hello, sweetie. Every time Satoru jumped out like a jack-in-the-box and stuck his whitish top in her face. Insolent and unceremonious, you could hit him once and he would leave once and for all. But I had to roll my eyes in a passive-aggressive manner and tisk loudly. He should understand, Candace hoped. Where there? He spun around like a top, with his hands in his trouser pockets, a smile from ear to ear, snow-white teeth covering half his face. He's a fool, you can't say anything. Great, long one, Candace responded with a sigh. Does the pain in your ass still haunt you? It's always such a beach, Satoru said theatrically, making unimaginably steep slides with his eyebrows. I wish I could call you by name at least once. Satoru, your teacher, that is, the director asked you to come when you return, Suguru intervened. Again got into trouble? Candace asked in a casual tone. Candy, don't be so categorical. Satoru sang, making a semicircle with his body. What do you think? Suguru replied with a chuckle. He is called either to entrust a mission, or to reprimand him. He just returned from a mission. Just for the record, lovebirds, you are a traitor, my friend, and sweetie is a complete mischief. Go ahead. Candace and Suguru barked in unison. Okay. Gojo capitulated, raising his palms up. Doves. Suguru silently watched the mutual bickering of his best friend with Candace, and a sudden realization dawned on him. I see you're not indifferent to her, he said to Satoru when he returned from the director. Candace was no longer next to Geto. Her figure, very tiny, was moving beyond the horizon, melting in the creamy rays of the summer-setting sun. What? Satoru muttered, making a grimace. Who are you talking about? About Candace, of course, Suguru continued in a calm tone, picking at a dusty pebble with the toe of his sneaker. She's you like it. Don't be stupid, ask the girl out. As bitter as it was to admit, Satoru understood that he didn't have a single chance. Cutie Candace was favorable to Suguru. And I didn't particularly want to waste time and harm my self-esteem. Not. Satoru waved him off. Not my type. Sorry. Apparently, it seemed, without looking up, Suguru lied and continued to kick the pebble. A week later, Satoru was returning from another assignment, to which he, as the best student, was sent alone, and saw Candace on the porch. She was sitting on the steps, sadly lowering her chin to her knees and hugging her bare tanned legs. She didn't even notice how Gojo approached and continued to look at one point in front of her. Satoru sat down next to him, tilted his head to his shoulder and smiled radiantly. Why are you sad, sweetie? He said it softly and hardly grimaced. Candace looked at him tiredly and was silent for half a minute, not understanding whether she wanted to open her heart to him. At my dance school today there were demonstrations. Speeches are like passing mini-exams, she began hesitantly. My dad used to go to them, but now there's no one. My mom said she wouldn't take time off because of trifles. I'm not angry with her, I understand everything, I'm not stupid. She grabbed her legs tighter. I decided to call Suguru and Reiko. They promised that they would come, but they didn't come. They probably have important things to do. 2. Here, what were you dancing, Candy? Satoru asked, grabbing an emerald blade of grass peeking out from under the sole of his boot with his index and middle fingers. Salsa, she answered with a sad half-smile. Teach me. What? Candace drawled and gave a muffled laugh, and then with affectionate carelessness she patted Satoru on the snowy top of his head. What a fool. Knock knock. Knock knock. My heart skipped a beat. A tickling wave ran along Satoru's back and shoulders, and then darted straight into his lower abdomen. I'm serious, he assured. I'm the most capable student, I'll figure out your dances in no time. Oh, well, thank you. I took it and that's it, ruined it. Candace didn't get angry and just shook her head condescendingly. She stood up from the steps and extended her hand to him. Okay, fool, let's go, I'll teach you. Where are we going? Satoru asked and adjusted his new glasses with a graceful gesture of his index finger. To the dance hall where I practice, Candace announced busily. You will study as expected. Will they let us in? They'll let me in, the guard has long been accustomed to me hanging around there until late in the evening. Satoru was a diligent student for exactly an hour, after which he began to fool around again in his favorite manner. He put a carnival headdress made of feathers on his head, carried a kicking Candace on his shoulder, jumped around the hall like a saiga, made faces in front of high mirrors and laughed out loud. Candace laughed with him, and tart happiness filled Satoru's soul. He walked her home, and walked back, not counting the kilometers and admiring the Tokyo night sky, inhaling deeply the summer heat that scorched his lungs. Was it Satoru Gojo who accompanied you? Xiaomi asked daughter when she energetically entered the corridor and threw her backpack onto the floor. Hello to you too, Mom. Candace responded. She ran into the kitchen, splashed water into an unwashed glass and greedily drank every last drop. Satoru, yes, she finally answered. That's how it is, Xiaomi said thoughtfully and grinned contentedly. He's a good match, stick with him, she added suddenly. The Gojo clan is one of the most powerful and richest magical clans. Just imagine, baby, we will instantly solve all financial difficulties, and you will also be settled. God, Mom, what kind of medieval thinking is this? Candace said and laughed mockingly. That's it, I'm going to sleep, otherwise I'll fall off my feet. She ran up, kissed her mother on the cheek and went to her room. Xiaomi, who was restrained in expressing her feelings in Japanese, immediately became embarrassed and, in the hope of softening the awkwardness, shouted after her daughter, Do you remember that Mr. Takashi Uda will come to visit us tomorrow? Dad's old friend? Candace stuck her pug out from behind the door. I remember. Just don't be late, otherwise it will turn out indecent. I promised that you would have dinner with us. Mr. Uda wants to express his condolences and, I hope, will provide all possible financial assistance. He couldn't attend Rick's funeral, he's a busy man, he has his own business, you understand. When you turned 7, he brought one of those stupid toys as a gift, a Tamagotchi. Xiaomi fell silent for a while, indulging in memories. So don't stay late after school. Scout's word. Suguru, of course, is cool, but more and more often it seems to me that he listens to me with half an ear. And he's so sad, he doesn't smile at all. Of course, he doesn't have to be a happy goofball because someone is uncomfortable around him, it's just. I'm so gutted that I won't take someone equally gutted out next to me. It seemed that a little more and Ghetto would melt under the merciless, cheerful sun, unable to withstand its destructive, life-giving power. The gray face, covered with a funny bang, merged with the same gray t-shirt, the folds of which fell into a sad face with drooping corners of the mouth. Are you talking to me because you want to see Satoru more often? Candace suddenly asked and fiddled with the hem of a short chintz skirt with a floral print. Did his face come to life? Is it really because of the mention of your best friend? Of course not. Suguru smiled sadly. Where did you get that from? I don't know, she pursed her lips. I see how angry you get when he goes off on missions alone, and then return splashes in the rays of its own awesomeness and irresistibility as if no one around exists. As if you are just a spectator and not a participant in his life. And for some reason he tied himself behind me with a cord, and every time you hope to grab a piece, like the good old days, while he grimaces in front of me. Suguru opened his mouth and stared at Candace in confusion. Too straightforward again, huh? She asked guiltily, raising her eyebrows pitifully to the bridge of her nose. A little. Geto answered honestly, and his face suddenly smoothed out, and a soft half-smile touched the corners of his lips. It's okay, you'll learn. He raised his head and stared at the high blue sky. Although, you know. Forget what I said. Speak how you feel, otherwise we will slide into a parody of communication. Well, that's what one of my friends said. Is your friend a girl? Candace asked curiously, tilting her head to her shoulder. Well, exactly like Satoru. Easy to say, Suguru grinned to himself, seeing his friend's rapidly approaching figure. It's better to say this, it's unlikely, would our strongest cord get attached to someone just like that, Geto said meaningfully, gracefully dodging the awkward question. And the doves are still cooing. Gojo shouted as he walked, making a grimace. So what, you and Candace will now divorce because of this? Suguru responded ironically. What? Satoru said. What? Candace said in a nasal voice. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Suguru did. Not give up. Satoru waved at him, collapsed onto the bench and sat down in his favorite relaxed manner, with his legs spread wide and his elbows thrown over the back. He took off his glasses, closed his eyelids and exposed the contented pug to the friendly sun. Fool is a fool. But how much life there is in it. He himself is a friendly sun. Obeying a sudden impulse, Candace sat down next to Satoru and clasped his shoulder. What if this weird sun warms me up too? She thought. Drip drip, an unpleasantly warm scarlet stain spread across my bare knee. Candace frowned and turned her head. From under the cuff of Satoru's uniform jacket a thick trickle of blood. Are you injured? She shouted in alarm. God, come on, give it here. Candace squeezed his wrist and pulled up his sleeve. Yes, it's a scratch, Gojo assured and added smugly, I'm fluent in reverse cursed, I have a clean handkerchief and antiseptic, Candace continued to mutter, rummaging in the bottomless depths of the backpack, otherwise you'll get tetanus or some other crap. Then sepsis, septic shock, organ failure and death. Very encouraging, Satoru replied. Don't worry, everything will be fine with him, Suguru chimed in, he's a magician, and a powerful one at that. And what? Candace looked at Geto and Gojo with bewilderment. Dad also assured me that he was strong, but in the end. I got wound up in vain. The boys must have felt embarrassed. Candace inhaled the burning, moist air and, when the lump in her throat receded, she pressed a white handkerchief to Satoru's forearm, which instantly turned red. Gojo was confused. The last time they shook him like that, he was, how old was he? Not any more recall. It was funny to think that a scratch from a special level mage could cause so much noise. Still, it was nice. Is it just nice? Stunned by care and tenderness, Satoru could not move and humbly watched Candace's weightless fingers diligently treating his fatal wound. Are you waiting for Suguru? He's on a mission. Candace took out one earphone, raised her head and saw Satoru dive towards her under the canopy of a tree. The same as always, with a stupid face and hands in his trouser pockets. But something was different. Doesn't he annoy me? Candace was amazed and closed her eyes briefly to be sure. Why, sweetie, did you fall asleep? Satoru added with a roguish grin and leaned over her. Candace opened her eyes and shuddered. Gojo's face was so close that one could see the sun's reflections on the tips of his snowy eyelashes. No, I was just checking. What? I was checking to see if you really weren't pissing me off. Did I piss you off? You won't believe it. And now? You keep pestering me and you'll infuriate me. Satoru plopped down next to Candace, grabbed a stray earphone and listened. Sounds cool, he purred, shaking his head approvingly to the beat. This is Strange Relationship, by Darren Hayes. It came out about 5 years ago. Never heard of it? Nope. Moved by the unusual sweetness of Candace's voice, Satoru lowered his chin to her shoulder and silently inhaled the sweet strawberry scent of her hair. How sweet. He couldn't resist. What is the song about? My English is not so good. About unhealthy relationships, Candace answered and patronizingly patted the top of Satoru's head. The lyrical hero claims that he supposedly likes this, but it all seems more like self-deception and addiction. But the song is still cool. Well, wow, Satoru drawled and rolled his lower lip forward. Is there anything more fun? Then catch Cupid's Chokehold from Gym Class Heroes. In it the heroes have a happy ending. Oh, I know this one. Awesome. Satoru gently grabbed Candace's wrists and waved her arms from side to side in a goofy manner. Candace's dark burgundy lips involuntarily stretched into an embarrassed smile, and her cheeks turned pink. She shrugged her shoulders mischievously and began to quietly sing along to the playfully romantic song. For the first time since her dad's death, Candace felt neither sadness, nor loneliness, nor alienation. Only enveloping peace, with which Satoru was imbued through and through, despite his irrepressible temper and recklessness. It had been raining relentlessly all week, and Candace was unbearably bored. Locked within 4 walls, she died over her textbooks and cursed the Japanese summer. Until Satoru dragged her out of the house to wander idly around the mall. With a look of silent shock on her face, Candace watched as he greedily devoured a giant ice cream cone with 3 multicolored scoops topped with chocolate caramel glaze and strawberry syrup. She looked at her little half-eaten ice cream, and then again at Satoru, and burst into Homeric laughter. Your ass will stick together. She rightly noted. Or you'll fall into a sugar coma and sleep like a bear in a den. Are you going to finish yours? Having eaten the whole horn, Satoru asked, and unintentionally, his lips. No, take it, Candace replied, holding out her portion. Chbonk. And she poked the cold mass aimed at his nose. You are pure charm, Satoru said, blinking. He ran his finger along his nose and put it in his mouth on all 3 phalanges. Boo! Candace said, crouching. Satoru wanted to laugh, but because of the cream that got into his nostrils, he only managed to grunt. Candace rolled more than ever. They sat on the edge of a glass fountain, surrounded by decorative palm trees, and Candace, clasping Satoru's hand, gratefully leaned her temple against his shoulder. Thank you for pulling me out, otherwise it's really sad. Also, this dad's friend, Mr. Takashi, hangs out with us all the time, so boring, just terrible. He always looks so intently. She tried to imitate Mr. Ooti's look. A cool guy, in general. Which? Creepy, I say. Well, that is, creepy. Sorry, Satoru responded awkwardly. Due to Candace's slight accent and the weaving of English words into her speech, he often did not catch the meaning. Sometimes it's hard to understand you, little Yankee. What? She flushed, perking up. You're such a, sometimes. And stuck her tongue out at Satoru. And he takes it and kisses her on it. Candace's eyes widened and she angrily slapped Gojo's sharp knee. Are you completely crazy? This was the same my first kiss, you idiot. It shouldn't be like this at all. She was indignant, choking with anger. This is not how I imagined it. Everything was supposed to be romantic, and you. Satoru passionately cupped Candace's face in his hands and fell to her lips in a viscous, tender kiss. It was strange, Candace was waiting for this moment, but she was criminally unprepared for it. She did not feel Satoru's lips themselves, only the movements, skillful, smooth. Hot and wet. The creamy taste of the ice cream he had just eaten was imprinted on his tongue. 2 ice creams. No, in the movies it's definitely not like that. Candace didn't even have time to close her eyelids for greater drama and saw in front of her a long upturned nose, the tip of which kept touching the tip of her nose. It was strange. But Candace felt the floor disappear from under her feet, which were filled with leaden heaviness. Like this? Satoru whispered afterwards, without opening his eyes. Candace did not answer, because of her heart drumming in her ears, she could not hear anything around her. Kisses, kisses, kisses. To the point of cracks on the lips, to the tingling pain. Kisses upon meeting, kisses goodbye, and just like that, with youthful fervor and without a chance to get enough. Candace and Satoru saw each other secretly from friends and acquaintances. In public they behaved with restraint and detachment, but as soon as they were left alone, all decency went to hell. They didn't consider themselves a couple. They didn't give any name at all to the typhoon that covered them both headlong. Candace was sure that this was not serious for Satoru, and he still didn't know if she was in love with him. But Candace's lips were tastier than all the sweets in the world. The first Sunday in July, and finally the long-awaited sun. Satoru called Candace for a walk through the mountain forest in Hakone, an hour and a half by train, exactly 20 songs on the MP3 player, 2 packs of chips, a liter bottle of water for 2, and the view was of a sun-drenched green sea, rushing toward serene blue skies with cirrus clouds. However, Candace was so tired of the road that she didn't want to go anywhere. Satoru literally dragged her out of the train by the hand and decisively led her with him, away from the beaten path, into the very thicket of a deciduous forest. Candace whined and complained about the heat, brushed away the midges and was terribly embarrassed by her sweaty palm. He's so cool in that pale blue shirt and blue trousers. And me, in denim shorts with a yellow t-shirt and this oversized lumberjack shirt, well, just the embodiment of grace. She thought to herself, looking at the back of Satoru walking in front. There's a river flowing nearby. He said with a smile, looking at her over his shoulder, the place is picturesque and calm, we can relax a little. I'll die sooner, believe me, Candace answered raggedly. Don't cry, it'll be soon. For half an hour they circled around the same place, the river was not visible. I swear, she was here somewhere, Satoru justified, helplessly scratching the top of his head. That's how you trust men, muttered Candace with universal sorrow, landing on a large grey stone, a mountain fragment, overgrown with moss and lichen, firmly rooted in the ground. Okay, you sit here for a while, and as soon as I find it, I'll come straight to you. Is it coming? Satoru winked at Candace. Aha, resting her cheek on her fist and biting off the hangnail that had been sore all the way, she responded incredulously. Satoru disappeared from sight into the thicket, and silence reigned. Soothing, enveloping. Candace rested her palms on the hot stone with rough, jagged edges, and then slowly spread out on it and stared. At the sky. Silence. Ringing, pacifying. The wind pleasantly blew over the sweaty skin, and a smile trembled on Candace's lips. She threw back her hand and listened to the crystal rustle of leaves mixed with the hum of bees. How good. A sultry haze thickened before my eyes, and the bitter smell of heated soil and flowering bushes filled my nostrils. A blade of grass tickled her ankle, but Candace was too lazy to scratch herself. Moisture appeared under her eyelashes, and Candace closed her heavy eyelids. I'm in love, she whispered to someone unknown and unknown why. In love, in love. She moved her palm to her stomach, pulled down the hem of her t-shirt, exposing her sweat-covered skin to the gentle, refreshing wind. How good. A nimble hand with red nail polish peeling off in places moved lower, loosened the iron button and darted between the legs. Wet, warm. Sweet. I love sweets, Candace. The memory sang in Satoru's perky voice, and Candace involuntarily giggled. She ran her fingers through the delicate folds, teasing herself. Drowning deeper and deeper, as if in a quagmire, in responsive waves spreading throughout her body. She squeezed her legs harder and swayed her hips. More. More. One bad thing, the saber-toothed stone scratched the shoulder blade unpleasantly. She would have moved, but Candace was afraid of losing the barely caught necessary rhythm. She, pitifully, unclenched her teeth. Meanwhile, the scratch had already turned into a cut wound and smeared the dusty hot stone with blood. Spit. Candace tensed her whole body, moving her hips faster, just to quickly achieve the coveted release. How painful it is. But to what extent? Fine. With a strangled squeak, Candace curled up into a ball, and her body went into an ecstatic spasm. Oblivion. Rapture. Candace opened her eyelids and, swallowing a lump, stared at the sky. A cold tear rolled down to his temple and flowed into his ear. How ridiculous, she thought, taking a sitting position and wiping the moisture from her cheekbone with her metacarpus. She swayed drunkenly and looked around furtively. No one was there. Sweetie, I found it. Satoru's victorious cry came from the thicket. Candace jumped up from the stone, buttoned up her shorts and casually pulled down her t-shirt and shirt. I found the time, she mentally scolded herself. At that fork we had to go right, but we kept turning left, Satoru explained with a businesslike look, gesturing with his index finger to the sides. Let's go. He approached and took her hand, but Candace, as if she had been burned, pulled out her hand and pressed it to her chest. The same brush. What are you doing? Satoru leaned towards her face, and his mouth curved into a goofy smile. Everything is fine. I probably have it all written on my forehead, Candace decided in fear. Yes, she said weakly. I don't know, she closed her eyes and buried her forehead in his chest. It's hot, she said in a barely audible nasal voice. You've been gone for so long, it feels like forever. Ha! This is not forever, believe me. Satoru said smugly and hugged her shoulders. A red sticky stream on Candace's shoulder blade instantly wiped the arrogant grin from his face. Satoru carefully touched the shiny, trembling drop, and it stained his finger. You got hurt somewhere, he said quietly. You need to be careful, Candy. Candace turned around in fear and stared at his finger. Wow, I didn't notice, she lied, and then smeared her palm on her shoulder blade and smiled awkwardly, crookedly. Nonsense. Let's go already, hero, show me your river. She was an hour late and didn't respond to text messages. Satoru wound endless circles around the student dormitory and impatiently slammed the lid of his cot, glancing at the time. An endless school day, endless moralizing chatter from teacher Yaga and endless waiting. He had not seen his sweetie for 3 days, and his knees were shaking terribly. And my palm ached unbearably, worn out in tireless nightly self-satisfaction. Damn teenage body, stuffed with an explosive, of hormones and vulgar fantasies. Sometimes Satoru found himself feeling embarrassed even. In front of himself, after all, was not all he wanted from cutie Candy. True, young Gojo, in principle, did not fully understand what he wanted from communicating with Candace. But I was afraid to ask myself, lest something happen. And yet, he did not treat the palm on purpose, he wanted to feel all the shades of his feelings, even the shameful and awkward ones. Especially shameful and awkward ones. The body under the uniform was wet and ached with melancholy. In my head. Satoru unconsciously touched his lips with the knuckles of his hand clenched into a fist, imagining the moment when he would finally be able to kiss Candace in greeting and run his fingers through honey-colored curls that exuded the aroma of caramel or chocolate. How sweet Candy is. Well, why doesn't she come and fall into his arms? He felt her before he saw her, weak and meager, but the uniform flow of Candace's damned energy cannot be confused with anyone else's. His ideal girl, in faded denim shorts, a knitted orange t-shirt without A, and black sneakers, flew towards him along a winding path cut by the shadows of trees, hiding a smile in her pursed lips. His ideal girl is with an armful of sharp jokes and mocking jokes. His ideal girl is one who is not afraid of revelations and directness. Unlike anyone else around. Are you tired of waiting? She asked out of breath. Not really, Gojo blatantly lied in response. Sorry, I had to chat a little with Reiko, otherwise she would have started asking why I forgot here. The impatient Satoru did not let her finish, plunging her into her blushing dark pink lips with a greedy kiss. He cheekily squeezed Candace in his long arms, lifting her off the ground, and kissed her as deeply as he could. The trembling in his knees made Satoru nearly give way on his weak legs. You urgently need to lean against something or sit down somewhere. Satoru interrupted the kiss, grabbed Candace's wrist and, looking around furtively, led her behind him, under a mighty tree with a fluffy crown. They landed in a fragrant dark green grass. Candace sat astride Satoru and grabbed his snowy head, ruffling his soft strands, bathed in lilac shadows. How good Sweetie is. Satoru weightlessly ran the tips of his shameless fingers along the bare lower back, and Candace's chest was covered in goosebumps, starting from the neck and down along the tan cleavage. Under the tight t-shirt, Sharp, clearly appeared, and Satoru pressed closer to his candy, hoping to feel them, but the fabric of the uniform turned out to be too dense. Letting out a dissatisfied groan, he pressed his lips to Candace's neck, it with a playful hot tongue and laughed drunkenly. What a fool. Candace grinned, shyly pressing her head into her shoulders. You better get out of here, otherwise someone will catch you. There's no one here, Satoru whispered and rubbed his cheek against Candace's rosy cheek. Let's kiss and not close our eyes, huh? Can you do this, Sweetie? He suggested in a silly tone. My lips have been hurting since last time, it's good to, already. You don't want any more? Satoru said sadly. Candace looked down in embarrassment. Well, it's not that I don't want to at all, she muttered quietly, fiddling with the button of Satoru's jacket, not wanting to easily give in. Sorry, Sweetie, he whispered and chastely pressed his forehead to her chin. No, I want to. Candace suddenly whined, afraid that he would actually stop. They kissed, looking into each other's eyes, and giggled every now and then out of embarrassment. But they didn't want to laugh at all. Candace unaccountably cheated, spread her legs wider and moved her hips energetically. The wet, stuck to the inside was pulsating with a rush of blood, and in the head, to hell with it, with that head. It melted long ago under the scorching sun. Satoru shook his hips in response, pressed his member, straining under his trousers, against Candace's wet, and no longer kissed, but slightly bit her lips, from which he completely ate all the lipstick. How much do young and recklessly in love need to unwind? Satoru and Candace were entwined in a tight embrace and, with a strangled cry, came in unison. A dry, burning wind swayed the foliage of a centuries-old tree, the emerald grass and the wet hair of Satoru and Candace, who had almost fallen asleep on each other's shoulders. They opened their arms, timidly looked eye to eye and giggled again. I'm hungry as a wolf. Satoru drawled painfully, turning his irrepressible head in a circle. Let's go eat, huh, candy. Do you want something sweet? She asked tenderly. Yeah. Satoru responded, adjusting his glasses and turning up his sharp nose. Have you ever tried dipping French fries in a milkshake? Is this even edible? Gojo winced. An American classic, actually. I recently found a cafe here that serves amazing potatoes and the most delicious burgers in all of Tokyo. I'll follow you anywhere, Satoru drawled, wearily dropping his head on Candy's chest. If, of course, the food there really is delicious. Let's go to the restroom first. Candace suggested prudently. Do you have a spare uniform? Otherwise, you're unlikely to be comfortable in sticky trousers. Satoru stared at her in confusion and then laughed loudly. She laughed with him and patted the back of his tousled head. Satoru wanted to gouge out his eyes. Clean, to the root. Maybe he is also creepy. Just like Mr. Takashi. He turned around and constantly adjusted his glasses, he had already pressed them into his face. There will probably be a trace left when he takes it off. Also these dreams. These devilishly indecent dreams. What should I suggest to her without sounding like a maniac? And is it necessary to offer it at all? Probably everything will happen naturally, by itself. There's just one lazy, tiny little problem. Satoru couldn't resist lowering his glasses. She forgot to put on under her knitted t-shirt again. He doesn't want to make my task easier at all. The sun was setting below the horizon, but its impudent rays decided to caress Candace, who was lazily lounging on the steps and watching with Sugura the magical training battle between Reiko and Shoko. Shoko has the advantage, Geto insisted. No, Reiko almost killed her, Candace disagreed, shaking her knee. Not at all, replied Suguru. Satoru, tell me, right? He asked, looking at my friend. Satoru didn't hear him. Resting his cheek on his palm, he surrendered to the power of instincts and, with his mouth open, stared at Candace's, clearly visible through the tight black t-shirt. It seemed that a little more and saliva would flow. Suguru frowned slightly, took a pencil out of his backpack and threw it at Satoru's head. Bam! Even the technology did not stop the flight of the pencil, which landed squarely on the forehead of the taken-aback Gojo. Hey, six-eyed! Geto called him, teasingly, and began to chuckle softly. You're looking in the wrong direction. Misfired, Satoru muttered, rubbing his forehead. It's okay, it won't reach next time, you'll see. Smartly changed the subject, Suguru saw through him. I don't understand what you're talking about, Satoru lied. And he didn't even blush. Candace turned to face him, and Satoru, honestly, was ready to fall through the ground. He turned away so as not to fall into the treacherous captivity, eye to eye, but could not keep his balance and fell headlong on her feet. On her damn bare legs. Satoru felt the warmth of her thighs on the back of his head, and my back was mercilessly covered with goosebumps. Wave after wave. Candace smiled affectionately and ruffled his hair, simply, casually, but therefore charmingly. Shamelessly adorable. He would give her all his favorite glasses. And all of myself. If only she could continue to stroke his hair and smile. Satoru really wanted to kiss Candace. Right now, right here. And swallow the red ray that spread over dark pink lips, touch the honey hair, inhale the aroma of caramel shampoo. Sweet. Just how he likes it. Wait, does he love you? No, he hasn't fallen that deeply into these feelings yet. We should be more careful with our thoughts and words, Satoru decided in fear. The guy from my dance class is throwing a party this Sunday, Candace said suddenly. He said I can invite whoever I want. Who's with me? She added hesitantly. I'm in. Satoru responded instantly, raising his hand. Sorry, Candace, it won't work out for me, Suguru answered quietly, without raising his eyes. What is this? Won't you come out? Satoru was indignant, turning over on his stomach and staring intently at his friend. You've been kind of lethargic lately, is everything all right? Okay, Suguru waved him off. Come with us. At least you'll get divorced. Why am I there for you too? Suguru turned a significant glance at his friend. I'll just get in the way. Candace opened her mouth and blushed. Did you realize that you messed up? Satoru was indignant. Why should you bother us all of a sudden? Played like a fool. Shoko, who had lost the duel with Reiko, sadly sank down between Suguru and Candace and took a pack of cigarettes from her sweatshirt pocket. Why are you so noisy? She asked, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. My friend from the dance is throwing a party, are you coming with us? Candace replied. He's cute, she clarified with a foxy grin. He's all so French. Stylish and impressive, and also gallant beyond belief. And the best dancer is the Paso Doble. Really pretty. Satoru intervened. Is it really your type, sweetie? Are you jealous or what? She asked provocatively. Yes, here's another one. He turned back over, buried his head in her legs and pushed his glasses higher so as not to show his eyes. Why not? I'll go, Shoko answered. Convince this bore. Satoru nodded towards Suguru. It's not going to work out for me, guys, Geto snapped, and then rose. From the steps, grabbed his backpack and waved goodbye to everyone. See you. What's wrong with him? Shoko asked worriedly, following her friend's hastily retreating figure. It was like being hit on the head with a bag. I have no idea, he's always like this now. Satoru shrugged. Evening fell in Tokyo, and Satoru escorted Candace home. Finally, just the two of us. Gojo was more animated than usual, talking incessantly and posing. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked backwards, showing Candace magic tricks. She looked at him with condescension, but did not forget to praise him. You are a fool, but I know that you just want to impress me, and I forgive you for that, one could read in her gaze and calm tone. I may not be an impressive Frenchman and I may not dance the paso doble, but in terms of strength I have no equal in this world, and that means I am worthy of you, shouted every movement of the distraught Satoru. Wait, Candy, he said, as they passed under the lantern. What's happened? Satoru moved a few steps away from her, took off his glasses and slightly bowed his head to his shoulder. I want to remember this moment, he said measuredly, admiring it. You are so beautiful. And he awkwardly scratched the tousled top of his head. I'm such a fool. Candace smiled tenderly, and then slowly swam out from under the lantern, dived into the darkness towards him, took his hands and kissed him tenderly. They stood in the middle of a deserted street, as if on the edge of an abyss. Scared to move, scared to utter even a sound. Candace kissed Satoru, and it seemed to him that he was dying. What falls under the asphalt will remain there a little longer, buried alive. Scary. As if someone was moving around in the intestines. But even worse is to interrupt the murderous kiss. Why are you trembling? Candace whispered, pulling away. Are you cold? It doesn't seem to have gotten very cold. Me? Well, yes, it's cold, Satoru lied. It looks like it's about to fall into the ground. Candace took off her denim jacket and carefully threw it over his shoulders. Nightmare. After all, it is he who should put his jackets on her. Disgrace. He shouted to himself. You weren't smart enough to lie better. Well, definitely a fool. And he smiled back at her in the same stupid way. He pulled off the edges of his miniature jacket and, resigned to his failure, put his arm around Candace's shoulder. Okay, sweetie, let's go. Haven't fallen into feelings that deeply. What is deep then? Satoru swore to himself to be restrained until the end of the journey and not to kiss Candace even goodbye. He was restrained, he was silent like a fish and walked somehow constrained. The Jones house appeared ahead, and Satoru mentally praised himself for keeping his promise. He took off Candace's jacket, thrust it into her hands and assumed a triumphant posture. Well done, he didn't kiss her either. I created a panic out of the blue. Satoru mentally exhaled. I am the strongest and I control myself. Wait here, Candace commanded, I also want to do something. She walked up the steps, extended her hand, and, giggling, ruffled his hair. And I'm taller than you. She exclaimed childishly. She busily put her fist to her chin and feigned thoughtfulness. Maybe I basically like being on top. Does he control himself? Satoru grabbed her bare legs, lifted Candace from the steps, lowered her next to him and greedily pressed his lips to hers. He grabbed me into a hug so that he could feel support and not double over on his wobbly legs. Is he in control? Well, yes. Stupid boy. Her soft, pressed against his chest, and Satoru's heart jumped to his throat. From somewhere above, from the window, a woman's voice was heard, Baby, why are you so late? Candace widened her eyes in fear and pushed Satoru in the chest. She turned away and, embarrassed, clasped her hand over her mouth, which was burning from the kiss. Oh my God, she said barely audibly, blushing to her ears. Stay late with the guys. Already I'm running. She chattered, gathering her courage. And you are Satoru, right? Xiaomi sang unctuously. I'm Xiaomi Jones, Candace's mother. She introduced herself and smiled a wide, somewhat unnatural smile. Good evening, Mrs. Jones. Overcoming awkwardness, Satoru answered and bowed. Well, that's it, see you the day after tomorrow then. Candace couldn't wait to say goodbye. Yes, Satoru answered lamely, not knowing which way to go and what to do. Should he hug Candace goodbye, just shake her hand, or is it better not to touch her at all? Wait to say goodbye, Xiaomi said suddenly. We'll have dinner now, come in too, Satoru. Mother. Candace glared angrily at her mother, pursed her lips and slightly shook her head. How impolite, Candace, Xiaomi's daughter scolded. I won't accept refusals, both of you get up. Xiaomi disappeared through the window, and Candace clenched her teeth and closed her eyes as hard as she could. Disaster. Sorry, she whispered, looking guiltily at Satoru. You go, I'll explain myself somehow. Why should I? Should I be afraid of some kind of dinner? Ha! Here's more. Satoru took her hand and cheerfully led her up the stairs. They took off their shoes and went into the living room. A man of about 40 was sitting at the table with a cigarette in his mouth, leafing through a newspaper. The face is tired and wrinkled, but attractive. He himself is lean, fit, dressed, although at home, but with taste, the embodiment of charm. He looked up at the newcomers with a pair of dark eyes and put the newspaper aside. Good evening, Mr. Takashi, Candace addressed him. Good evening, dear, he answered cordially, and then looked at her companion. And this young man, Satoru Gojo, Satoru introduced himself and bowed. Good evening to you too. My Satoru, Candace hesitated. My friend. I invited him to have dinner with us, Xiaomi, who had returned from the kitchen, intervened. Sit down, dear, she turned to the guest, we have curry, soup and appetizer for dinner. Mom, is there any pasta left from yesterday? Candace asked, frowning capriciously. Are you alone again? Takashi asked. Candace doesn't like Japanese cuisine here, he clarified for Satoru. It's probably not easy for her, Satoru answered, looking at Candace with sympathy. After a few minutes of fuss, everyone sat down at the table, and there was silence for a moment, which was soon interrupted by Mr. Takashi. Are you and our Candace studying together? No, Satoru is a student at Tokyo Magic College, like your grandfather, Xiaomi explained. I, like Candace, am a mongrel in the world of magic. There were magicians in my family, but their power was not passed on to me, Takashi continued. Maybe it's for the better, magicians have a bad fate. I wouldn't want to die stupidly in the prime of life, like my friend Rick. And what kind of occupation do you think is worthy? Satoru asked venomously. Since being a magician is stupidity. Although. Maybe you're right. Takashi narrowed his eyes, flicked the ash off his cigarette and took a deep drag. Sorry if I offended you, young man, he drawled without changing his tone. I understand that you are young and hot-headed, and you're probably impatient to lay down your wild head somewhere, but, in my opinion, this is not pragmatically, he added haughtily. Is it pragmatic to allow damned spirits to walk around the world peacefully? Satoru raised his thin, whitish eyebrows belligerently. Well, that's enough for today. Xiaomi smiled awkwardly, she didn't like that dinner didn't go according to her plan. Better tell us how you and Candace started such a wonderful romance. Satoru froze with chopsticks in his teeth, and Candace dropped the tomato sauce-stained fork onto her white shorts. Have Takashi and his mom decided to have a competition to see who can make themselves look the stupidest? Disgraceful, Candace lamented to herself. Rick and I also met when we were students, we beat around the bush for a long time, and then everything started spinning, and that's how our beauty turned out. Xiaomi looked patronizingly at Candace, who was burning with shame. It's better not to delay with the children, otherwise then it's one thing or another. Well, this is a young thing. What kind of circus did she organize? Candace asked herself in confusion. Drunk, or what? And I'm already a sinner. I actually thought that things couldn't get any worse. It turns out that I underestimated my mother. Satoru was silent and, looking down, quietly sorted the rice with chopsticks. His cheeks were red and his eyes were darting back and forth across the plate. Aren't you going to finish your meal? Candace asked him in a whisper. No. I think I'm full. And up to his neck. Citing the late hour, Satoru bowed and almost ran out into the street. Fresh air. Free space around and not a soul. Overhead is a lilac sky dotted with tiny stars. Satoru threw back his head and thoughtfully stared at the heights. The moon peeked out from behind a gray cloud and spilled silver onto the ground. And the sky is clearing up, thought Satoru, letting out a chuckle. Hasty footsteps were heard behind him. Grab, Candace's hand slipped into his palm, and a pleasant weight of his head fell on his back. Sorry about this performance, Candace whispered. I'll talk to Mom. What are you dreaming about, Candy? Satoru suddenly asked. In terms of? She lifted her head from his back and frowned in confusion. What do you want from the future? What are you striving for? Do you have to ask this now? This is an interrogation, isn't it? Satoru looked at her over his shoulder, and his phosphorescent blue eyes frightened Candace. Just answer. She recoiled and unconsciously hugged herself by the shoulders, as if she wanted to protect herself, to hide from his piercing, cold gaze and harsh tone. Nothing. I don't want anything special, Candace answered, looking at her feet. I want to be happy. In my ideal world. I teach dance, preferably in my own school. Well, what else? Probably, my beloved husband, children, ordinary life. Satoru was silent and, thinking about something, peered at her dejected figure. I see, he finally said dryly. Good night, Candy. He waved his hand goodbye and disappeared into the night. Satoru didn't call, and didn't show up to the party at all. Sorry, Candy, the party won't work out. Sent on a mission, he texted her an hour before the meeting. Swallowing her insult, Candace replied that she understood everything. But standing in front of the mirror and applying indecently bright makeup, she could only imagine how she was strangling him with all her might. Fortunately, this time she was not alone. Reiko and Shoko arrived exactly at the appointed time and entertained her with idle chatter. And she doesn't care about Satoru. Arriving at the party, Candace rushed from the doorway towards the bar and grabbed a bottle of tequila, just like an adult. She turned off the lid and drank it just like that, without unnecessary ceremony in the form of a slice of lime and a pinch of salt. She put down her drink and rushed into the crowd of dancers. She hugged Marcel, the host of the party, by the neck and pulled her along with the languid movements of her trained hips. But he didn't mind, he smiled charmingly and devilishly, and wrapped her waist in a ring of strong arms. I see our girl has taken off, the shooter said in Reiko's ear. Shoko's cigarette. She's clearly upset about something, we should keep an eye on her. Don't exaggerate. Reiko replied with a smile. It's a party, and parties are all about having fun. It's strange that Satoru didn't come, Shoko continued, thoughtfully stirring the punch with a straw. He was going to. It would be nice if they assigned the mission. He was hanging out in the classroom when I left. Candace danced until she passed out and also drank until she passed out. I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't sad, that I didn't miss some boy who I didn't know what to call, boyfriend or friend. She wanted to forget herself so much that by 1 a.m. she didn't understand anything at all and was sitting on the floor of the restroom, bent over the toilet. Am I sick of the alcohol, of Gojo, or of my own stupidity? Candace asked herself, sobbing and blowing her nose into a crumpled piece of toilet paper. There was a light knock on the door. Candy, are you alive there? It was Satoru's voice. Shoko called me and said you weren't feeling well. I'm fine. She shouted, tongue twisting. You shouldn't have come, you're so busy with us. Come out, I'll take you home, he calmly answered. With the last of her strength, Candace rose from the floor, washed herself properly and, opening the door, angrily stared at Satoru, pale, makeup smeared on her face, her hair wet. I don't need your help, I'll call a taxi, she said in a trembling voice, shaking with nausea. Satoru silently pushed the door, picked Candace up in his arms and carried him outside. You've had a lot of candy, of course, he said with a chuckle, seating her in the back seat of his car. Shut up, Candace muttered, hiding her face in her hands. I would have knocked it, there's a bag next to you, if you need it, Satoru said judiciously, getting behind the wheel. I'll try to go slower, he added softly, and then looked over his shoulder and laughed good-naturedly. Come on, sweetie. Why is he so charming and sensible? Even here he managed to get away with it, he's a total. Candace prevailed all the way, terrible nausea and the desire to cry like a crocodile. After this performance, Satoru will certainly no longer want anything to do with her, obviously. My chest burned with resentment and injustice. Street lamps spat at the window with dirty red blurred reflections, tormenting the soul with an indifferent light. I wish I could fall asleep and sleep soundly until next summer. Or at least until the moment when it stops being so shamelessly sick. The mattress creased under her back, a cold blanket fell pleasantly on her shoulders. Was she already in bed? Candace didn't know if it was her imagination, but at the last second before oblivion she felt the touch of warm lips on her forehead and the tickling of tousled soft hair. Sweet dreams, sweetie, it sounded as if 100 kilometers away, from some unknown space. Ugly, ugly. But so beloved. She and I are completely different and want different things from life. It's good that I didn't have time to get caught up in this. My plans for life are too grandiose for a boring bourgeois woman with toothless dreams and lack of ambition. It's time to honestly admit to myself that Candace is no match for me. And it's better to end this naive romance before I break her heart and become that same hated ex, Satoru decided one evening, looking out the window at the grey rain drumming on the glass. And he stopped looking for meetings with his sweetie. Fortunately, there was an indecent amount of work in August and September, and success in mastering magical techniques distracted Satoru from admiring Candace to narcissism. Only Sugiru's condition inspired fear and every day widened the crack in his self-built little world of prosperity and endless success. Until, at the end of September, this little world finally shattered. Suguru is sentenced to death because he is a murderer. How is this possible? How could Satoru with his 6 eyes end up so blind? The world had turned upside down, and in this ugly shapeshifter he no longer had a best friend, only a strange stranger, dissolving with indifference into the crowd. A black hole gaped in Satoru's chest, cursed and bottomless. Will it never last? Is there really nothing that can shut her up? Naughty, poor legs brought him to the threshold of Candace's house. How disgusting it must be that he remembered her only now, at a moment of hopeless loneliness and destroying pain. As if she were some kind of, or a pillow for tears. But he didn't go to her at all to cry on her shoulder. The pack of condoms in my inner pocket burned all the way to my ribs, my legs were shaking like a first grader. Calm down, idiot. It's just. We're there. Satoru was pounding as if he had grabbed a bare wire with his hands. Wow, Candace said timidly, seeing an unexpected guest on the threshold. Hi, she said demurely, crossing her arms over her chest. Wow, ghosts exist. She smiled at him warmly and affectionately. Hello, Candy. Will you let me in? Satoru nodded towards the door. Candace immediately noticed that he was upset about something, and therefore did not shower him with accusations and barbs. She stepped aside and let her inside. Miss Siomi isn't here? Satoru asked, looking curiously into the living room. There is no one. Oh yes. This was what he longed to hear. Shall we sit with you? Satoru asked in a voice that was not his own. Candace shrugged and, making an inviting gesture with her hand, headed to her room. My insides were twisted into a tight knot. Run. Run as fast as you can before you make trouble. But an invisible hammer was knocking on Satoru's crown, excitement flowed through his veins, and his lower abdomen filled with unbearable heaviness. He predatorily entered Candace's room and quickly looked around. It was cramped, but clean and bright. There were colored bottles with a herbarium on the white shelves, a book in English lay open on the desk, and black coffee was cooling in a large mug next to it. Through the open window, curtained with tulle, a hot dusty wind rushed in. Sit wherever you want, Candace said hospitably, sitting cross-legged on the bed. I was just thinking of watching a movie, even if I have some company. I don't want to watch anything, Satoru cut her off. He sat down on the edge of the bed, took off his glasses with a casual movement and stared into her eyes. Want you? She was about to ask again, but much more directly. She swallowed the suffocating lump and lowered her gaze to her fingers, nervously fingering the duvet cover. Okay, Candace answered quietly. But I can't do anything, she added shyly. I can. Okay, she whispered trustingly and looked again into his face, unfamiliar and alien. Frightening. Candace leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, they must be closer than ever. But no, greedy, demanding, desperate. And only fluffy eyelashes pleasantly tickled her cheekbones. Candace helped Satoru take off his uniform jacket and shirt and did not notice how a moment later she found herself under the weight of his body. Scary. But everything is between the legs. It was still blazing. My head is cloudy, my vision is blurred. Candace was choking from Satoru's brutal kisses, but despite this she wanted more and more. I love you, she babbled to him resignedly and naively. Stupid, stupid Candace. Satoru's fingers slowly and carefully, inside her body, and Candace cried out sweetly. She grabbed his strong neck and began to move her hips pliantly towards him. My head was melting, and so was my insides. Candace felt as if she was again lying on a hot forest stone, enveloped in the incomprehensible, earthly beauty of bodily desire. She could have sworn that she would have lain like that for an eternity. But Satoru quickly pulled away from her to unzip his fly. Be patient a little, he also wants it to be pleasant, her foggy consciousness whispered. Beautiful. Candace was finally able to see his body. And all mine. She touched his stomach, and he shuddered under her palm. Satoru swayed and, groaning loudly, almost fell back onto Candace, but managed to grab the headboard of the bed. Satoru lay down on her again. It's a shame, she didn't have time to get a good look at his. Nonsense. There will still be time. Now the main thing is to calm down and relax thoroughly. Candace shifted her head on the pillow to get into a comfortable position and spread her legs wider. A terrible pain pierced from within. Candace silently opened her mouth, but could not even scream. Hurt. As if a piece of ice with jagged edges was being pushed inside the body. Candace helplessly pressed her fists against Satoru's chest, but did not push him away. Tell him you don't like it, she persuaded herself, but she was afraid that he would stop. And then it will definitely be gone forever. Is this really what all modern culture is composing so many odes to? After all, Candace wanted this, because she gave herself to Satoru out of love, isn't that enough? But it seemed that there was no place for love at all between their sweaty, hot bodies. Maybe this is just the first time. Candace had no answers. All she wanted was for this torture to end as quickly as possible. Quicker. And it ended. Satoru screamed in frustration, burying his face in Candace's neck, and fell silent. And she couldn't think of anything better than to hug him tighter. A ringing silence filled the room, only the voices of passers-by and the noise of car wheels could be heard from the street. They were reminded that the world outside Candace's bedroom had not frozen. You idiot, it would be better to immediately admit to her that this is also your first time, Satoru thought sadly, afraid to raise his head and look Candace in the eyes. Well, did you show off, you show off. She didn't like it one bit. And it's not like I would, Shane turned my insides inside out. Nausea rose in his throat and Satoru was afraid to move, it was not enough for him to vomit in front of Candace. I wanted to cry, both she and he. From how mediocrely they squandered their feelings. Everything was wrong. A complete failure. And yet they intertwined in a close embrace and, seeking salvation in oblivion, fell into sleep. In the middle of the night, Satoru felt his arms and legs go numb. My mouth is so dry, it's terrible, I wanted to go to the restroom. He carefully sat down on the edge of the bed and cast an awkward glance at the sleeping Candace, with her hand thrown back childishly on the pillow, spread out on a snow-white sheet and bathed in icy moonlight, she seemed fragile and defenseless. Tormented by his merciless love. Guilt and shame overwhelmed Satoru, washing him into the vast ocean of destructive self-hatred. He closed his eyes tightly, grabbed his hair and clenched his teeth as hard as he could, just to drown out the damned pain, to push back the sobs tearing from his throat. He's a bad friend, a terrible boyfriend and a lousy lover, a real loser. Is this him, the strongest Gojo Satoru? This cannot be true. He looked at Candace again, and an invisible knife stabbed into his heart. How could he be so careless with her? A cruel and selfish boy. He was so eager to wash himself away from his failure with Suguru that he messed up again. Satoru's trembling fingers slowly crawled along the sheet and touched the black and bloody stain. It was still wet. He's nervous, swallowed an unpleasant lump. Candace must have been in a lot of pain. Staggering, Satoru bent over her, carefully pressed his open lips to her, and, as if apologizing, lightly kissed her pubic area, as if this could heal her body, correct what he had done. Naive and ridiculous. Frowning and, softly, Candace turned on her side and curled up into a ball. It feels like torture. Satoru tiptoed into the bathroom, pressed the switch and winced at the blinding artificial light. He turned to the mirror and stared in fear at his mouth and nose, smeared with blood. He pressed the back of his hand to his cheek and, embarrassed, slowly wiped his face. Then Satoru casually glanced at his lower abdomen. He was also smeared with blood, even the white tuft of hair was stained scarlet. As if he didn't make love, but killed someone. Ugly, heartless boy. Satoru put his spread hand to his forehead, roughly digging his fingers into his skull, and howled almost audibly. I wanted to rip off my skin alive and let myself blood in revenge. How disgusting he is anyway. Candace will be better off without him. Once you start to break it, you have to go all the way to the very root. Satoru returned to the bedroom, lay down on the bed and desperately pulled Candace back into his shameful, useless embrace. I don't love you, Candy, I don't. Gojo repeated to himself, squeezing her more and more. And I didn't do anything, you gave yourself to me. It's not me, do you hear, Candy? Not me. It just couldn't be me, sorry if I gave you false hope, Satoru said quietly in the morning, sitting on the edge of the bed with his back to Candace. All this is not for me, you know, Candy. Marriage, children and ordinary life were always not for me. Boredom. He shrugged his shoulders, simply, unpretentiously. It's amazing how a girl with such an unusual name can be so boring. But it's not your fault, he added with condescension and looked at her over his shoulder. I was wrong about you. He bent down and picked up his trousers from the floor. I have to go. Candace pressed the blanket tighter to her chest and didn't answer. The scarlet spot on the snow-white sheet looked at her with reproach and mockery. And rightly so, there is no point in opening your heart, handing it over on a platter and expecting someone to give theirs in return. A ray of sunshine trembled on the white wallpaper, cutting through the transparent shadow of the foliage. A hot wind blew across the bare shoulders of Candace, who was looking at one point in front of her. She didn't even have the strength to cry. It was all over. So why meaningless sadness? Candace threw back the blanket, got out of bed and walked to the mirror. I will erase you, Gojo Satoru. I'll cut it out of my heart, because from now on I hate you, she told herself. She took the nail scissors from the shelf and began frantically cutting into her long locks. Strand by strand. Enjoying the crunch of hair groaning under the small blades. It came out sloppy. To tell the truth, it's terrible. But Candace liked the reflection. She threw down the scissors, put a CD in the tape recorder, jumped on the bed and jumped on the mattress. She trampled the damn scarlet spot with her feet, kicked the pillow on which Satoru was sleeping and laughed out loud. She doesn't look like herself at all. And I'm not sad at all. I don't care, burn it all. Candace shouted at Satoru's imaginary back. Boring, you say? I'll watch you start to miss my boringness. You'll see. But I won't care. Do you hear? She shouted with all her might. You'll howl until you want me back, so boring. But I won't care. Candace went crazy until the evening, until Xiaomi returned from work and knocked on her room. Candace Caitlin Jones, would you mind explaining what's going on here? She asked her daughter angrily. Gods, what have you done to your hair? Have you thought about what Satoru would say? What should he say? Candace burst into hysterical laughter. We're not together anymore, Mom. What do you mean, not together? You've been lying in the same bed since morning. I personally saw it when I left. What? Candace opened her mouth in amazement. And don't look at me as an enemy. Xiaomi took a deep breath to cope with the feeling of awkwardness. I came to check on you, and there you were. Well, the two of you were together. And have you already broken up? We broke up, Candace answered awkwardly, looking down. It happens, what can you do? Xiaomi looked at her daughter with incomprehension and bulging eyes, flapping her eyelids like an owl. No, how stupid you are, she spat. Is it so difficult to get hooked on a normal guy? What kind of fish do you have to be not even be able to hold your bed? Xiaomi clasped her hands. Well. You're no use. And I was already hoping that you would be settled in, that we would live like people. She fell with her face in her hands and began to sob. Candace was not breathing and looked at her mother with disgust. Are you serious now, Mom? She asked as if dying. Get out of sight. Xiaomi shouted and slammed the door to her daughter's room. Not just boring, but also stupid. Candace's heart was bleeding, beating in agony. Is she useless and unworthy of someone else's love? To hell with stupid love. She's nothing but trouble. Candace threw herself into her studies and never left the house. She hardly spoke to her mother, reducing all communication to meager, hello, bye, no, I'm not hungry, everything's fine. Xiaomi quickly realized all the cruelty and injustice words thrown out of emotion, but there was no way to regain her daughter's trust and love. Candace tightly closed herself off from her behind an impenetrable wall of indifference. But unexpectedly for herself, Candace became close to Mr. Takashi. With this creepy and boring Takashi, who seemed to think exclusively in terms of buying and selling, living in a world of numbers and sophisticated financial diagrams. It was his last night in the Jones house. Takashi, out of habit, stayed up late in front of his work laptop and skipped dinner. From the darkness of the corridor, Candace floated towards him in an oversized pink t-shirt that had slipped off one shoulder. Shaggy and covered in sleepy bliss, she leaned against the edge of the table and placed a cup of green tea in front of him. Little deity. His cure for aging and anxiety. Ever since she broke up with that boy, she became completely unsociable and distant. Unreadable. Only the eyes give it away, sad, very sad, thought Takashi, taking off his glasses and rubbing his heavy eyelids. 3 hours actually, grumpily he said, tomorrow at school you'll be nodding off. And ourselves, she answered, nervously shaking her knee with a bite scratched into blood. And that's true. Takashi smiled involuntarily. Thanks for the tea, honey. Takashi, she deliberately addressed him familiarly. I've decided to enter the University of Tokyo, majoring in economics or finance. I want to become successful like you. Can you help? Money or advice? Takashi narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. And so, she answered with feigned shyness. I must admit, this isn't all that good for me, but at least I won't depend on anyone. As soon as I find a job, I'll pay you back every last yen, I promise. And she swore, clasped her hands against her chest, saying, look how good I am. Takashi was silent for half a minute, and then carefully grabbed her wrist and beckoned Candace to his lap. But she didn't object, she obediently sat down and put her hands on his shoulders. I'll help if you promise to become my friend, Candace, Takashi said chokily, feeling how the member tensed treacherously and rested against the hard fabric of the trousers. Disgusting. After all, he remembered her as a very little girl, joyfully snatching from his hands a box with a newfangled Tamagotchi, a gift for her birthday. Rick would have shot me in the head for this, and he would have been right, thought Takashi in his head. Only he could not do anything with himself. Sad black eyes dragged him into their treacherous captivity and completely enslaved him. Aren't we friends? Candace whispered and affectionately removed a black lock of hair from his forehead. He should burn in hell. I'll help, so be it, Takashi muttered, no longer feeling the chair under him. He was falling into the viscous abyss. Well, run, honey, otherwise Xiaomi will wake up and give us both a headache. And Candace, oh gods. She pressed her lips to his heated forehead, and then flexibly and energetically rose from Takashi's lap and again disappeared into the darkness of the ill-fated corridor. Takashi moved into a newly acquired apartment in the center of Tokyo, and Candace visited him from time to time after classes, asked about the intricacies of the hotel business, which Mr. Uda was engaged in, and then tormented the hefty stereo system and danced to a Mylene Farmer record found in a mountain of unopened discs. You have great taste. She shouted, drowned out by the music, from the living room. Dad also liked Mylene. She always played in our car when we went to the beach in the summer. It seems to me that she is the most innocent and most, of all living pop stars. Just like you, dear Candace, flashed through the mind of Takashi, who rode out of his office on an office chair to admire his dearest guest, who was jumping barefoot on the black carpet. Satoru didn't think about Candace. In just a few months, he made excellent progress in mastering the technology of long-distance teleportation and was moving by leaps and bounds to expand his territory. Success turned his head around, turning into an addiction, and soon these victories, as expected, were not enough. Then Satoru fell into love affairs. Short-term romances replaced one another with indecent speed, but perfectly covered the need for self-affirmation in something other than magic. Satoru didn't think about Candace. At least that's what he thought. Until one day, lying in bed with another flash girl and pleasuring her with his mouth, he caught himself with a criminal thought. He wanted to know what it would be like with Candace. "Don't press so hard with your tongue, it won't do any good," his girlfriend said. "It needs to be softer, but faster." "Yes, that's it." She screamed and shuddered in ecstasy. "Look, Candy, look. I'm no longer the uncouth blockhead I was the first time," Satoru praised himself with a grin. "Now I know all about the importance of foreplay. No, look, this girl came, and I didn't even have to take off my pants. What am I like? Well, look, Candy, look." He pulled away and wiped his mouth with his forearm in disgust. "I wonder, would you like it? Would you scream at the very peak or just hyperventilate? I would like to know, sweetie, what you taste like." Satoru overcame himself with fruitless questions with the second, third, and fourth girl, melting in his skillful embrace, until he realized the monstrous truth: he would never know what it would have been like with Candace. And she won't know what a good lover he has become. And boyishly, he was itching to show off to his sweetie. In college and before bed, during lunch and on a walk, in someone else's bed and in his own, Satoru endlessly thought about Candace. He was bored, unbearably, inevitably. Irresistible. 2008, end of March. Satoru felt disgusted. But he was smiling. He even grinned, saying, "What a great night it was, I had a lot of fun." I was shaking from lack of sleep, my tired, dry eyes were squinting from the burning sensation and bright light. Scraps of the night rose in my memory, the discord of, and creaks of the bed, wet sheets, wet bodies, wet everything. Satoru smiled. But the corners of his lips twitched treacherously and curved the line of his wide mouth. That girl was beautiful. Sort of. No, he wasn't drunk last night, but the features of that girl's face were vaguely remembered, blurred, like an oil painting. Her faceless voice was drowned in the city noise and mixed with thousands of the same faceless voices. If only her voice could distort at least one Japanese word. Or decorated with a fancy overseas accent. If only her black hair would become light honey, and her eyes would be wide and thoughtfully sad. The pale pink sun pitifully, his wet eyelashes, stroked the top of his head comfortingly and spread over Satoru's drooping shoulders. He exhaled long, took his phone out of his trouser pocket and opened the lid. It was 6 in the morning. Soon the magic college will wake up, hum, and be filled with life. A new day will coax Satoru out of his melancholy, drown out shameful memories, distract him, absorb him, and spin him into a whirlwind of intoxicating self-deception. At least, Satoru hoped that would be the case. Rising from the cool stone steps, Gojo went to the shower room. His hands slid over his body with feverish disgust, rubbing his hickey-covered neck and shoulders with a foam washcloth in disgust. Nasty. It was a great night. So much so that it is impossible to wash away from its nauseating cancellation. Satoru stood in the shower for more than an hour and returned to his room completely defeated. After changing into a clean uniform, he stood in front of the mirror to style his fluffy hair and put on a smug grin. Winking at his own reflection, Satoru put on his glasses and walked outside in a relaxed manner. He must have fallen asleep in the shower and woke up about a year later, otherwise explain the countless crowds that flooded the college grounds. Putting his visor to his forehead, Satoru took a closer look. In addition to the representatives of the 3 great clans, there were other families that Gojo barely knew. The college administration is giving out free pizza, or what? Ha! I wouldn't be surprised if all the shamans of Japan gathered here, he said ironically to himself. Satoru, said Director Yagi's low voice behind him. Teacher, what kind of pandemonium is this? Satoru asked excitedly, forgetting about the greeting bow. The thousand-faced seer Metasebia has arrived from Ethiopia, Yaga answered, hiding his concern and nodded towards the vintage car parked on the side of the driveway. I brought a prophecy. The seer slowly got out of the car, and the driver who jumped out of the cab immediately shook hands with her. Dressed in a multi-layered white dress with a multicolored pattern in the Ethiopian Shama style, covered from head to toe in silk scarves, she slowly floated along the cobblestones. This one Plavalaguna, or what? Satoru asked with a chuckle and looked mischievously at the teacher. Yaga sighed disapprovingly. The seer is respected and revered by the entire magical community, he tactfully shamed Satoru. At one time, she even predicted your birth. Well, once a year the stick shoots. Gojo joked, and then fell silent in embarrassment, feeling the teacher's angry gaze on himself. Too much. Your parents asked about you. Are your mother and father here too? Satoru was surprised. Yes. And not only them. Damn, Satoru muttered quietly. In a few minutes the prediction will be announced, the teacher said, looking at his watch. Let's go to the meeting hall, they should already be letting you in. Someone called out to Yaga, and he left Satoru alone. I didn't even have time to have breakfast, Gojo lamented to himself, walking towards the temple building, at the gate of which there was an endless queue. Someone in the crowd raised their hand, beckoning to Satoru, and he obediently approached. You're late, honey. Mother's tender, velvety voice instantly made Satoru slouch a little so as not to tower too much over Lady Gojo, who was short and as snow-haired and blue-eyed as her son. I stayed in the shower, he answered his mother and bowed in greeting. Take your hands out of your pockets when you greet your mother, son, the father's voice sounded sternly. But kindly. Tall, strong, with a noble bearing, the very sight of his father instilled awe in Satoru, and next to his sophisticated mother, the black-haired and blue-eyed Mr. Gojo looked even more impressive. You're kind of tired, Mrs. Gojo said quietly, gently stroking her son's cheek, and pale. Yes, I'm always pale, Mom, Satoru muttered embarrassedly, adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose, but he didn't shy away from his mother's touch. And I'm not tired. Well, whatever you say. So he'll admit to you that he's tired, said Mr. Gojo. He's already 18, not 8, Natsumi. Of course he won't admit it, Kenji, he's his father's son, she retorted and briefly giggled. The heavy wooden doors opened and the line moved into the temple. Satoru had never been to this building before and was very surprised when, instead of tatami, he saw parquet and rows of wooden benches, which is why the temple looked more like a Catholic cathedral. A large, spacious space, there were even upper tiers, they were filled with those gathered first. Satoru did not sit next to his parents and other relatives, but sat further away from the stage, closer to the center of the hall, where it was not so crowded and he could sit comfortably, as he liked. With his legs spread wide and his elbow thrown over the back of the bench, Satoru idly fiddled with his tousled locks, dreaming only of quietly taking a nap under the prophecies of the dark-skinned Plavalaguna. Whatever you want, Mom, Marco and I will sit closer to the window. Satoru winced. This voice. Her voice. It was as if a metal rod had been driven into the back of my head and turned several times. Leisurely moving towards the edge of the bench, Satoru turned his head slightly. On the tongue it became sweet and at the same time bitter, and my heart jumped to my very throat, maybe it was the one that cut off the oxygen. Otherwise, why did Satoru find it so difficult to breathe? It was her, his sweetie. Is it him? Candace, dressed in a black cotton dress with straps, sat in an embrace with a huge brown-haired guy in a leather jacket and smiled shyly while he whispered something in her ear and shook the tip of a long strand of his hair with her finger. What is this hairy thug whispering to her that makes her sit so contentedly? Have they known each other for a long time? Are they serious about this? What if they already? Satoru clenched his fist with such force that blood became sticky under his nails. Having overcome his confusion, he looked at them again, beautiful, tanned, smiling. Candace seemed tiny next to the pumped-up and broad-shouldered Marco, as if they were a couple from old American rom-coms for teenagers. Satoru felt a hitherto unfamiliar, corrosive feeling, self-doubt. He is, of course, stronger than everyone else, he is handsome and savvy, but next to Candy, what a healthy guy sitting there. He is either American or European, which means they communicate in English. No language or cultural barrier. The guy is definitely not stupid, since Candace is interested in him. A chill ran down Satoru's spine. Is everything really lost now? Is there really no fragile bridge to get back? Suddenly, Candace, feeling the gaze on her, turned and looked into Satoru's eyes. It was as if a stone slab had fallen on Gojo, crushed him to the floor and smashed his stupid, miserable head to hell. Knock knock, knock knock. The heart is not the racing car engine. Knock knock, knock knock. It accelerated too much. It broke off, fell into the lower abdomen and exploded, spreading into boiling lava. Candace winced slightly and silently turned away. Does she hate him? Despises? Or maybe he's just angry. How angry is she? Buried under a hail of unanswered questions, Satoru did not notice how Seer Metasebia came onto the stage and greeted the audience. And I thank the college management for being able to gather you all in this hall so quickly, the seer said in excellent Japanese and made a deep bow. I hope you will forgive me my haste and allow me to get straight to the point of my visit to your wonderful country. She exposed her short-cropped head and looked at those present with large, bright yellow eyes, which contrasted frighteningly with the dark skin of her beautiful face. I didn't come to console you. Consolation is a luxury we can no longer afford. Seizing the moment, Candace secretly glanced at Satoru. He was killer, as before. Ugly, hateful Satoru. Your sweet face is the only good thing about you. But your sugary face doesn't touch me anymore, she said to herself and, frowning angrily, pressed closer to Marco. And yet, he looked at me. At Marco and me. He looked for a long time, questioningly. Candace closed her eyes and smiled painfully at herself. Why look for the elephant in the room? Just idle curiosity. Satoru sticks his nose into everything, he can't sit quietly on his ass. She grabbed her boyfriend's muscular shoulder and leaned her temple against him, seeking salvation and protection. But not from Satoru, but from herself. In 10 years, someone who has not posed a threat since the Heian era will awaken, two-faced Ryomen Sukuna, the seer continued. Chance will confront him with an ideal vessel, young men ignorant of the magic, who will inevitably become a living prison for ancient evil. Keeping Sukuna inside will be incredibly difficult, and his awakening will upset the fragile balance that we and our ancestors have maintained for hundreds of years. But it's not just Sukuna. Damned spirits of a new order will appear, smart, organized, playing their own game. Hunters seeking to remove the main obstacle in their path. Her meaningful gaze slid over the heads and settled on Satoru's face. The one who is now considered the strongest. Satoru laughed, pointed a finger at himself questioningly, and then smiled broadly and said, also. I have a problem. Worthy rivals, that's cool. I'll be happy to crush both Sukuna's bones and these super special level curses of yours, Satoru. Director Yaga, who was sitting in the next row, behind Gojo, hissed angrily. Metasebia narrowed her eyes, and then descended from the stage, silently floated up to Satoru and, bending over him, continued insinuatingly, do you think your strength is absolute, Satoru Gojo? A very convenient misconception. But it won't change what I saw. Trust me, these guys will find a way to trick you. And Two-Face will break it like a match. She snapped her fingers loudly and briefly looked around at those gathered. Even if your ending is predetermined, is it worth talking about the others? The seer's voice was drowned in the deathly silence that hung in the temple. The silence was not immediately interrupted by shocked sighs, followed by a wave of whispers. How is this even possible? The seer must have messed something up, she seems to have unclear visions. Yes, I heard it too. If Gojo is destined death, then what will happen to all of us? Let's listen to the rest of the prediction. Candace unconsciously shrank and tightly covered her ears with her palms. Please, that's enough, she mentally begged, please stop. Not caring about pride and anger, she looked at Satoru with horror. He didn't even change his position and looked mockingly at the seer over his glasses that had slipped down his nose. What nonsense, he summed up. He pursed his lips and whistled fervently, staring at the ceiling. Fool! Candace silently screamed. You won't even be 30 when you die. I'd like to hit you once to knock the stupidity and carelessness out of your head. A matte bright ray spilled through the window, cut through the space of the temple and cut in half the figure of the imposingly seated Satoru. A suffocating, barely contained panic was about to flare up. The buzzing was unbearable, as if someone had knocked over a hive with a stick, disturbing the sleepy bees. Everyone was tormented by a single question: had the thousand faces really arrived only to talk about the inevitable fall of the world? But there is a way out, the seer spoke again, and the alarming noise of voices died down in anticipation. One scenario that does not lead to defeat. I love happy endings. Satoru exclaimed with a naughty grin. It was impossible to say right away. Or was the dramatic pause needed to build up the ominous atmosphere? Yaga, calm down Gojo. Yoshinobu Gakuganji, the director of the Kyoto school, grumbled indignantly, shaking his gray goatee. Satoru, Principal Yaga addressed the student sternly, but condescendingly, it's also not easy for me from what I heard, but try to control yourself. The seer nodded to the director as a sign of gratitude and turned again to Satoru. Salvation will be a child born in a sacred union, from you, marked by heaven itself, and this girl who came from overseas. She turned around, extended an elegant hand, covered with gold, and pointed directly at Candace. What? Satoru burst into Homeric laughter. What other child, what sacred union? Under what sacred herbs did you come up with all this nonsense? Are you serious? Candace said, looking at the seer in confusion. Extremely, confirmed the seer. Only this child will have enough strength to resist Sukuna. But blood alone is not enough, so you and Mr. Gojo need to enter into a formal alliance. Your marriage will become a kind of magical pact, thanks to which the child will receive a power hitherto unseen in any of the magical births. And remember, time is short, the child must be conceived within the next 6 moons. This is not a request or an offer, but the only way. If you decide to deceive fate or resist, you will bring our destruction closer. You're crazy. Candace flushed and jumped up from the bench irritably. Let's get out of here, Marco, she ordered busily, let's go to the American embassy. This is simply unthinkable. Don't rush, Mrs. Jones, the seer called out to her, we have already settled this issue with the United States government. Are you really deciding the fate of her, in the Oval Office? Satoru exclaimed quietly, unable to resist sarcasm. Satoru, don't, Director Yaga sympathetically put his hand on his shoulder, cool down. Dissatisfied whispers swept through the rows. What are they discussing there for so long? Why is the girl being stubborn? It's also a drama for me, to become related to the Gojo clan, nobody asks her to fight, just spread her legs. Candace frowned and turned to where the humiliating retort came from, so push it apart yourself, she snapped. Listen, of course, I'm not marked by heaven itself or the mark of the victim, there, Marco intervened with a laugh, but is it really impossible to think of something for which Candace and I don't need Gojo? He cast a short, contemptuous glance at Satoru and looked back at the seer. No one asked you at all, young man, the director of Gakuganji, who approached the seer, interjected. Mistress Metasebia, we are wasting our time. I propose to give an ultimatum to Gojo and this girl, and that's it with the end. This is the most herbivorous method that could ever be invented. There is nothing to discuss here. Satoru arched his eyebrow in a mannered manner, letting out a cheeky laugh. An ultimatum? To me? Well, take a risk. The seer exhaled tiredly and turned to Satoru and Candace. Your protest is naive and funny as much as your feelings for each other are strong. It is unlikely that you are as outraged as you are trying to portray. Yes, I didn't. Candace's vision darkened with rage, but she understood that if she started to deny, she would only make the situation worse. "You have a wild imagination, Madam Seer," she said, having controlled her emotions. "I support," Satoru chimed in, standing next to Candace. The fabric of his uniform lightly touched her elbow, and the sweetest electric impulse ran through Satoru's body. "Candace can manage without your support," Marco said hostilely and put his arm around Candace's shoulder patronizingly, marking the territory. "Of course, a third-rate malady will protect her much better than a descendant of Sugawara who has 6 eyes and infinity," Satoru retorted arrogantly. "What a subtle remark. Of course, I can feel safe with you, because you are in no way capable of harming me," Candace said cruelly, looking from under her brows. "What a subtle remark, oh great Gojo." Satoru helplessly opened his mouth, becoming unusually vulnerable for a moment. "Ah," he said in a humble and painfully wounded tone, as if he felt a sudden. Candace felt hot and she stepped back in fear, grabbing Marco's hand. Dressed in a white yukata with large blue flowers, Xiaomi approached the seer, made a respectful bow and timidly spoke. "Lady Seer, I understand that you have come a long way to warn us all about the danger," she babbled. "I and all those present express our gratitude and deep respect to you. But let me ask, do we have the right to put the responsibility of saving the whole world on the shoulders of our children?" "You probably wanted to say, fragile shoulders," answered the seer. "Young Gojo is the ideal machine for fighting curses of any level, the strongest of the living. He is no longer a child. As is your daughter." "Just a machine for fighting curses," Candace repeated bitterly. "So this is who you are to all of them?" She gradually looked at Satoru, this stupid, narcissistic boy, ridiculously devouring huge ice cream cones, full of irrepressible energy and tactless jokes, this cruel boy who broke her heart, and a killing machine. "I wish I could hug this nasty and arrogant boy and hide him from the soulless and greedy world. No one will ever feel sorry for you." Before Candace's eyes, his bleeding forearm, which she naively tried to save with a handkerchief and antiseptic, was red. "Nobody in the whole world. Even yourself." She closed her eyes, angry at her softness. Why the hell does she feel sorry for him? Did he feel sorry for her when she gave him everything, all of herself? Was he merciful when he threw shoulder those merciless words? Lamentations rained down on Xiaomi from all sides. Even the voices of Mrs. and Mr. Gojo, who joined Xiaomi's remark, were lost in the seething hubbub. Vultures. Scared to death. Bats, ready to chew through concrete for their own skin. Candace was disgusted. She unconsciously grabbed herself by the shoulders and barely audibly squeaked, "Dad. If only he were here. He would never allow her to be pushed around, he would stand to the death for her freedom and right to choose." But Dad wasn't here. It had long been swallowed and ground by a magical meat grinder. And now this hungry monster has come for her. Behind her and Satoru. "The issue has been resolved," the seer categorically concluded. "Fulfill the prophecy, otherwise you will destroy yourself and all of us. I strongly advise you to hurry up and not interfere with fate. Otherwise, we won't have 10 years or even a year left." She turned around and walked towards the stage. "The meeting is over. Maybe it's not so bad. What if it's another one chance?" A sudden thought flew into Satoru's head, taking over his entire being, spreading through his body with a pleasant warmth, so that his fingertips tingled. Taking a deep breath, he held his breath and timidly looked at Candace, who was still standing next to him. Her sad eyes filled with moisture looked at him either with hatred or with compassion. Does she even know how to speak like a human being? What's with, "Don't interfere with fate," and, "Kill the backbreaker in 6 moons"? Satoru grimaced when the crowd poured out into the street and the temple was empty. "Okay, I added about the backbreaker myself." Only Director Yaga, Seer Metasebia, members of the Council of Elders and Candace and Marco remained in the hall. Satoru's parents and Ms. Jones were asked to wait outside. Even though her mother was childish and unable to fight back, without her, Candace finally felt lost and defenseless. She understood that Marco would not be able to protect her, he was too young and weak in front of the magical elite. Frankly speaking, even my father, if he were alive, would not have been able to resist the elders. But with him, Candace would feel the ground under her feet. You know that I can just snap my fingers, literally, and grind you all to dust. Gojo did not let up. Irresponsible, arrogant young man, Director Gakuganji said, smoothing his long beard, didn't your parents teach you manners? Satoru, cool down, Director Yaga said soothingly. Cool down, again. Satoru grinned sarcastically. Yes, I haven't boiled yet. Listen, Candace timidly intervened, don't you realize the stupidity of this plan? Let's throw it away. She closed her eyes and exhaled noisily. Let's put aside the fact that this is all the Middle Ages, let's even put aside the fact that it's simply immoral and inhumane. Tell me, what can a 10-year-old child do against Sukuna? We still have a lot of time left. Satoru again, as if by chance, stood next to Candace. We'll come up with something in 10 years. I am sure that the problem can be solved without breeding adventures. There is no other way to stop this catastrophe, said the seer. No matter what you do, you will die. Many of your comrades will fall, tens of thousands of no-majas will die, and the world will be plunged into chaos. To be honest, my intervention is a necessary measure. The seer approached Satoru's ear and angrily muttered through her teeth, I'm here because of your fault, stupid lying boy. Reflexively leaning away, Satoru deliberately rubbed his ear, closing one eye. Will you read the notations? I'm allergic to this, I'll tell you right away, he said with disgust, raising his head. His gaze slid over Candace's gloomy, tense profile. How ironic, huh, sweetie? Don't you find it? Ha! Among all the people and magicians, is it really you? Are you and I? I can't understand why marriage is needed. What kind of pact is so wonderful, and why exactly 6 months remain? That was the vision, Mr. Gojo. Fate only suggests conditions and gives tools, it rarely explains. I am just a conductor of her will. And I know for sure that your and Candace's child will be strong enough to defeat Sukuna. Even despite his age. Your fate is such that it doesn't see a problem in making me an incubator, Candace spat, moving forward militantly towards the seer. Shoo! Marco grabbed Candace's shoulders and pulled her towards him. No need, baby. And it seems to me, turning out of Marco's hands, Candace continued, that you don't tell half of what you know. Exactly, Satoru cut in, she's clearly not finishing her sentence. He extended his index and middle fingers folded together, above which a light began to glow. I can make him talk, eyes flashing furiously, Candace grabbed him by the sleeve and pulled him to the side. What the hell are you doing? I can do without your lousy help, you're only making things worse. Always. You turn everything you touch into, Gojo. Candy, I'm actually trying to protect both of us here. I'm on your side. Marco suddenly came up, stood between him and Candace, arched his chest like a cartwheel and pushed Satoru away. She seemed to say in Japanese. That you should, off. You better not make me angry, Satoru replied, his mouth stretching into a cheeky smile. I sneezed at how tough and strong you are. You are so proud, as if the vaunted infinity is your merit, but in reality you just won a golden ticket in the genetic lottery. And anyway, Marco stretched out his powerful neck, and his long, big nose touched Satoru's upturned nose. You are nothing without your infinity. The technique of a coward who is afraid that he will be hit hard in close combat. That's enough, Director Yaga intervened and pulled them both apart. Gojo, Santoro, what kind of hormonal show is this? We found the time and place. This is our business, Satoru said, ignoring the director, looking at Marco with a grin. Missed it? Candace resolutely approached Satoru, stared at him with incomprehension and anger, and said in a split voice, stop it immediately. Don't act like you and I are on the same page. She grabbed the fabric of his uniform on his chest, pulled him towards her and added so quietly that he alone could hear, you broke my heart, you idiot. I hate you, Satoru. Yes, I would rather dance on your grave than accept help from you. She said it in her heart, without thinking, without cooling down. Why did you blurt out about the grave? Candace lamented to herself. How could it be? You can't call on death, that's all it does. Waiting. Well, forgive me, you fool. I'm just pretending, not seriously. Please don't die. I hate you and would pull out all your hair, it's true. Just don't die. Well, Satoru said as he exhaled, looked into her eyes and winked, the main thing is that your dance should be to a cool beat, sweetie, otherwise it's not worth it. Should she cry or kill the idiot with her own hands so that he stops talking such nonsense? You're a fool, Satoru, Candace answered, forcing out a grin and letting go of the fabric of his jacket. Marco grabbed her shoulder with a hand riddled with scratches and broken knuckles and pulled Candace towards him. Attracted me jealously. Satoru noticed this. If you're nervous, it means there's something to worry about. You're in the position of a weakling, Marco. You won't succeed, Candace muttered. I won't marry your Gojo. And I won't give birth to children from him either. She turned her tired gaze to Marco and muttered pitifully, get me out of here quickly. He hugged her tighter and led her to the exit. What a beautiful lie in its artlessness. The seer said barely audibly and grinned condescendingly, like a parent at the prank of a frolicking child. You can't escape fate, you fool. Frowning, Satoru cast a contemptuous glance towards the seer. Does it really amuse you that she and I have to dance to your tune? The seer gracefully turned her long neck, stared at him questioningly, and then answered, no, Mr. Gojo, that's not what amuses me. She lifted the hem of her long outfit and walked outside, making it impossible for Satoru to continue asking questions. The evening smoldering. Sun rolled across the tree trunks and sports field of the Tokyo Magic College. The pink-blue sky with smeared white clouds resembled dyed cotton candy. Satoru, furiously banging the basketball on the ground, occasionally glanced up at the bizarre patterns that looked like a dream. Was he angry? Oh yes. He was definitely beside himself with rage, and aimlessly shooting the ball into the basket did little to calm his frayed nerves. Satoru was angry. But besides anger, there was something else, an amazing uplift of spirit, spreading warmth through the tense muscles. Either you are trying to tear the ball, or punch a hole in the rubber surface of the court. Turning around, he saw Director Yaga clumsily stomping around the lawn. As you like, Satoru responded, sending the ball into the basket with a deft leap. I understand, you're angry and you have every right to be, okay? Satoru finally got distracted. Wow, at least I have the right to something. The director looked guiltily at his feet, and then he raised his head and nodded towards the benches. Let's go and talk, he said softly. On the narrow, squat bench, the hefty Masamichi Yaga hunched over looked almost comical. He leisurely took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket. Do you mind? For the sake of formal decency, he asked Satoru and lit a cigarette. Sit down, why are you looking like an owl? Satoru landed on the bench in a slouchy manner and rested the ankle of one leg on the knee of the other. I know what you will say, blah blah, you are a magician, and you must, blah blah, the seer is so respected, blah blah, your duty is to save us all. Only without the blah blah, Yaga answered sternly. Satoru instinctively took the appropriate pose, hearing the dissatisfaction in the teacher's voice. Don't you think this is barbaric? But what's more infuriating is that a bunch of frightened old men, led by an arrogantly sarcastic aunt, decided to save their worthless skins at the expense of other people's freedom. I don't like all this either, and I would prefer to find another solution, but this is the most painless and the most true. May I ask a personal question? Satoru asked unexpectedly. Yaga was embarrassed by the suddenness of the request, but still nodded approvingly. Try it. You were married, teacher. I know that something didn't work out between you and Mrs. Yaga, and you got divorced, but you once made the decision to marry this woman, didn't you? Satoru exclaimed with youthful fervor. Surely you were then already quite an adult and an accomplished magician, who decided in the back of his mind that one day a family and a child could fit into your busy schedule. You must have understood that you were experiencing at least a very deep feeling and did not want to part with this woman. You made the decision to get married on your own. I want that too. He blurted out. To tell the truth, marriage and dirty diapers don't fit into my plans for the future at all. Least for now. Yaga was silent and did not object. And how can you object to this? The tense profile of the teacher was drowned in muddy wisps of smoke, the rustling of leaves mixed with the hiss of a cigarette. It's all very serious, Satoru, he said as he exhaled after a long silence. The prophecy must be fulfilled on time, otherwise, how should I put it more correctly? Yaga put out his cigarette on the leg of the bench and put the cigarette butt in his pocket. Otherwise the fabric of existence will begin to crack at the seams. The balance of power will be disrupted, and more high-level curses will fall on us than you can even imagine. You won't get out of missions, even, he was embarrassed for a moment, but still continued, even a savior will have no time to conceive. And everyone will forget about sleep and rest. The seer said so. Satoru made an incredulous grimace. She saw it. Yaga took out a new cigarette. But did not light it. We can say that she lives in all possible timelines and, at once. More precisely, her consciousness is not her body, of course. The seer sees the consequences of all human decisions, and therefore can help choose the right path. Do you want to say that you believe in predestination? Like, where nothing are we deciding because everything has already been decided for us a long time ago? That we are weak-willed dummies in the hands of conditional fate? I think if this were so, there would be no need for the seer. Then why should I or Candace obey her idiotic prophecy? Who decided that she knew the only correct path? The seer has been living in this world for a very long time, everyone knows, so let her sit in the museum, since she is so ancient. Satoru flared up. Ancient relics belong behind glass. Satoru jumped up from the bench and, putting his hands in his trouser pockets, quickly walked towards the dormitory building. Traitor, he spat angrily to himself, slamming the front door. Maybe you'll still answer your mother. She's probably worried. Candace sat on the balcony in an easy chair, phlegmatically sipping the low-alcohol beer Marco had bought, and looking wearily at the busy street. Concerned, Marco crossed the threshold of the balcony and persistently handed her the phone. That's not why I asked Takashi to pay for a separate apartment, Candace responded with dissatisfaction, pursing her lips. He'll also start trying to persuade you to marry this cretin. He, in her opinion, is the ideal match. Yes, yours. She waved her hand unsuccessfully and wet herself. Shamans, no matter how much I fence myself off from this world and my origin, it's all to no avail. First this magic machine crushed my father, now it's taken over me. She pulled her legs up and began nervously picking at the label on the neck of the bottle with her thumb. Gojo is right about one damn thing, the magical elite are entirely cowards, hypocrites and sadists. Let's run away. Marco suddenly suggested, sitting down opposite him and resting his powerful palm on his fleshy thigh. I have a friend at the airport, maybe he can help me with tickets, don't be ridiculous. Do you want to escape from the magicians? I'm glad you're willing to take risks. Candace leaned forward and gently stroked his cheekbones. But, Marco, you know better than I how unrealistic this is. So, are we going to sit back and wait until they forcefully put you under Gojo? Well, you still have to manage to put someone under Gojo by force. Candace rightly noted. But they're unlikely to leave me alone now, you're right. Will Gojo resist? What are you talking about? I didn't notice that he was so opposed to you. Against the old, of course. But I don't think he will miss the opportunity to be in the same bed with you. Again, Marco clenched his jaw and, taking a deep breath of the evening coolness, looked out into the street. Only Gojo knows what's on Gojo's mind, Candace answered gloomily, tearing off the unfortunate label with force. But he definitely wasn't worried about me, believe me. He is only concerned about his own incomparable person. The hated Gojo treacherously burst into her thoughts and winked with disarming charm, adjusted his glasses and playfully raised his sharp nose. Candace curled into a ball, pulling her knees closer to her stomach. Are you cold? Marco asked carefully. Let me go get a blanket. He rose from his chair, but Candace grabbed his index finger in fear. No, I'm fine, she muttered. I'm not cold. Nothing, tired. Yes, Probably. Candace nodded quickly, diligently convincing herself that she was tired. Exhausting day. Marco sat back down and, after thinking about something for half a minute, asked, "What about Mr. Takashi? He seems to be a guy with money and connections, won't he help?" "You can try." Candace shrugged. "But I'm more than sure that he's also a dead-end option. I'm not giving up the fight, am I?" She asked herself in fear. What kind of pessimistic attitude? I won't know until I try. Although, am I really that naive? Like damn Gojo. It's like I'm trapped, it's about to slam shut if you don't get the timing right. The phone in her hands made a vibrating DZZYY, and Candace reflexively shuddered. She unlocked the phone and opened her mouth in amazement. Satoru sent an SMS. She clutched the phone in her palm and pressed it to her chest, as if she was afraid that Marco would somehow see. "Do you mind if I wander around under the house alone for a bit? I want to clear my head." There was an unhealthy animation in Candace's voice that did not escape Marco's attention. He squinted, trying to understand what was on Candace's mind, but then mentally stopped himself. What kind of nonsense? She's tired and wants to be alone, and here you are imagining all sorts of things. Marco didn't even want to tell himself what such nonsense and stuff were, even though he was clearly aware of what feelings and fears were hidden behind these empty words. "Why should I be against it?" he said with deliberate simplicity. "I am not the seer or the elders to control you, little one." Candace jumped out of her chair and smacked her lips Marco in the forehead and went to change clothes. Unconsciously, she touched up her lips and casually erased the black marks of mascara under her eyes. She put on a clean white top, the usual denim shorts, threw a black chunky knit cardigan over her shoulders and, somehow slipping into sneakers, ran out into the street. There was a coolness in the air, but the asphalt still exuded warmth. The bittersweet aroma of the cherry blossoms that grew across the road hit the nostrils, and Candace's head felt like cotton wool from the refreshing hops. With trembling fingers, she unlocked the keyboard again and opened the message, "Sweetie, call as soon as you can. There is a conversation." Late evening enveloped Ueno Park, dissolving the bustle of the day into the deepening twilight. Candace hurriedly walked along the deserted path along the western shore of Shinabazu Pond, where the water already seemed like an inky surface. She did not immediately find Satoru. He, with his head up, was sitting relaxed on a wooden bench with carved metal legs, under a lush pink cloud of cherry blossoms, right next to the water. As she approached, Candace heard him whistling out of boredom and clicked her tongue in irritation. "Why not in Central Park right away?" she asked in a passive-aggressive manner, resting her palms on the back of the bench and hovering over Satoru's face. He fell silent with his lips pursed, and then whistled contentedly, and his wide mouth slowly spread into a blissful, mischievous smile. "Couldn't you find a closer place? I spent a quarter of an hour sawing here." The moonlight was reflected in the dark funnels of her angry eyes, looking displeasedly from under the arch of thin, frowning eyebrows. The wind shook the honey threads of her caramel-smelling hair, and Satoru held his breath for a moment. He slowly raised his hand, lowered his glasses down his nose and touched the ends of her hair with his fingers. "I'm glad to see you too, sweetie." He shook the soft strand with his index finger. "Did you cut your hair? They were longer. Shall we discuss haircuts?" Candace's patience was running out. "Invariably beach," Satoru drawled. Frowning even more, Candace approached his face and insinuatingly rapped out, "I'll knock you on the stupid head and go home, understand? And you can whistle here all night long. Then sit down." Satoru nodded friendlily to the empty part of the bench. "I'll wait," Candace responded meaningfully, straightened up and crossed her arms over her chest. "Well, okay," Satoru said without changing his tone, stood up and took a few steps towards the reservoir, stopping at the squat iron fence. "It's been a crazy day, huh?" He let out a chuckle. "More like absurd." "Well, yes." Satoru pushed his glasses back higher and put his hands in his trouser pockets. "Why did I call?" He got down to business. "If we want to defend our independence, we will have to work together." "What do you mean?" "We have to announce our engagement," he said, his head provocatively to his shoulder. Candace rolled her eyes and turned around nervously. I'm leaving, hey, hey. Satoru rushed after her and grabbed her wrist. Don't touch me. Candace flared up, pulling out the brush. Is this what you called me for, to mock me? Go to hell with your stupid jokes, Gojo. Yes, I didn't. He stopped grinning and exhaled long. Maybe you'll listen to the end? Candace pursed her lips, grabbed herself defenselessly by the shoulders and turned her head towards the pond. The distant lights of night Tokyo, the splash of water and the mesmerizing outlines of the dome of the ancient Bentendo temple on the opposite bank calmed her frayed nerves a little, and she timidly glanced at Satoru. Speak, Candace muttered. I'm not kidding, we need to announce our engagement, he repeated insistently. Let's lull their vigilance. They say, okay, they agree, but give them time to get used to it, get to know each other better and blah blah blah. He spoke with deliberate mannerisms, excessively emphasizing universal fatigue. Like, we want to do everything decently. Let the relatives prepare for the wedding celebration, gather for get-togethers and discuss which clan will get the backbone. This will help us gain time. Time for what? Candace asked, still looking incredulously from under her furrowed eyebrows. Let's look for a way to avoid the prophecy and please the old cowardly goats with the Ethiopian clavilaguna. And you already know where to start, I assume. Not exactly, but there are some thoughts. First, of course, you will have to delve into the college library and better ask the teacher about this seer. You also noticed that it was getting dark. It was hard not to notice. I want to understand what she's not saying. And she also said such a strange phrase in my ear. Satoru scratched the back of his head. Supposedly it's my fault that she's here. I didn't understand a damn thing, to be honest, haha. Okay, she responded dryly. Candace, we'll do it your way. But I'll go to the library with you. I myself am curious what this pompous heron is hiding. Just keep in mind, sweetie, that in public you will have to be good boys. I myself am disgusted by this, but if we want to get rid of unnecessary surveillance and pressure, it's better not to shine too much. And yet, you will have to attend all sorts of pre-wedding events from time to time. What other events? Meeting family and all that. Formalities, in short. I'll try to overcome the nausea from your presence, Candace said venomously, hoping to properly. Satoru. So, we agreed. He sang playfully, holding out his hand to her. Candace hesitantly pressed her clenched fist to her chest, looking at Satoru's outstretched hand, and then timidly but firmly squeezed his hot palm in her own, chilled one. Are you nervous? Satoru asked quietly, watching as Candace enthusiastically bit the hangnail on her thumb and alternately picked at the black polish on her nail. No, I'm hungry, she joked in a serious tone, without raising her eyes. Satoru let out a muffled snort, and then put his hands in his trouser pockets, raised his head and watched the glare of the sun cutting through the twilight of the meeting temple. He closed his eyelids, and a smile of peace touched his lips. Even though she and Candace were silent and didn't talk about anything, Satoru heard her anxious breathing, felt the sweet aroma of banana shampoo and for the first time in 6 months felt true happiness. Yeah, he's not looking. Candace seized the moment and secretly admired the long soft shadows that lay under Satoru's snowy eyelashes, which glowed white in the rays of the gentle light. A mischievous little devil in the guise of an angel. It was so. With you. I thought you would be just as silly and touching in bed. And you trampled me. And now you pretend to be naive simpleton, you make your jokes, as if nothing happened. Not a word of regret, not a hint of a desire to even just apologize. It was and was, right, Satoru? She smiled painfully, swallowed the sobs that were choking her throat, and stared at her bare knees. Taking a deep breath of Candace's banana scent and the warm spice of the temple, Satoru looked at the sad honeyed crown. What is Sweetie thinking about right now, at this very second? I wish I could ask. I wish I could sit next to you with the same carelessness and unceremoniousness, press against a tanned shoulder and feel how my legs are shaking, and all decent thoughts disappear from my head. I wish I could fall on timid lips, embarrass her with a shameless kiss and stain my mouth with dark burgundy lipstick. Perhaps to hell with this whole plan. Then you won't have to. Ask if I can. Satoru closed his eyes in fear, stopping breathing. He did not dare to continue the seditious vile thought even to himself. Coward technique, Marco's words popped into his head and stung painfully. Is he really a coward? The coward who always uses the vaunted infinity, keeps an emotional distance from everyone, not excluding those he loves. A coward that you can only endlessly strive for, but never touch. A mask of a mischievous simpleton and a heart under lock and key as a shield and a striking sword. It turns out that a third-rate weakling has killed the strongest magician of our time. No way. Taking his hands out of his pockets, Satoru stepped towards Candace, but the noisy doors opened stopped him halfway. I hope they gathered us because they came to their senses, and not for the sake of another childish prank, came the voice of the seer, who lifted the hem of her luxurious emerald dress and quickened her pace. Following her, directors Yaga and Gakuganji, Siomi Jones, Kenji and Natsumi Gojo appeared, next to whom walked two representatives of the Council of Elders. Satoru immediately became more dignified and pulled his glasses higher, and Candace stood next to him, hiding her hand with a bitten hangnail behind her back. Satoru tried to take her hand, but she twisted her hand out of his palms and took half a step to the side. Mistress Metasebia, let's not make hasty conclusions, Director Yaga addressed the seer. No, normal conclusions. Satoru hastened to assure and laughed stupidly. Candace looked at his cheerful face and shook her head. In that case, please us, Mr. Gojo, and tell us what we all want to hear, Metasebia said with ironic friendliness and smiled coldly. Well, we're, like, this, suddenly embarrassed, Satoru scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. We agree to fulfill your stupid prophecy, Candace said firmly. And they called you to announce their engagement, Satoru added, plucking up courage. Great, Metasebia replied. Then there's no point in postponing. She turned to the rest of the crowd. I think the wedding can be arranged next week. The sooner they share a common bed, the better. Hey, lady, take it easy on the turns. Satoru interrupted her. How do you mean, next week? But what about get used to it, get to know your relatives? He was indignant. And what kind of wedding are you going to organize in a week? Since they are going to forcefully copulate us, then at least it can be done humanely, eh? Satoru, I urge you to show respect to Lady Metasebia, Director Yaga intervened. If I could hit him with a stick for disobedience, like in my time, I would have thought 100 times before yelling at my elders, grumbled Director Gakuganji. Mistress Metasebia, Director Yaga said unusually softly, I understand how important and urgent the fulfillment of the prophecy is, but let's listen to the wishes of Satoru and Candace. He leaned slightly towards her ear and added in a whisper. Excuse me, but who will stress help in such a delicate matter? Metasebia thoughtfully put her folded fingers to her mouth. You're right, she answered unexpectedly. Mr. Gojo's words make sense. Please excuse me for some haste and tactlessness. She bowed shallowly toward Satoru and Candace. I hope 2 months is enough. That's very little, Candace muttered. We don't agree with less than 3. Is it true? She looked at Satoru. How will you manage to conceive a child in the remaining 3 months? Metasebia did not let up. Oh my God, Candace irritably put her palm to her forehead. I'm only 17, if you sneeze on me without a rubber band, I'll already get pregnant. Satoru couldn't help himself and, with a loud burst of laughter, burst out laughing. Candace! Siomi shouted, blushing deeply. Like a savage, honestly, she muttered and nervously fiddled with the edge of the collar of her yukata. You're all like your father, Natsumi Gojo whispered into Siomi's ear with a smile. And beautiful I added admiringly. Kenji, tell me, the girl looks like Rick, right? She turned to her husband just as quietly. Candace widened her eyes in amazement, hearing snatches of Mrs. Gojo's phrases, and looked questioningly at Satoru, but he quietly shrugged his shoulders in response. 2, insisted Metasebia, and not a month more. Pull, it's impossible, otherwise high-level curses will begin to break into our world in huge numbers, and Sukuna will take possession of his ideal vessel ahead of time, because he was born several years ago. So, maybe we better find the boy," suggested Satoru. "Don't say you didn't see him in your visions. Or whatever you call them. I've seen a similar scenario, and it's a dead end. Understand, the point is no longer that you will die at 29 and the world will be swallowed up by chaos. The fact is that fate sent me a prophecy with a solution to the problem, which means that it must be fulfilled. Otherwise, we will all answer for disobedience to fate." Satoru was about to open his mouth, but Candace shushed him, and he obediently froze. "We understand," she said with ostentatious humility. "Two is two." Candace made a low bow towards all the elders, and then grabbed Satoru's hand and pulled him towards her. "Sorry, but it's time for us to discuss all sorts of wedding matters, the dress, the rings, the cake and all this wedding stuff," choked up she muttered and led Satoru along to the exit. "How did she take it into circulation?" Mr. Gojo was heard whispering behind them. Candace, red from ears to toes, was ready to fall through the ground, and Satoru whined boyishly into the back of her head, "You didn't take me into any kind of turn, who else took who?" They went outside and Candace turned sharply to Satoru. "Shut up, Gojo," she hissed. "We'd better go to the library quickly before they catch up with us, huh?" added more friendly. Satoru became quiet, straightened his glasses that had slipped down and smiled with one corner of his lip, "Okie dokie, candy." He put his hands in his pockets and nodded to the side. "Let's go there." They meandered along the winding paths of the Japanese garden, which separated the academic buildings from the storage of cursed objects and the library wing. White-winged butterflies fluttered in the sultry haze, heated sakura flowers exuded a refreshing sweetness. Young blades of grass tickled Candace's exposed ankles, causing her to alternately stop and scratch herself, and along with her, Satoru slowed down and waited patiently. "Why was your mother chatting with mine like a friend?" She asked the question that had been tormenting her all the way. "They are both from Kyoto, they lived on neighboring streets." "Mom said so," Satoru answered, patting the damp top of his head. "Why were you telling your mother about me, Gojo?" Candace burst out loudly. "Yes, I don't," he interrupted for a moment, confused by her question. "I just asked if she knew Ms. Saomi Jones." "There was no talk about you," he lied and didn't blush. "Really, why discuss boring girls with boring dreams with your mother?" Candace said sarcastically. She rolled her lip here, "You rootless simpleton." "Listen, Candy, no." She interrupted. "I don't want to listen to those pathetic excuses and those humiliating words again. It was a waste of time, it wasn't worth it." Candace mentally scolded herself for her lack of restraint and took a deep breath. "You're a piece of, Satoru, but it's not your fault that we're forced to communicate again. Hurry up, you need to get it back soon. Control over the situation. And over your own emotions. Okay, you know what? To hell with the past and that shameful lack of, let's get rid of the prophecy and go about our own business. Are we going to run away? Where are you going to run from me, sweetie?" Satoru thought with fear. One thing was pleasing. Under the lenses of his glasses his confused, stupidly naive look was not visible. Candace overtook him and quickly walked forward along the path. "You're not boring." "Not boring, not boring." "Well, where are you in such a hurry? Do you want to get rid of me as quickly as possible?" And Candace had already crossed the rest of the garden, flew up the stone steps to the porch of the library building and went inside. Satoru rushed up the stairs after her as if he was about to jump into the carriage of a departing train. Bam! The swinging front door hit him square in the forehead, even technology couldn't save him. Satoru hit his butt painfully on the porch and painfully pressed palm to forehead. He didn't care about the pain, he didn't care about the technique that didn't work, the blow to his pride was much more painful. Like a fool in love, Satoru lamented, holding his dusty glasses by the temple, which miraculously did not crack from the impact. "That is, not in the sense that I'm specifically in love," he justified himself to himself, "but in the sense that I'm like a fool. Not in the sense that I'm an idiot, but just kind of absent-minded today. Well, that is. No. Absent-minded idiot. Satoru laughed, hoping to protect himself from the overabundance of complex emotions and feelings. He stood up, dusted off his trousers, put on his glasses and a carefree grin and walked into the hall. Where did you run away? As soon as he saw Candace, Satoru shouted to the other end of the corridor and a moment later found himself nearby. Don't shout. Candace busily put her index finger to his lips. We're in the library after all, Satoru, behave yourself. He hung over her, not breathing, and peered into her eyes, full of forgotten playful sparkles. Yes, I'll kiss you now, yes, now. I'll kiss you. I'll kiss you and kiss you, you bad girl. Knock knock, knock knock. Hammers were pounding in my temples, my damned heart was fluttering desperately in my chest, my legs were shaking, and my lower abdomen was blazing. I wanted to say, he began quietly and firmly, that I don't think you're boring, Candy. I never counted. Where can I start? Candace asked, ignoring his remark, and turned towards the central hall. And I would also like to understand what exactly to look for. We have a name, so we'll look for any mention of Metacebia. Yaga called her thousand-faced, and also said that she was from Ethiopia and had been living in the world for a very long time. Apparently, by very long ago, he meant more than 100 years, so he didn't deny it when I called it an ancient relic. Do you even roughly understand where all this ancient stuff is located? Certainly. Satoru answered, proudly sticking his wide chest forward. I've spent dozens, if not hundreds of hours here searching for information about my abilities. The last owner of Infinity and Six Eyes lived more than 400 years ago, so I had to piece together the lost knowledge about my techniques. We can start in the same place where you looked for records about your ancestor. What do you say? Okay, Satoru smiled softly. I think that makes sense. Emboldened, he took Candace's hand, and this time she did not resist, but silently followed him. We crossed the central hall, turned left, climbed a narrow stone staircase and found ourselves in a small but light-filled room, which could be described in one word, asceticism. 2 tables, 2 chairs and dense rows of simply put-together shelves, filled with a myriad of books, stacks of washi and a separate rack for old newspapers and magazines. Candace exhaled noisily and put her hands on her hips. I'm embarrassed to ask, but does this magnificence have any order? Well, in theory, Satoru answered, scratching the back of his head. The closer to the exit, the more modern it is. He snapped his fingers and pointed behind him. There are newspapers there, if I'm not confusing anything. Amazing, muttered Candace. Look for a needle in a haystack, but first find the haystack. If you have a better offer, then I'm all yours, said Satoru. I advise you to start with newspapers. He cheerfully exclaimed, rubbing his palms. It's certainly more fun than the dull ancient texts, which you can hardly read anyway without a dictionary and selected American profanity. What a gentleman you are, I just started to flow, Candace said, theatrically hitting her chest with her fist. I'm sure we'll make a great team, sweetie. Satoru lowered his glasses and winked at her. Yeah, it's just a dream team, Candace retorted and went to the rack with newspapers. For the first few hours, both Satoru and Candace were full of determination and enthusiasm, carefully checking everything they could get their hands on. It seemed that just a little more, and something would definitely turn up. It couldn't help but turn up. But then 3 hours passed, followed by 3 more, and Gojo and Candace found themselves overwhelmed, exhausted, terribly hungry and empty-handed. Burying himself with another tome, Satoru found himself unable to even whimper. He felt responsible for Candace's mood. If I were with Suguru, I would have tired him long ago with my whining and complaints. He would hardly have been disappointed in me. He knew that I was a dunce. But if I let Candy down, if I let him down again, I'll completely fall in her eyes. Rust. There was a rustling sound above his ear, and a warm label touched his cheek. Satoru, who was sitting on the floor, turned around and saw Candace holding out 2 large chocolate bars and a can of cola. Hungry, I suppose, she said with deliberate coldness. Did you run to the machine gun? Satoru asked with a smile. Thank you, Candy. He added, turning up his sharp nose. I thought I would go deaf from the rumbling in my stomach, Candace muttered in a pained voice and, crossing her legs cross-legged, sat down opposite her. Any progress? She opened a packet of cheese chips and stuck a hefty handful into her mouth. Not. Satoru made a grimace. Goliath. And you? The same. Satoru opened the bar and took a greedy bite. Half of it at once and, without really chewing, swallowed it. I wish I could wrap up those French fries and a milkshake of yours now, he drawled. It really turned out delicious. Then let's go eat when we're done, Candace responded, removing a piece of chip stuck in her teeth with her tongue. Otherwise, snacks with soda make my stomach, if not sick, then definitely twisted. Will everything be okay with potatoes and a? Don't be smart, you idiot. Candace gave him a light slap, and then got up from the floor and dusted off her palms. Okay, I'll go on suffering. Inexorable time fled like sand through your fingers. The scarlet rays of the setting sun flowing down the walls onto the parquet floor made me sad and anxious. Satoru still came across a few fragmentary mentions of Metacebia, inspired, he immediately ran to Candace, without even finishing reading the text he came across. However, all the information discovered turned out to be useless, there was nothing to cling to. Satoru. Candace called out to him impatiently. Satoru, come here. He lazily turned behind the shelf and looked at Candace for a moment. She was sitting on the edge of the table, holding a huge folder with a pile of filed newspapers on her knees, and seemed to be bathed in the purple sunset light. Satoru approached, paused between her spread-out knees, carefully placed his arms around Candace on both sides, and curiously bowed his head to the open newspaper. He drawled drunkenly, inhaling the banana scent of her hair, mixed with the warm, intoxicating scent of her skin. About an hour and a half ago, you read out the memoirs of a magician who, in 1880, traveled to South America and boasted that in Rio de Janeiro he had the honor of seeing the seer Metacebia herself, and that's all. Do you remember? Candace raised her head and the fluffy top of her head turned white in front of her. Maybe you'll look at me. Are you listening at all, Gojo? She asked grumpily. Satoru looked at her and whispered hoarsely, I. I'm here, speak up. Remember, you read to me. She repeated with a hint of irritation. Candace. I read it, but there was nothing there that we didn't already know. Apart from verbally, this lady's heels, I didn't remember anything from there. Please find this text. And it's better to do it quickly. Candace nervously twitched her leg. Satoru leaned forward, his chest pressing against hers. She would have moved, pulled back, but Candace, who had not expected the sudden closeness, seemed petrified. Satoru pressed himself almost closely to her, and then abruptly returned to the opposite position. With a book in his hands, he took it out from behind Candace's back. Why look for something? He asked with a naughty grin. I didn't take anything potentially useful anywhere. Candace blinked her bulging eyes and did not breathe. Swallowing the painful lump, she tried to breathe normally and quietly. Do you remember how he said that he was at a meeting of the local council of elders, which was interrupted by a strange drunk guy? Yeah. Satoru opened the required passage of the magician's memories and ran his eyes over the lines. Yes, it's just their local city crazy, judging by according to the text. He pointed at Metacebia and yelled that she was a weak-willed, who dances to someone else's tune, and that you'll all die anyway. Having finished reading, he cackled loudly. Nonsense. This is nonsense, but look here, the newspaper dated September 5, 2003, issue. Do you know Portuguese? Satoru asked with admiration. Just a little, Candace shook her outstretched fingers, emphasizing uncertainty. A polyglot friend taught me a little bit so that I could at least somehow understand the songs I danced to. Wow. What kind of friend? Satoru asked with genuine interest. Let's do it later, okay? Candace pursed her lips and cooled his fuse. There are also other people's notes in the margins, in Japanese, by the way. She brought the newspaper to her face. Only chicken handwriting, nothing is clear. Give it here. Satoru grabbed the newspaper and, squinting, took a closer look. It looks like a teacher's scribbles. Apparently, he brought this number from Rio. And look what's here. It looks like an ordinary note from a journalist who talks about the events in the city over the past week, but he writes about a costume ball with foreign guests, which he broke into, attention. A local tramp and got into an altercation with the hostess of the evening. Look at the photo of this mistress. Candace turned the newspaper to Satoru. This is the seer. And behind her, do you recognize? Teacher Yaga, Agas. She mimicked Satoru. It turns out that this guy lived 120 years ago and, is still alive to this day. Satoru let out a victorious chuckle. Do you think he's a magician? I don't know, I didn't fully grasp the meaning, but then the journalist seems to write that the tramp is a local celebrity, he shows passers-by magic tricks and predicts the future. Whether something will come true for them is a million-dollar question, but it's better to enter the text into a translator and search the internet about this tramp. What if he is somehow connected with Metasebia? I got the strong impression that there was a long-standing enmity between them. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Satoru summed up contentedly, smiling from ear to ear. Point. By the way, I can do the teacher's scribbles myself, MMM. I didn't finish reading, Candace interrupted, covering Satoru's mouth with her hand. Here the streets are indicated where the tramp is seen most often. And, she looked closer at the unfamiliar word. Satoru stood motionless, captivated by her palm, and barely stretched his lips, kissing the damp, salty skin. He became emboldened, carefully stuck out the tip of his tongue, the hollow line, and almost rolled his eyes with pleasure. The perfect crime. Okay, Candace said, removing her hand from Satoru's mouth, this library, I'll soon develop claustrophobia because of it. Let's go and eat. The day is flushed down the toilet, I skipped school, my homework wasn't done, and there's so much algebra in there that you could turn into numbers. Candy, breathe. Gojo interrupted her. Let me solve algebra, okay? He bowed his head to his shoulder and smiled good-naturedly. Like before, when you came and hung out with Reiko after class. Well, come on, Candace answered without thinking. At least you're of some use. She got off the table, lightly pushed Satoru away with her hip, took the documents she found and turned to leave. After stopping by the temple to pick up their backpacks, Satoru and Candace went to the train station, and after a short trip they found themselves in the center of Tokyo, in Shinjuku. I know where we'll go. Satoru whispered in Candace's ear, with the same fervor he grabbed her hand, tightly, with no chance of getting free, and brought her to a cozy cafe, stylized as American diners of the 50s and 60s. Red leather corner sofas resembled the interior of a vintage car, checkerboard floors, swivel bar stools at the order counter and pin-up posters on the walls. Looking around, Candace chuckled approvingly and nodded towards the free table by the window. Satoru made an order, after which he sat down opposite Candace and stared at her with burning eyes. What's next, partner? He sang playfully, mechanically leaning forward. I hope we'll eat, Candace answered, resting her head on her palm. Satoru let out a sigh. Disappointment and stretched his arms across the table. Candy in. I deliberately provoked her, made her emotional. She looked around the snowy top and for some reason did not find any anger or irritation inside her. Candace stopped propping up her head, timidly stretched and moved the fluffy ends of Sator's hair with her fingertips. An ordinary whim. She will forgive herself for this fleeting weakness. Candace removed her brush and clasped her hands. Tired? She asked quietly. Aha, Satoru whined, tired of pretending to be invincible and feeling that right now he could afford it. A waitress in a baby blue short dress placed 2 plates of food on the table, a tall glass of milkshake topped with strawberries for Satoru, and a cup of black coffee for Candace. Then she bowed politely and went to the next table. Black, like a moonless midnight, Candace drawled and smiled. What? So said the main character of the TV series Twin Peaks. He loved coffee, black as a moonless midnight. In the series, the same waitresses worked in a roadside cafe with checkered floors, and there was also the mystical atmosphere of provincial America and the mysterious murder of the high school queen, Candace explained, perking up. When I was little, I dreamed, like a heroine named Audrey, to go on dangerous adventures with an FBI special agent. When I was a kid, I wanted a Pokemon, Satoru responded, Psyduck the duck. They looked at each other and simultaneously burst into laughter. And why am I not surprised that it was Psyduck? After laughing, Candace took a long sip of coffee and became serious again. Okay, we're not having friendly gatherings, so let's get down to business. Prophecy, serious lady. Candace clicked her tongue, but managed to overcome her dissatisfaction. In an amicable way, we should fly to Rio de Janeiro and find our tramp. There is no guarantee that he is still alive and has not died from food poisoning, and there is no guarantee that he will be useful. But right now he's the only lead. I would like to understand where to get so much money for a ticket. About this don't worry, we'll find the money. Where? Candace let out a skeptical laugh. Shall we rob the bank? Yes, I'll take it off the bill, Satoru replied, putting a spoonful of whipped cream into his mouth. Can you just spend money on tickets and no one will notice? Candace opened her mouth in amazement. Nope. Holy, she muttered muffledly. Candace suddenly remembered his gold-cased flip phone, and she felt terribly uncomfortable in her $4 t-shirt, bought at a New York second-hand store. It's not about the money, it's about the fact that no one will let us out of the country, Satoru continued carefree. Neither the border service, nor the special magical curtain that was built and continuously maintained by 24 first-level magicians. Are you saying it's not about the money? Yes, because of the thirst for profit, my mother trampled on the spark that arose between us. Candace mentally screamed, gritting her teeth. She wanted so much to get me under you that she started this whole circus at dinner. Too many emotions, need to calm down. Candace she hid herself from Satoru behind her arms crossed on her chest, in the street freshness from the open window and slowly exhaled. Do you mean it's a dead end? Recovering her composure, she asked. I hope it's not a dead end. Satoru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. When I go on a mission, I'll test the barrier's strength. Why not now? I don't want to attract attention. What if we're being followed? That is, I'm almost sure that it exists in one form or another. And the mission is a good cover. That's also true. Candace looked into the cup, at her tired face, swallowed up in blackness and distorted by ripples, and completely sank. Can I ask? Satoru said timidly. What kind of Marco? Candace frowned and a little later answered, why do you need it? No reason, just curiosity. We've known each other since dancing, she said, returning to picking at the cracked varnish. He was always friendly, but it seemed to me that we had no common themes. And then it turned out that he grew up in New York, and it turned out that we lived down the block. She softly smiled. He moved here a year ago, in order, as he says, to gain experience from my Japanese colleagues. They're cool. She smiled biliously. Honestly, no one here is worth his little finger. Saint Marco. Satoru folded his hands in a Christian manner. It's good to be a monkey, Gojo, otherwise I'll leave. Satoru, with the face of a pious boy, straightened up and smiled guiltily and mischievously. He's almost 5 years older than me. 22 years old, of course, is also God knows what, but at least he's not an 18-year-old narcissistic boy who doesn't care about anyone but himself. There was a noise outside the window, a cool air blew inside, it began to rain. Satoru grinned wryly, swallowing a suffocating lump, and looked away in shame. They sat in the cafe until it got dark, and Satoru, as promised, did all of Candace's backlog of algebra homework. What else can I help you with, Candy? He asked when she had finished rewriting the equations in her hand. I wish I wouldn't have to separate, just be together. A little more. Satoru found himself enjoying explaining an incomprehensible subject to Candace. He liked to sit very close to her, watch the movement of thought on her face and feel the warmth from contact with her bare shoulder. A year ago, everything was different, He couldn't wait to quickly get rid of his girl's boring algebra, so that he could finally indulge in unrestrained wet kisses and shameless hugs. Now there was no question of any kisses, and Satoru was looking for other pleasures from being next to Candace. Nothing else, she responded, putting the notebook with the textbook into her backpack. Let me see you out, Satoru suggested hopefully, otherwise it's already late. Marco will meet me, Candace answered and looked at the phone, he's almost here. Well, why do you need it? Do you think I wouldn't accompany you? I don't think about you at all, Satoru. He wished he could lie to himself again about not caring. That ugly mocking jealousy didn't poke its claw under the ribs. But it was possible to lie to Candace. Satoru put on his usual grin, put his hands in his pockets and let out a smug laugh, both, sweetie. He lied. That's it. So that she wouldn't think that he had nothing else to think about except about the girl with whom he himself broke up. Marco appeared at the door, dressed in denim with a sheepskin collar, and Candace immediately rushed to meet him. She wrapped her tanned arms around his powerful neck and drowned in the embrace of his huge, muscular arms. Mutually, then. Jealousy mockingly asked Satoru and burst out laughing. Candace rose up on her tiptoes and kissed Marco tenderly, running her fingers through a waterfall of coppery brown strands. Did you miss me, baby? He asked hoarsely afterwards. I miss you, big guy. Smiling with satisfaction, Candace grabbed the big warm torso and pressed her cheek to her broad chest. Satoru cringed and stuck out his tongue, but this did not help, because he wanted not to fool around at all. A burning sensation appeared in his chest, and Gojo, his eyebrows furrowed angrily, clenched his hand into a fist. A disgustingly warm, sticky stream of blood rolled down his fingers. Why the hell are you kissing her, you insignificant half-mage? She's mine. Mine. Do you even know what we did with her, huh? They did it to you before. I was the first to meet her, the first to kiss her, the first to put her to bed, the first to hear her declaration of love. Candy is mine. And it will remain mine. His Candy turned, hid a shy smile in pursed lips and waved goodbye to him. Good night, Satoru, she said calmly and took Marco's elbow. Will the night be kind to him now? She will swallow him, the unlucky one, with his giblets, and only at dawn will he indifferently cough up into a new day. So what? Will he really let her go just like that? Really without a fight? Satoru caught up with Candace at the exit in several long steps and impulsively squeezed her cold fingers. Sweet night, sweetie. I voiced too enthusiastically, I should have been calmer. But Satoru's insides twisted into a knot and tickled like hell under his tongue. The palm ached and burned from the stolen touch, the long legs trembled like rusty pipes, the crazy heart melted and bubbled. He lightly rubbed Candace's captive fingers and shook her hand from side to side. Marco flashed his blue eyes furiously and froze at a low start, ready at any second to reign in the all-powerful upstart. Candace gently covered Satoru's tense fist with her palm and carefully released her fingers from captivity. Such a hated, such a desired captivity. Let me know how you deal with the barrier, she said finally and pushed the front door. All the way home she had a throbbing sensation in her temples. It also burned and pulled ungodly between my legs. Gojo is like an obsession. I would strangle it, tear it up by the roots and bury it in a landfill of useless memories. He is no one, a childish prank and a mistake. Of youth, just experience. Yes, after all, it's not for me to baptize children with him. Why am I tormenting myself over trifles? After saying goodbye to Marco, Candace took out the keys to the apartment, and only then did she see that her fingers were stained with blood. Blood of Satoru. So hated, so desired by Satoru. With a bowed head, weaving through the city at night. The warm wind shook the snow of his hair and slid over his gloomy face and drooping shoulders. The backpack became 100 kilograms heavier, the legs were filled with lead and could hardly move, and the thoughts were cramped in the skull. We left together. Is Sweetie really sleeping with this thug? I don't want to think about it. Satoru adjusted his glasses irritably and quickened his pace. No, he doesn't think about her. Well, even if he thinks, then so what? This is not even jealousy, just the whim of a spoiled boy who has lost his admirer. What shameless self-deception, however. And when did Candy sigh? For me. He always asked for attention, sticking to her like chewing gum. But that was a long time ago, she doesn't bother me anymore. Don't care, right? Satoru walked to college, making extra detour after detour, and when he entered his room, dawn was already dawning on the horizon. Without undressing, he collapsed on his back across the bed and looked at the ragged shadows crawling across the sunlit ceiling. My legs were buzzing and there was arrhythmia in my chest. From lack of sleep, Satoru thought, closing his eyelids. Is it from lack of sleep? Thoughts, to stop this damn carousel. There was too much of everything in the past day, too much of everything. Only Candace was too little. Even if there was more of it than ever. But how little? No, you need to think about business. About their business. How tiring, how mercilessly time drags on while a restless head steals sleep. I wish I didn't have to think about anything. Shake off the remnants of the past day from tired shoulders. Drown out your mind, calm your broken heart. And not to hear the voice of damn Candy. Inhale and exhale noisily. The sun's ray tickled my eyelashes, gently warmed my forehead and nose, and kissed my sharp cheekbones. Candy, Satoru unconsciously moved his lips. My Candy. Inhale and exhale noisily. Deft fingers unbuttoned his fly, impatiently slid under the elastic band of his, grabbed his trembling, and squeezed tightly. Up and down, damn itchy thoughts, damn tiredness and uncomfortable feelings. To hell with everything. Satoru squeezed the head, pressed hard, and a thick transparent drop slowly rolled down the. Still not humid enough. Hitting the back of his head into the mattress, Satoru looked around the bedside table with an intoxicated gaze. The only thing that was suitable was a dispenser with hand cream. I don't care, it'll do. Anything would do, he was so excited. Inhale and exhale noisily. The palm finally slid without difficulty. Inhale. Breathing became erratic. Hammers were pounding on the back of my head, and the blood rushed to the lower abdomen, swelling the veins, burning, bursting every cell. No maddening thoughts, no worries, just the body. Honest and frank, giving serene, sweet oblivion. Sweet. Deep breath. The tireless brush moved faster and faster. Candy. There's no need to breathe anymore. And Satoru's breathing stopped. Take me, Candy. Destroy, tear into pieces, just do something. Bent forward to meet the ghostly Candy, he screamed uncontrollably, and the wind rushed through the unlocked window with a roar, scattering sakura petals across the cabinet and the floor. The sticky seed slowly flowed down the back of the hand, with the same force squeezing the embossed head engorged with blood. The wind stirred the wet fluffy bangs and eyelashes, the bright beam pleasantly baked the skin, and a lulling, intoxicating bliss spread throughout the body. Bliss. And I didn't feel like scrubbing myself off in boiling water and soap, mercilessly wielding a hard washcloth. Because I didn't want to wash myself away from Candace, I wanted to bathe in her. And not the ghostly one, but the real Candace, flesh and blood, woven from warmth and careless affection. Satoru only dozed off for a couple of hours and was woken up by a knock on the door. Gojo, are you sleeping? It was Shoko's voice. Yaga sent me for you. Urgently. He didn't open it right away. Disheveled and sleepy Satoru stuck out only a pug with a squinted eye. There's something urgent, so you're lucky. The teacher won't reprimand you for being absent, Shoko said casually, phlegmatically chewing on a cigarette filter. Well, now it definitely won't. Satoru raised his eyes thoughtfully and rolled out his lower lip. Tell me, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. You'll tell him yourself, Shoko answered. I don't advise you to linger. Are you in a hurry, or what? Asked Satoru. I also have a task. And not only for me. She threw back the cover of the ringing phone and stared at the screen. Okay, I ran. Bye, Gojo. Shoko disappeared. Around the bend, And Satoru, looking around furtively, slipped into the shower room to clean up and change into a fresh uniform. He was in a hurry and that made him even more late. What a bad time, Satoru lamented, hastily styling his hair. He put on his usual grin, winked at his pale reflection, put on his glasses and quickly walked to the classroom. I moved the door and from the threshold jabbered, "Teacher, now I'm done, I'll unscrew the stupid head later," Yaga interrupted him in a deliberately calm voice, "after the mission." Satoru walked up to the desk with a guilty look, took off his chair and sat down opposite. The teacher laid out a map of Tokyo and pointed his finger at the Taito district. It started yesterday, in the 1st and 2nd districts of Nihonzatsumi. Locals say that the people were attacked by a sudden madness. But this is, Satoru twisted his mouth in disgust. Yes, the former Sanya district. A wonderful day to visit the Tokyo sewer. I didn't finish, Teacher Yaga said sternly. People go out into the streets, roll on the ground in convulsions, and defecate right under themselves, a sight not for the impressionable. You understand that the police don't go there again, and this incident could go unnoticed. However, some English tourist posted photographs from the 2nd district of Nihonzatsumi on a forum for travelers, accompanying them with not the most flattering comments. When the photos went viral, authorities they were concerned that this would harm the image of the country. If they are really so worried about the image of the country, it would be better if they took up the improvement of this outback, rather than turning a blind eye to it and erasing it from all maps. Satoru was indignant, lazily resting his head on his palm. The director, as a sign of solidarity, took a short pause, after which he continued, "The ambulance that was sent to pick up the victims never returned from there, nor did the police car sent after them, so they turned to us. I sent 2 magicians there, of the 2nd and pre-1st levels, but they did not return, and their escort stopped communicating." Yaga crossed his arms over his powerful chest and frowned gloomily. Sanya is a constant headache for the magical community. Like a tumor that is useless to cut out, because it has already metastasized throughout the body. But despite this, for several years now the accumulation of damned energy in this area has been steadily falling, following the level of crime and poverty. From this point of view, the situation is exceptional and causes concern. Well, Satoru Gojo comes to the rescue. Satoru said with a smug grin and jumped up from his chair impatiently. Having received the last instructions, he left the class and went to the indicated address. Time on the road is a trap for the mind, you can't let it slam shut. Pressing his forehead against the cold window, Satoru tried not to think about what he did in the morning. It's not that there was anything dangerous about jerking off, but the thoughts during it, the thoughts were dangerous. He doesn't care about his thoughts. It's not about Candace at all. And certainly not in how tenderly she kissed and hugged her boyfriend. I just lost control a little, this happens when you haven't had, for a long time, Satoru convinced himself. Yes, and I didn't lose control that much. Just excitement, a desire to check the length of the leash on which I hold my ex. He grinned triumphantly, saying, "What a womanizer, a real heartbreaker." The car bounced on a bump, the ceremonial Tokyo was left behind. Fake the grin wiped off Satoru's face, and he awkwardly rubbed his temple with his fingers. "If anyone's on a leash, it's you, you idiot." The car stopped. Satoru opened the door and immediately landed his shoe in someone's vomit. "Welcome to Tokyo," he exclaimed, shaking his leg in disgust. "Dear guests of our magnificent capital," Satoru monkeyed with himself, trudged along the broken road. "Let's proceed along a narrow, stinking street, past a sleeping drunk, dressed in a vintage filthy sweatpants the color of a child's surprise, right." He straightened up sharply and tilted his head questioningly to his shoulder. "Directly to this shelter, from where the indescribable sounds of voluptuousness are heard. Apparently, playing shogi gets the guests' blood so hot. The air thickened, became heavier, and stuck to the skin. Disgusting. I wanted not to look for the cause of the disgustingly sweet fog that obscured my vision, but to immediately get under the shower and, best of all, under boiling water. Like after pleasures with meaningless girls. Stop it, Gojo. Found time for self-flagellation. Deserted and quiet. Are the residents hiding in their homes?" suggested Satoru. But it's unlikely that walls will protect you from such an oppressive aura. Ambulances and police cars were parked in the alley between the first and second districts of Nihonzutsumi. Gojo checked both, but they were empty. A prolonged child's cry was heard ahead, and Satoru immediately rushed towards the sound. The crying was getting closer, becoming more distinct, and consciousness was becoming confused. There were ripples before my eyes, my legs seemed to be stuck in wet asphalt, dotted with wrinkles and loose cracks. Satoru sped up and, passing a row of two-story dilapidated houses with rusty roofs, ran out onto a wide street with rickety lampposts and shops with canvas awnings. A grimy boy of about 6 sat by a plastic trash can and selflessly dug his fingers into his mangled forearm, tearing off pieces of his flesh and putting them into his mouth with tears in his eyes. A little further away stood a man in a magic college uniform, blood flowed down his face in rivulets. Face and neck as he rhythmically banged his head against the concrete wall. Since I'm in Silent Hill, I want to see a crazy nurse in a short robe. In the hope of isolating himself from the horror of what was happening, Satoru chuckled mentally, slowly walking forward. Grab. The fabric of the trouser leg was crumpled by dirty and bloody fingers. Have you seen my baby? Came a gurgling female voice from below. It looks like I dropped it. Satoru looked over and saw a scantily clad young woman with bulging eyes, poking a rotten piece of wood between her legs. A scarlet puddle spread under her, mixing with dirty rainwater. It probably fell out somewhere along the road, she muttered, looking around anxiously. Wincing slightly, Satoru released his leg from the tenacious grip and moved into the very thick of the fog. A huge damned spirit, like a shapeless jelly larva, stretched across the street, next to an open manhole, and dipped the appendage of its body into the sewer. Aha, now it's clear where this fog comes from. This ugly thing is poisonous sewer fumes. Are people going crazy because of them? What a smart creature, however. Really, why stick to one person when you can feed off the madness of an entire block? The dark purple spirit covered with boils and mucus made sounds of either seething or wheezing and did not pay attention to Satoru at all. A disgusting sound, to the point of gnashing teeth. Gojo's back was covered in goosebumps, and his vision began to darken. Whoa, is he knocking me out? Satoru was surprised, and then shook his head and, despite muscle weakness, continued to walk straight towards the damned spirit. It looks like the poison in the fumes is destroying cells. And thanks to the reverse technique, mine manages to recover, albeit not as quickly as I would like. Is poisonous steam really that toxic? Satoru came close to the damned spirit, and he continued to dip his vile appendage into the hatch. But I was already hoping for fun, Satoru concluded, capriciously rolling out his lower lip and stretching out his folded index and middle fingers. Fingers, reverse cursed technique, red. A bright flash of light scattered the spirit into small particles, which immediately disappeared into the air. Boredom, muttered Satoru and exhaled painfully. But as soon as he turned around, a hoarse seething was heard behind him again. Gojo frowned, turned around and stared in amazement at the damned spirit, which was gathering back into a jelly pile right before his eyes. What? Regenerated? But how? I drove him out. Definitely expelled. Rolling up his sleeves, Satoru repeated everything from the beginning. And then again. And again. The spirit was expelled, Six Eyes saw this for sure, but in some unknown way it managed to return. Hey, it's not funny anymore. Satoru shouted to the cursed spirit. Get lost, huh? A waste of energy, we need to find out the cause of the anomaly. Jumping over the jelly heap, Satoru followed the trail of cursed energy that led to the next street. But the trace is not of this spirit at all. And it feels completely different from ordinary cursed energy. Phew, there's a metallic taste in my mouth. He sniffed and realized where the metallic taste was coming from, blood was flowing from his nostrils. This is not the time to panic, you need to find a source of energy. Perhaps this spirit is just a familiar of another spirit or magician. But he's definitely not a Shikigami. Then what? What if Suguru is involved? Satoru's heart fluttered wildly in Satoru's constricted chest. No, I would have felt it. The energy trail led to a narrow alley littered with garbage. The stench permeated the uniform, the buzzing of flies was annoying. Gojo took a closer look, the cursed energy was oozing from somewhere, out of thin air. He raised his finger to the source, a small cut in space, and felt a chilling, suffocating cold. Satoru cautiously pulled back his hand, took off his glasses, brought his face closer to the cut, but could not see anything. Whatever it is what feeds the damned spirit. Maybe we can use a seal to patch up this crevice. It will take time, but it should work. I had to tinker. However, when the seal was created, the cursed spirit was expelled without difficulty. Business. Shaking off his hands, Satoru exclaimed and took out his cell phone. Now you can call the emergency services, my work is finished. All that remains is to report to the authorities about the appearance of a natural cursed object of a special level. The mission was completed, but Satoru did not feel satisfied. Anxiety settled somewhere in the subcortex, preventing the arrogant smile from stretching from ear to ear. We should come back in a week and check the integrity of the seal, he decided, looking over his shoulder at the place of the cut. Of course, it will weaken over time, but the margin of safety should last for a long time. I did my best. Satoru put on his glasses, stood thoughtfully, and then became dignified and put his hands in his pockets. Okay, it's time to go and check the barrier that prevents Candy and I from leaving the country. Heavy drops rumbled on the windowsill, and the coolness of rain breathed in from the half-open window. They said on TV that it would be sunny, Satoru whined mentally, lying on the made bed and looking boredly at the dull gray landscape. He didn't even dream of a mission, he didn't want to drag himself somewhere in such dampness. To tell the truth, Satoru was tired of missions. Or rather, he was tired of the endless series of monotonous missions that fell out of the blue. The number of cursed spirits has increased sharply throughout Japan, as much as 5 times, according to the latest statistics. And every day Satoru had to travel from one corner of the country to another, interrupted by 2 hours of sleep and tasteless airplane food. In 2 weeks, not a single day off, not a single moment alone with myself. No, he will not go outside, even if a meteorite falls on Earth and dinosaurs are resurrected. No assignments, no wandering along a chilly street, not for anything in the world. Ring. An SMS has arrived. Satoru, with a cotton hand phone on the nightstand, threw back the lid and jumped out of bed. From Candy, April 17, 2008, 16:03, are you in college? Answer, hello, Candy. Yeah, in college. From Candy, April 17, 2008, 16:06, I'm at the station diner, come here. He didn't even think to ask why. He immediately changed into his uniform, carefully combed his hair and put on a little perfume. He frantically flew into his boots, jumped out into the street without an umbrella, and ran through deep puddles, towards the downpour and the cold wind. Candace was sitting at a table by the window, nervously shaking the toe of a patent black shoe and, resting her cheek on her palm, looked out at the street. Unusual, her hair is tied in a tight low ponytail with a straight parting, there are Congo earrings in her ears, and she is dressed in a white blouse and a black cotton skirt. Only the dark burgundy lips and black choker remained unchanged. Charming. Walking to the table, Satoru slowed down with difficulty. Added endless seconds to the agonizing wait. Closer and closer. Come on, closer. Damn restraint. Satoru plopped down next to Candace and threw his arm over the back of the sofa. Isn't it fate to sit opposite? Taken aback by Sator's unceremoniousness, Candace widened her eyes in fear and pulled back slightly. Sorry for being gone for 2 weeks, he blurted out, intently and looking fascinated into her face. Don't worry, Gojo, disappearing silently at the most crucial moment is so in your spirit, she answered with a grin and sipped a milkshake from a straw. Do you have to pry me off every time? Necessarily. I wish I could shake off this crown of boring decency, decorated with a scattering of bile, from her head. Satoru leaned down, knocked the straw out of Candace's mouth with his tongue, captured it with his lips and took a large sip. Candace furrowed her eyebrows angrily and pressed her heel on his foot. Ah! Satoru screamed. Are you crazy? There's no point in drooling into my glass. Her causticity did not push him away and did not cool his ardor, on the contrary, it only inflamed him even more. Satoru unconsciously moved even closer, and his knee touched Candace's thigh. "What did you call, sweetie?" he asked insinuatingly and grinned drunkenly. "Are you bored? Have you checked the barrier?" She pointedly ignored his question and arched a stern eyebrow. "I checked," he answered colorlessly, obeying her businesslike "I'll set it up. Too strong, it's impossible to break through." "A dead end again," Candace answered in a drooping voice, leaning back on the sofa. "What are we going to do? We have no other clue." She thought for a moment, and then suddenly perked up and sat half-turned. "What if we send Marco to Rio? No one will stop him. Is he aware of our plans?" Satoru frowned. "Of course," Candace responded, stirring the remains of the, with a straw, "and she's very supportive of me. I hasten to disappoint you, but your friend is also not allowed to travel abroad until we, Satoru scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Well, until we fulfill this stupid prophecy." "Gojo, you seriously can't say, until we make a baby, out loud?" Candace laughed mockingly. "God, you're pathetic." She crossed her arms over her chest. And turned away. "Don't worry, this will never happen, no marriage, no children, no boring girl as a wife interfering with your great plans. If I were you, I wouldn't rush to conclusions," he suddenly said. "Satoru." Candace choked on her. "Whoa." She cleared her throat and drawled. "We need to get married." "For real? Are you drunk, or what?" "No, then what are you talking about?" "You don't understand, sweetie, as if for real, but in reality, for fun. Let's con the elders and this Metaplavagunasibia, and spend our honeymoon, guess where?" "That's right, in Rio de Janeiro." Satoru sang playfully, swaying from side to side. "Well, that is, I'm almost sure that if we get married, we will be allowed to leave the country. And then what, as if for real, but in reality, pretend we'll have, and give birth to a child. Too much, Gojo. I'm already sick and tired of being engaged to you, and you're proposing a wedding. Are you really sick?" asked the wounded Satoru. Candace exhaled noisily and dejectedly put her hand to her forehead. "Isn't there a better plan?" she whispered. Satoru did not answer and silently stared at the ring finger of Candace's left hand. It was probably possible to come up with something better, but for some reason he couldn't. "I wanted to try. Ecco la mia scintillina." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Marco energetically walked up to the front door where Candace stood. "Do you mind bossa nova?" Electrified, not having time to fully switch from the interrupted dance to his girlfriend, he automatically grabbed her palms, pulled her to him in a closed position and smoothly danced towards the mirrors. Strong and beautiful. Strong muscles played fascinatingly under the skin. But even more attractive is his confident gait and quiet admiration in his peaceful gaze. "You haven't been in our immodest abode for a long time. Are you really ready to return to the floor?" "No," Candace answered timidly, not yet mature. "I came to talk." Marco exhaled noisily, pursed his lips in irritation and turned away. "I wanted to clarify the situation. Sorry for telling you about this in a text message, my is on the side right now. How I knew your Gojo would do something like that." "He's not mine," Candace objected, and then gently placed her hand on Marco's cheek. "And our marriage is a make-believe. We'll get a divorce as soon as let's get out of the cesspool into which we have been pushed. I don't like all this." "This is for our sake," Candace said embarrassedly. "Don't you believe me?" The most logical and most dishonest question in the world. What should I answer her? Out of powerlessness, Marco again grabbed her hands and squeezed tightly. "If I don't believe it, then, we are doomed. She's asking about this, she wants to understand whether we have a future." "I believe." He nodded humbly. "I'll wait as long as necessary, Piccola." Marco leaned over and kissed Candace wetly on the forehead. She giggled, frowned slightly and scratched her forehead with her index finger. Walking Candace home, Marco possessively put his arm around her shoulder. He hated himself for this gesture. From that ill-fated day when the prophecy was announced, this gesture was firmly ingrained in him. Is he an insecure weakling? Being the son of Italian emigrants, from childhood he was accustomed to the idea that you have to fight for everything worth having, and once you get it, you have to grab hold of it and not let go. And also work. Always, a lot. Without sparing yourself. When baby Marco turned 4 years old, he first realized his strength, and the Santoro family moved from a provincial southern town to the big and noisy New York to give their son a good education and in the future send him to a magic college. You are the first magician in our family in 100 years, said Signora Santoro, sending her son to preparatory courses at the magic college and ironing his snow-white shirt, so that not a single crease. My father. My grandparents, and I really hope that at least you'll become one of the people. The main thing is to study properly and don't quarrel with anyone, be a man. 12-year-old Marco nodded obediently, buttoning his shirt under his throat like a diligent boy. And in the evening he returned covered in scratches and bruises, wearing a wrinkled, dirty shirt with a torn sleeve. The few scions of the magical clans of New York did not accept Marco. He dressed the wrong way, spoke the wrong way, an upstart and a beggar. Is he really their equal? Of course, Marco could ignore these high-born, arrogant asses. And of course my parents would be proud a son who knows how to rise above ridicule and resolve conflicts in a civilized manner. These idiots only respect strength, and I will show them maximum respect. Marco explained to himself after another fight. A convenient, noble lie, so as not to feel guilty for the outbursts of anger and animal rage with which he rushed at the offenders, smashing his fists into blood. It is unfair, dishonest that you cannot become the most powerful magician if you work hard. But if strength depends only on the whims of nature, then how can gifted magicians dare to boast about their abilities? What did they do to have their techniques? Won the race? Just funny. People like Gojo always get everything on a silver platter. I'm sure he didn't even want my sparkle, so, he played with his pretty face and fooled her into thinking. Candace's father died then, she was sad and lonely, so she fell for this clown. Marco hugged Candace even tighter and kissed the top of her head. Yes, yes, he is confident. 10 times sure. Of course, I trust Candace. What if Gojo fools her again? On the other hand, she is not a weak-willed lamb, why humiliate her like that, even mentally? And yet, what if her feelings for Satoru have not extinguished and are still smoldering? What if I'm wrong about him too? Sure, he's an arrogant golden boy, but that doesn't change the fact that he might actually love Candace. It's ridiculous, selfish and inept, but it's true to love. Even a hefty fan aimed directly at the face couldn't save me from the hellish May heat, it only dried out my eyes. But the nails will dry faster, Candace consoled herself. She was sitting on the balcony and busily wielding a brush with black varnish, giving herself a pedicure. The evening noise of Tokyo was noisy outside the window, and Cooper's high, creaky voice came from the laptop speaker like a rattling wave. Damn, we can't leave you at all, he summarized after 10 minutes of continuous emotional tirade. I had, with a guy, broke up with him, picked up a new one, joined a reproductive sect of reprobate old guys who were going to screw you with your ex, whom you are marrying after all. Do you know what I accomplished in the last year? Surprise, Candace responded, inserting foam separators between her fingers. I robbed that big-assed saleswoman from the cheese shop and bought a set of 10, which have a wolf's head print in place of their belongings, and when you put them on, hits the wolf's nose. What a great idea for a wedding gift for Satoru. Only if, instead of, you want to laugh all night over a jelly wolf sausage. Firstly, Gojo, hilariously even without clown underpants, because he doesn't know how to do a damn thing. And secondly, we are not going to go to bed. You didn't even intend to kiss him. Cooper, monkeying around, brought his eye close to the webcam. And a few days later she screamed into my phone, saying how delicious he smelled and how soft and shameless his tongue was. Are you listening to me at all, Coop? She pulled the laptop over and took the towel off her slightly damp hair. We are getting married as a cover. I have Marco, what does Gojo have to do with it? Wow. And how many times have you and the Italian handsome guy exchanged genital fluids? 10 without a 1. Hee hee. It's good to clown around, you idiot. I was already in a hurry once, I don't want to mindlessly spread my legs again in front of someone who won't appreciate it. Marco, by the way, supports my decision, it's so wise and mature. Can I do something? Will I say? Go ahead. Shut me up if you change your mind. Cooper folded his enormous arms on his chest, ruffled his feathers like a little bird, and stopped smiling stupidly. You're rightfully angry at Satoru because he did something. But that doesn't mean he's a bad person. You don't know him at all, Candelicious, let me finish the thought, okay? Sorry. Candace exhaled measuredly. Speak. Yes, I don't know this sweet boy of not quite Asian appearance and I don't know anything about him, but I know you. All your life you judge people by their actions, not their appearance. I don't believe that Satoru turned your head so much with his beautiful face that you forgot about everything else. I bet you fell in love with him only when he proved through action that he was worthy of your attention. You would never let a complete, near you. What are you getting at? Until you admit to yourself that you were truly in love with him, that Gojo is a good guy, just immature and childish, who made a big mistake because you are only human, you will not be able to move on. Damn, let yourself cry over how sweet and romantic everything was with you. Don't hurt your memories. Cooper paused so that Candace could feel what exactly he was trying to say. I'm not saying this so that you stop being angry and offended by your fool. But if you continue to demonize him, you will never let him go. Your whole life will revolve around your resentment. You are already doing this, especially when you talk about Marco. Sorry to say this, but sometimes I get the impression that the only good thing about Marco is that he's not Satoru. Candace pressed her lips tightly together and turned away, hugging herself by the shoulders. If only he had apologized at least once. At least once. I swear then I could move on. But he didn't even try. As if nothing had happened. He's doing great, you know. His best friend went crazy and killed a bunch of people, but at least he doesn't care, he's grimacing as before, yes, he smiles carefree. It was as if our stupid endless kisses, long walks, chatting about everything in the world and jokes that only the two of us could understand didn't exist. There was no pain and disappointment, there was nothing. You can't open his skull and dig into his. Surely your Gojo cares, he just never shows it. He's a man. And a narcissist. Stop defending him. Why should I protect him? He hurt my favorite girl, and I would kick his ass if I met him. I want to help you. You're torturing yourself. Partly because you turned an ordinary boy into Satan himself, but if you let him turn back into a boy who just did bullshit, you'll feel better, you know? Him, Candace muttered, frowning. Gojo has no heart, no courage, no wizard from Oz will help him. What can I do for you? Cooper said plaintively. Let me come. Are you going to skip school again? Mr. Graham will rip your head off for doing something bad. Academic performance. It will tear off and tear off. It would be something to tear off. But finally we get to hang out with him. Cooper cackled in a cheerful voice, hiding in a loud laugh his resentment towards his father, who was always missing on business trips. It's a pity that my great-grandmother's abilities were not passed on to me, so I would have gone to study with you. Probably, in the Graham family, the magicians have degenerated, leaving only loafers like me. Knock on wood. Candace exclaimed and laughed loudly. I would never wish such a fate on you. Look at me, I have a thimbleful of abilities, I have the same name from a magician, but the magical community still obliged me to give birth to some kind of savior for them. This, old lady. Don't tell me, Candace replied. Okay, I need to get ready, Satoru will pick me up in half an hour, and I'm still bare-assed. Where are you going? To meet his relatives in Kyoto. Oh, Cooper drawled sympathetically. Don't worry about it. To hell. She kissed the camera goodbye and disconnected from call. She chatted and was late, in a hurry she dried her hair, put on a summer white dress with polka dots, but when she ran to the bathroom to put on makeup, she hit her little finger on the door. At that moment a bell rang from the corridor. Wailing an "Okay," Candace jumped and opened it. "Hello, Candy." Satoru rested his palms on the doorway and bowed his head foolishly. "Are you ready?" "No," she muttered, making a grimace. "What is it?" "I hit my little finger." "Ouch," Satoru said sympathetically and clenched his teeth. "Shall I blow it?" "Are you completely a fool?" Candace shook her head condescendingly. "Sit in the kitchen, I need 5 more minutes." "You look amazing, by the way," Satoru said, grabbing the hem of her dress with 2 fingers. "At least hold your leg under cold water." "I'll figure it out," she responded grumpily, and then exhaled long and added quietly, "Thank you for the compliment." Satoru took off his shoes, walked along the corridor and looked curiously into one single room. Nice apartment. Just a tiny one. But she is her own mistress. The metro is nearby and you can walk to the center, and Takashi pays. He's creepy. And boring. Never mind. In general, he turned out to be a normal guy, we get along well. Candace went into the bedroom to get her makeup bag and went to the bathroom, and Gojo obediently sat down in the kitchen. He stretched out his long legs, leaned over the dining table and lowered his head onto it. Quiet and calm. The golden rays of the evening sun warmed the sweaty back of my head, and the fan standing on the tabletop pleasantly cooled my forehead and lulled me to sleep with a muffled hum. No one, not a single soul. Just Sweetie humming songs under her breath, rattling bottles of cosmetics. That's good, Satoru thought. He closed his heavy eyelids, took a deep breath and smiled contentedly. The smell of Candace was everywhere. If only I didn't have to go anywhere and stay here with her forever. Moisture slowly appeared under the snowy eyelashes, a hot drop awkwardly rolled across the bridge of the nose, leaving a shameful wet mark. Satoru hit his nose with his fingers, wiped away a tear and clenched his hand into a fist. There was nothing. Sunlit white walls and a wooden table will forever keep it secret. After moisturizing her face, Candace touched up her lips and began styling her fluffy hair. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and raised her eyebrows in displeasure. Why did Satoru say she looked amazing? A mockery, nothing less. He doesn't care, of course. If Cooper had seen this impudent face, heard Gojov's naive, hello, he would have instantly stopped defending the idiot. Smug peacock. He came here in full confidence that I would let him through the threshold. How easy and simple everything is with him, it's almost nauseating. She looks amazing. Candace angrily threw the hairbrush onto the edge of the sink, not so amazing that it doesn't bore you. She turned off the light and followed Satoru into the kitchen. Did he really fall asleep? No more than a quarter of an hour passed. Candace didn't want to wake him up, but she had to go. She carefully sat down next to him and lightly, affectionately ruffled the hair on the back of his head. Satoru, we're late, she said quietly. Didn't get enough sleep? Eh? He lifted his cheek from the table, put his fingers under the lenses of his glasses and rubbed his eyelids. There's been a lot of work lately. Are you okay? I'll live, Satoru answered with a grin. Before I forget, he reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a soft turquoise box. Inside was a platinum engagement ring with an oval diamond and a diamond halo. Ta-da-am. Candace involuntarily jumped and covered her face with her hands in fear for a moment. Is this necessary? She asked timidly, putting her fist to her chest. I thought that if we pretended to be reciprocal and serious about our intentions, we wouldn't be watched so closely during our trip to. No, Gojo, we won't pretend to be reciprocal, Candace snapped. And it's not just that it turns me away from you, I don't want to obediently and meekly put up with injustice and coercion. I understand, Satoru answered with a sigh and, shaking his head, slammed the box shut. Candace she grabbed his wrist and held his hand on the table. What are you doing, sulking? She burst into surprise. No. I'm just tired of your rudeness. I shouldn't have said that. Fatigue and irritation are an unforgivable weakness. Candace wouldn't miss the opportunity to give him a good smack, Satoru had no doubt. Sorry, she said, becoming quiet and holding out her brush with her fingers outstretched. Give me the unfortunate ring here. Embarrassedly scratching the top of his head, Satoru took out the ring and carefully, slowly put it on Candace's ring finger. The village is immaculate. Holy. Candace looked in amazement at the large shining stone. I saw rings from Tiffany exclusively in the window of a jewelry store in Manhattan. I don't understand, Google told me that American women like Tiffany rings. But not every American woman can afford them. And what is this, for carats? I can't imagine how much money you wasted. 500 or 550,000 yen. I don't remember, it was made to order, innocently replied Satoru. Ha. Well, yes, 50,000 there, 50,000 here, just think. Candace jabbered with a nervous grin, her eyes wide. Don't worry, I'll return it when this is all over. Why do I need it? I don't wear women's diamond rings, sweetie. Are you out of your mind? Satoru deliberately tiredly turned his head in a circle, got up from the soft sofa and looked at the phone. It's already 4, and we still have about 3 hours to go. Don't change the subject. Candy, we're late, let's discuss the rings later. Gojo took her hand and pulled her into the corridor. How's your little finger? He asked, putting on his shoes. Okay, Candace answered, taking out sneakers from the shoe shelf. Wow, what cool shoes. Satoru exclaimed and, snapping his fingers, pointed to a pair of white leather sandals with low heels. Maybe you can wear these? She could have snapped once again and pointedly ignored his remark, but for some reason Candace pursed her lips thoughtfully, and then shook her face kindly shoulders and in a casual tone, she answered, okay. She climbed into her sandals, sat down on a squat cabinet with winter shoes and stretched out her legs. Can you help me button it up? Letting out an involuntary playful laugh, Satoru squatted down in front of her and obediently tightened the ankle straps. I wish I could kiss the charming hollow under the knee and let my shameless hands rise higher and sneak under the cotton hem. If Candy and I were really engaged, we wouldn't have to play at being ridiculously polite. Thank you. Candace sang, got up from the cabinet and took her black handbag off the hook. Let's go, my faithful shoe fastener. I love it when you speak English. Satoru said with admiration and reluctantly rose from his squat. They traveled to Kyoto by Shinkansen. Tired after a night mission, Satoru snored and dozed on Candace's shoulder, who had buried her face in an old issue of the superhero comic book about Daredevil, which she bought on the way to the station. Occasionally she turned her confused gaze to the ring, brightly sparkling in the light of the sunset, and she felt uneasy, who would like to carry a whole fortune on their hand. Although probably everyone except me. What happened? Satoru mumbled sleepily. In what sense? Candace was surprised. Your heart is thundering so loudly that I'm about to go deaf. And you breathe like a pit bull after a dog fight. With a pained sigh, Candace closed the comic and pressed it between her legs. I can't stop thinking that even if I were an expensive prostitute, I would still never earn enough for such a ring. No, well, if it's very expensive, then it would make money, Satoru answered, barely moving his lips, closing his eyelids. I've always wondered what kinds of tricks in bed can earn you so much money. I'm not an expert on prostitutes, but I'll assume that the price tag there is formed in the same way as on the art market. Like, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Like, it's not just about technicality. It's also about how much they value themselves. After all, if the supply is in demand, that means it is adequate. Gojo Satoru is a doctor of economic sciences, philosopher and prostitute specialist, Candace said with ironic drama. And she burst out laughing. Satoru laughed after her, and then moved his cheek on her shoulder with satisfaction. If you continue to think that you are unworthy to wear this thing, then so be it, he concluded, suppressing a yawn. A joke in the spirit of, he called me boring, was tempting, but Candace remained silent. She folded the comic into a tube and stared out the window at the blurry green stripes of fields covered with pink and blue clouds. They reached the family home of the Gojo clan only at dusk. The chirping of cicadas echoed through the heated, stuffy air, cutting through the soothing silence of the suburb. A wide stone-paved road, surrounded by deciduous forest, led to the house. Stopping at the wooden gate, Candace frantically grabbed the sleeve of Satoru's school uniform. "How should I behave?" she asked in fright. "I know, I should have asked earlier, but be yourself," grinning. Gojo replied. "I don't care what they all think or say about you. But I don't care. In this case, everything is simple, you bow endlessly, bow and bow, smile falsely, thank you for everything and apologize for everything, keep your opinion to yourself and talk about all sorts of nonsense like the weather," Satoru said, grimacing. And voila, everyone was happy. "Can I puke?" Candace winced. "Then I'm with you." The manager, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark brown business suit, opened the gate, bowed deeply to the young owner and his guest, and then made an inviting gesture inside. "Do you have a butler?" Candace asked in a loud whisper, covering her mouth with her hand. "Mr. Tanaka has been working for Gojo for 20 years and is considered the most high class in the region," Satoru answered. "But my mother adores him not for this, but because with him you can smoke Cuban cigars on the sly from your father. And although the father has long been aware of their little secret, he pretends like he doesn't know." Along a sandy path, across a stone bridge over a muddy pond, straight into an internal garden in a traditional Japanese style that surrounded a large two-story house and several small nearby buildings. The open shoji of the main house revealed immaculate tatami interiors. Minimalist designer furniture was placed around the perimeter, low sofas and tables. Adjacent to the garden was a lawn with a European-style lawn, and a little further, on a stone platform, there was a large bamboo azamaya pavilion. Most of the people were on the lawn, under ivory tents. Cooks were preparing food and gourmet snacks, which were immediately served to guests on elegant tables. We were treated to tiny, perfectly shaped sushi, tartlets with caviar, miniature skewers of marbled wagyu beef and fresh sashimi, laid on ice with vegetable decorations. "It's not food that's a work of art. First you need to honor the head of the clan," Satoru whispered into Candace's ear, who tightly clung to his palm with fingers sweaty from excitement. "He's sitting there in the pavilion, along with my parents and other elders." They walked around the lawn and came out onto a white gravel path lined on both sides with purple azaleas. Candace squeezed and unclenched Satoru's palm more and more nervously, dug her freshly trimmed nails into his skin, and he endured, imperceptibly clenching his jaw, and soothingly stroked her hand in response. The head of the clan, dressed in a silk black and blue kimono, sat on a zabuton. He was a gray-haired, browed old man with dull blue eyes and downturned corners of his thin mouth, looking like an icy, motionless statue. When Satoru and Candace appeared at the entrance to the azamaya, the head of the clan, without moving, silently turned a heavy, unreadable gaze on them. Embarrassed, Candace smiled wryly and, holding the edges of the hem, automatically made a curtsy. Satoru, who lowered his knees on the special flooring, looked at her in bewilderment, and then let out a muffled chuckle. "What kind of idiot?" Candace mentally lamented. "Just repeat after Satoru, no improvisation." "Well, now they hate me. They despise you at the very least. God, sit next to Gojo already, you idiot. I would fall through the gravel and be carried along with the underground waters to the other side of the world. Or better yet, to another planet. Sorry. My cheeks burned." Candace lowered her gaze in shame, sat down on her knees next to Satoru and bowed deeply and protractedly. Touching her forehead to the flooring, she looked to the side and found that Satoru's face was also burning, and he himself was smiling touchingly from ear to ear. The head of the clan made a shallow but prolonged bow, after which the elders and Satoru's parents greeted the arrivals. "How did you get there?" asked the head of the clan in a hoarse, but firm, low voice. "By the train," Satoru answered with a stupid expression on his face and immediately caught his father's angry gaze. "How?" laconically Spartan, the head of the clan noted significantly. "Why am I not a Spartan warrior?" Satoru was found and he grinned smugly and smartly. "Well, Spartan, be so kind as to share your military successes with us." The head of the clan turned his head slightly and turned to Satoru's mother, Natsumi. I remember correctly that your son showed off during the mission to Sanya. That's right, Honorable Master Gojo, she nodded and meekly answered in her soft, velvety voice. So it was. Confirmed Satoru. Not long ago I figured out long-distance teleportation. This is no longer news, the head of the clan interrupted him. What's going on with your territory expansion? Any progress? I'm working on it. It seems that it's not enough, the head of the clan said coldly, and then looked at Satoru's father. Don't let him down, Kenji. There are so many temptations at this age. Your son will have to take my place, and he must be ready. This is the most important thing. I am sure, Honorable Mr. Gojo, that Satoru understands all the responsibility entrusted to him, Kenji replied. If this old man would at least once praise his main asset a great clan, or something, Candace thought and pouted angrily. Otherwise, this is not something for him, the other is not news, the third is not enough, he's completely insolent. He's so crazy he can't squeeze out a single kind word. What a goose, huh? Since we're talking about responsibility, the head of the clan turned an arrogant, appraising glance towards Candace and, after a pause, continued, Satoru, introduce us to your bride. What if he can read minds? Candace panicked. He stares as if he can hear the gears turning in my head. Certainly. Satoru nodded. And he fell silent. In American films, everyone has a middle name, and some of mine are exactly aware of how they present themselves on the other side of the world. They are also Gojo, all educated and terribly curious. What is Candy's middle name? Not Sweetie. Satoru turned slightly and stared at Candace with a silent cry. Surprisingly, she guessed the reason for his confusion and articulated clearly, but in a whisper, Caitlin. Satoru cleared his throat and, putting on a sweet smile, turned to the head of the clan, Honorable Mr. Gojo, I present to you and the rest of those present, he bowed deeply, my future wife Candace Caitlin Jones, the daughter of Mr. Rick and Mrs. Saomi Jones. Candace also repeated the bow, just in case, because Satoru advised bowing more. Stop. What did he say? His future wife. That's right, that's the word. No undertones or shyness, no spineless bride, an uncompromising wife. This is not the time to think about Satoru, we need to focus on his family. Candace prepared for a barrage of questions and a verbal duel with the head of the clan. However, he only said, we hope you will fulfill the prophecy. And give the Gojo clan a gifted, strong and healthy heir, Candace. What, is that all? Are they not interested in anything else? Did you find out the name of the incubator model and were satisfied with it? Well, great. A stronghold of the Middle Ages in the middle of the 21st century. No wonder my mother left at the first opportunity. This musty swamp called the magical community. Abomination. The head of the clan no longer paid attention to Candace and spoke exclusively with Satoru. He gave a couple of instructions, and then allowed him to join those gathered on the lawn. Not a word of condemnation, not a single rude attack, but Candace felt as if she had been spat on. How did Satoru, with his tough temper and irrepressible energy, not go crazy in such a suffocating atmosphere? She thought on the way to the lawn. Perhaps I'm exaggerating, and the nuances simply elude me, after all, it's a foreign culture. Plus, this is a formal event, what if that's how it's supposed to be? The sonorous voice of her mother brought her out of her thoughts. Baby, there you are. Saomi, dressed in an ochre-brown kimono, stood at the beginning of the gravel path. Flushed and a little intoxicated, smiling, lively and incredibly beautiful, as if she had floated out of the distant past, to which Candace would never return. As a child, my mother often wore this kimono on holidays, paying tribute to her abandoned homeland, and her father looked at her even more lovingly than usual. Hi, Mom, Candace responded. Mistress Jones, Satoru greeted her and bowed deeply and for a long time. Hello, Satoru, Saomi answered with a smile, nodding. What a beautiful house. I've never been to Gojo's. I didn't build it, but thank you. He laughed good-naturedly, and Saomi laughed quietly along with him. Why are they showing mercy? Candace was surprised. It's as if that disastrous dinner never happened. One word, Japanese. How did it go? Xiaomi asked her daughter, nodding towards the pavilion. I have no idea, Candace answered honestly. Chief Gojo. Looks like Leslie's great-grandfather with this, narrow-eyed ones, we didn't beat them enough for Pearl Harbor. Just the opposite. Such a Japanese grandfather Leslie. Satoru widened his eyes, stared questioningly at Candace and, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Do you seriously have a grandfather who does this? But you. Yes, Candace nodded. He is 97, he has PTSD and one eye missing. And yes, it doesn't bother him that I'm half Japanese. But he doesn't like his mother and calls her a spy. Will you introduce me to Grandpa Leslie? Satoru asked, sticking out his tongue mischievously. Necessarily. Well, you found something to tell, Xiaomi said, embarrassed. Satoru, she's joking. Mistress Jones, I like Candace's straightforwardness, Satoru assured in an almost serious tone. I promise this will stay between us. Added more playfully. Okay, Mom, I'm dying of hunger, then we'll chat, Candace said painfully, took Satoru's hand and pulled her towards the lawn. Ha, wow, can you just brush Mom off like that? Satoru asked. With delight, following her. Is this rude to you? No, it's gorgeous. Candace deliberately sat down at the only unoccupied table, away from prying eyes. As soon as she and Satoru moved closer to the table, a hail of large and small plates, crystal glasses and ceramic bowls immediately fell on it. What of all this? Not from fish and sea creatures. Candace looked around the table busily. Yes, here, Satoru frowned, and then pointed his finger at two bowls with shellfish and clear broth. Do you know what this is? Snot with shells. Suemano soup with hamaguri is a symbol of a harmonious union. Satoru picked up a yellow, oblong, flattened snack. This is herring caviar, a wish for fertility. And these are stewed bamboo shoots, they are eaten so that children are healthy and grow quickly. Seriously? Candace exclaimed. They decided to feed us with a hint. Some kind of Christmas table, said Satoru. Yes, this is a coital table. Koi, what? A table with a hint of, Candace replied. I would say that this is a direct wish. Well, great. Candace leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms over her chest. I would now give a plate of egg salad and a steak with barbecue sauce for a sweet soul, but only for Dad to cook it. Delicious and without invitations to have. I'll bring you something meaty. Satoru stood up from the table and headed to one of the tents where meat was being cooked over an open fire. His cheeks burned, for the first time he was ashamed of his relatives. Sweetie probably felt the same way at that dinner with Mrs. Jones and creepy Takashi. I was offended by their tactlessness, but my relatives were no better. And I, with my hidden contempt, with this question about the future. Cruel and unjustified arrogance. 10 minutes passed, and Satoru gestured to Candace that she would have to wait a little longer. Then she got up from the table to walk a little and stretch her stiff muscles. It was dark, but cleverly hidden street lighting softly illuminated the yard, and an electric garland over the lawn elegantly emphasized the festive atmosphere. Candace turned from the lawn into the garden and leisurely walked along the winding paths of white sand until she came to a faded old sakura tree. Surely Satoru, as a boy, climbed this tree up and down. I wonder if he buried his childhood secrets in this garden, trinkets, that mattered to him alone. She suddenly grinned and shook her head condescendingly. Just think, he grew up here. Gojo is also a Kansai. He can't hear the Kansai dialect at all. I know because my mother was also born here in Kyoto. I'll have to ask Satoru about his childhood. Voices were heard behind her, and Candace turned around. 2 men and a woman rose onto the veranda of the house with candles in their hands. They did not see the guest hidden in the darkness of the night and, placing candles on the floor, sat down in a semicircle. Candace tried to sneak by unnoticed, but her ear involuntarily caught Satoru's name. The last mission in Sanya was completed flawlessly. As expected from the heir of the clan and the owner of the 6 eyes. Impeccable. I heard that the seal he placed was broken, and now high-level magicians are on duty in the Nihonjitsumi quarter around the clock to prevent the situation from getting out of control again. Satoru was always in a hurry, perseverance is an eternal problem. And arrogance over the edge. Natsumi and Kenji him spoiled. We should have taken the boy from them not at 8 years old, but at 4. He is still young and impulsive. One can only hope that marriage and soon fatherhood will force him to grow up. What do you think about this girl that Mrs. Metasebia predicted for him? About the American? Well, quite a bold decision. But if Madame Seer insists, then the girl's blood has value. As far as I know, she has almost no cursed energy. The main thing is that she understands the seriousness of her only important task. It seemed to me that the girl was okay. But we must make sure that she does not influence Satoru and knows her place. I still don't think she'll stay in the clan for long, she just needs to give birth. Let them divorce quietly, and we ourselves will find a worthy successor for Satoru. Shall we find it ourselves? Ha. It's Satoru, try to make him. Candace couldn't move, couldn't breathe, she was choked by tears. It tore me apart from injustice, but not for myself, for him. Hot drops rolled down my cheeks one after another. There was no longer any strength to justify the harshness of his relatives, to make allowances for the difference in cultures. Does no one in the whole world love you simply because you are you? Boo! Candace jumped with fear, feeling a heavy, hot hand fall on her shoulder. Satoru, I will kill you. She hissed as quietly as possible. Are you lost? He asked in a whisper. I think she was hungry. Everything has cooled down already, I went for a second portion for you. Let's go to the table. Candace's treacherous tenderness towards him made her want to burst into tears even more. How can I sniffle so hard that he won't notice my tears? About. Satoru pointed his finger at the veranda. These are my goddamn aunt and uncle, with whom I lived after moving to Tokyo. I accidentally overheard that at the age of 8 you were separated from your parents. Mom and dad, of course, are honorary members of the clan, but they are weaklings, the 2nd and 3rd level. And I am the first in 400 years in the Gojo family who has 6 eyes and infinity. Speak more quietly, Candace said in a nasal voice. Satoru pressed himself against her back, and his hot breath touched the shell of her ear. In Tokyo I had a mentor, my cousin Hitoshi, a first-level magician, a lover of good whiskey and big. Another uncle. So many relatives. One more, yes. This one lived on the other side of town, but came every other day or two to work with me. Satoru wrapped his arms around Candace's frozen shoulders and rested his chin on the top of her head. By the way, they hope that marriage and fatherhood will turn you into an obedient animal, Candace said in a deliberately dry tone. The funny thing is that my uncle and aunt are constantly discussing other people's affairs, boasting about their supposedly impeccable union, but in reality they are cheating on each other not just right and left, but in all directions. I think I was 12 at the time, my aunt was, her neighbor on the balcony while her hubby was, his neighbor's wife in the house opposite. Of course, they didn't see each other, but they don't have 6 eyes. Satoru smiled tightly. Nasty. Was it unpleasant for you? No. He chuckled again. Just funny. Where does the desire to start a family or build at least some lasting relationships come from? Parents are far away, and before your eyes is the falseness behind the facade of decency. He probably has an aversion to the very idea of marriage. Candace stared at her feet, buried in the darkness. I wish I wouldn't burst into tears again. She took a deep breath so that her voice would not tremble. Okay, let's finally go eat. Candace tried to eat, but the piece would not go down her constricted throat. She silently looked at Satoru, who was briskly devouring shrimp and batter with teriyaki sauce, and quietly wiped tears from the corners of her eyes. How can he be so calm? It's like nothing is happening. As if it's normal that his family discusses him not as the favorite son of the clan, but as a stallion for racing. I hope that Lady Gojo gave him at least a little tenderness in childhood, otherwise he would have grown up to be as clingy and affectionate as a meerkat. An uninvited, unforgivable smile of tenderness. Unable to restrain herself, Candace lightly brushed her hand through Satoru's hair, and he turned around in surprise. "You have a fly stuck in your hair," Candace lied. "And you would be like a frog, it with your tongue. And into the mouth." "You're a fool," she answered, laughing. "I wish I could kiss his stupid head." "Why don't you eat?" Satoru asked, pitifully rolling out his lower lip and pushing a plate of steak towards her. Yes, I have nothing to drink," Candace lied and got up from the table. "I'll go look." "Yes, there's tea and, right there." Satoru turned around after Candace. "Sweetie, where are you going again?" Crossing the lawn, Candace looked at everyone she met like a harpy. Even the light, unobtrusive music that poured out from speakers hidden in the grass was annoying. Fury boiled in my chest, my ears rang, hypocrites, refined snobs, self-righteous and insensitive. I hate you all. Who are you all? Without Satoru. And you don't care about him, you don't care about what he is like, about his desires and dreams, about his feelings, about his freedom, you don't care about everything. I no longer intend to pretend and please you, get what you deserve. At the edge of the lawn, under a spreading willow, there was an elegant bar counter. Dressed in a snow-white shirt with a bow tie and a black vest, the bartender served expensive whiskey with ice and elite sake on trays. The waiters immediately took away the trays and served drinks to the guests. Without further ado, Candace took a tray of drinks from the counter and under the perplexed looks of the service staff I carried it to my table. "Whoa!" Satoru exclaimed and widened his eyes in amazement. "Have you decided to work in distribution?" "Yeah," Candace responded and drained a glass of whiskey in one fell swoop, spitting out 2 pieces of ice back. "For some reason the intoxicating drink doesn't reach us. Maybe it's not necessary." Satoru gritted his teeth as Candace took the second glass. "You said yourself that you don't give a damn about the opinions of my family. Why have you turned into a good boy, Gojo?" She teased and laughed mockingly. "Ha, me? And what else?" Satoru poured the drink from 2 glasses into one, drank it in one gulp, and then silently opened his burnt mouth, grimaced his face and stuck out his tongue. "Blah." Candy patted him lightly, and Satoru broke into a satisfied smile. The drunkenness hit his head, and Gojo was led. He closed his eyelids, rested his cheek on his palm, and grinned drunkenly and embarrassedly. "In love. Another glass?" Candace suggested in a cheerful voice and, fooling around, took Satoru's pose. No, that's enough for me," he mumbled, opening one eyelid. "Weak, Candace." She bit her tongue without finishing her. "Weakling." She cleared her throat, approached Satoru's face and, smiling slyly, asked, "And 1 glass for 2, hmm?" Candace poured 1 glass into the second, took a long sip, winced slightly and handed the glass to Gojo. He obediently took it, deliberately touching her fingers, and drank it to the bottom. "It seems to me that this sad hole lacks rock," Candace said busily. "And a little, she began to move her folded fingers, urging the thought on. "We are about to have an archaic marriage for the sake of procreation," she continued slurring her tongue, "but this event is definitely lacking in tension. What do you think, Satoru?" "Ha! What oh? He drawled, giggling. "What were you thinking, sweetie?" "Let's go dance," she said in a conspiratorial tone and extended her hand to him. Satoru arched an eyebrow questioningly, but still squeezed the offered hand and, swaying, stood up from the table. Candace's warm, wet palm made Satoru sick reason. Of course, alcohol is to blame for everything. It was because of him that the lower abdomen cramped with a hot, sweet spasm, because of him the earth disappeared from under his feet and invisible wings opened behind his back. Purely because of the alcohol, he had an unbearable desire to kiss his Candy. His Candy? Well, of course, she is his. Whose else? This Italian upstart Santoro, or what? It's not his ring that's on Sweetie's finger, it's not his last name that she'll be wearing in a couple of weeks. Candace will be Gojo. And let someone try to stop this. This is where we need to go, Candace said, pulling Satoru towards the tent, from which wires snaked out. Under the tent, on a high round table, there was a laptop open, to which music speakers were connected. Luckily, there was no one nearby, and Candace immediately jumped up to the table. "Mademoiselle, do you accept orders?" Leaning his elbows on the table, Satoru behaved like a monkey. "If you don't mind, could you please play Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger by Daft Punk?" "Wow, do you like electronic music?" "I love Daft Punk." "Monsieur, will you let Mademoiselle go ahead?" Candace played along with him. "With great pleasure." Satoru answered, not pronouncing all the letters. "What does my charming companion want?" "She wants The Ballad of Chasey Lane by Bloodhound Gang." The speakers began to rattle, and a simple but catchy beat was heard. Candace grabbed Satoru by the sleeve and, dancing, pulled him along to the lawn. "Do you know what this song is about?" she asked. "Nope." A fan of actress Chasey Lane writes her a letter in which he talks about how he can't wait to her in the ass, and that even though she had a lot of, she didn't have his. And postscript he introduces Chasey to his parents and asks her to show them her. "Ha! I'm also introducing you to my family," Satoru remarked, shaking his head to the beat. "Will you show them your—" He regretted what he said a second later and mentally prepared himself for a well-deserved verbal inquisition. "Idiot. Now she will bury you for this question." "Well, if I'm a couple more glasses drunker, then maybe," Candace answered, chuckling. "What? Aren't you offended?" "I'm on your side today, Gojo," Candace replied with a smile. "I don't know if emotional exists, but at the moment I experienced just that." And Candace, lo and behold, she laughed out loud. She grabbed Satoru by both hands and, jumping up and down, loudly sang along to the obscene song. Almost all of Gojo had gathered on the lawn and looked in bewilderment at the two drunken teenagers carefreely jumping on the grass. Xiaomi, who clearly understood the obscene lyrics of the song, looked at her daughter in horror and anger, nervously twirling the ceramic sake glass in her hands. A 3-year-old boy, the son of distant relatives, ran out to Satoru with Candace and began to dance awkwardly, joyfully shaking his arms. They extended their palms to him in a friendly manner and enticed him to dance with them. At least some kind of life in the midst of this stuffiness and sickening decorum, Candace flashed through her drunken thoughts. "Well, Satoru, are you bored with me?" The little boy's father, a handsome middle-aged man, emerged from the crowd with an expression of suppressed anger and took his son in his arms. The boy blushed, whined and pulled his hands toward Satoru and Candace. "Turn off this vulgarity now," ordered the boy's father. "The head of the clan and your parents are here." "I would be ashamed." Another. "Only this one also understands English." Candace frowned irritably. "All they can do is shame him." The boy's father threw a contemptuous, arrogant look at Candace. "The American vulgarity with which you staged this bacchanalia, Satoru, is inappropriate in Gojo's house," he added meaningfully. "Then vulgar me and my vulgar American almost wife will not desecrate Gojo's house with our presence." Satoru bowed to his relative in a buffoonish manner, put his arm around Candace's shoulder, and went to the gate. "My purse." Candace protested quietly. She remained on the back of the chair. Satoru kissed her with drunken flourish. "Temple, ran for my bag." "And returned." "Order?" he asked tenderly. "Yes," she muttered in response, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Candace sobbed on Satoru's shoulder all the way to Tokyo. She didn't understand why exactly she was crying, because of alcohol, from resentment, or were they tears of liberation, maybe all at once. But under Satoru's arm, like a chick under its mother's wing, she felt comfortable and safe. No, she did not forgive him, the offense inflicted wounded too deeply. But Candace no longer wanted to demonize him. Cooper was right, you are a good person, Satoru. An ordinary guy who made a big mistake. This doesn't make it any easier for me, but at least it doesn't hurt more. I don't know if I'll be able to forgive you one day, but I won't be able to hate you anymore. The night express returned them to the concrete jungle of Tokyo. Finally home. Satoru and Candace bought snacks and 2 cans of fruit beer at a 24-hour convenience store, and then went up to the roof of the first high-rise building they came across to watch the sunrise. They sat down side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and looked at the pale blue sky with smeared transparent pink clouds, illuminated by orange flashes. "Sorry for being frank, but your relatives are exceptional freaks," Candace broke the silence. "Highborn, purebred, important and ruthless freaks. How long ago did you start apologizing for your frankness, sweetie?" Satoru opened both beers and a pack of snacks. "Stop it." After taking a sip, Candace lowered the corners of her lips in approval. "Sorry for doubting you, grapefruit-flavored beer. You turned out to be very good. Is it really delicious?" Satoru took a sip from Candace's can and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, sweetie." Candace pulled out an MP3 player and thrust one earphone at Satoru. "You still have a lot of vulgar songs, huh?" he asked mischievously, lowering his head on her shoulder. "Enough for a small," Candace estimated, tapping her elongated lips with her index finger. "What are you listening to? I realized today that you never told me what kind of music you like." They only listen to my player." "I like your playlist," Satoru replied. "What's in yours?" "Well, you already know about Daft Punk. We have Capsule playing in approximately the same vein, only they have more club tracks. Of course, I love to shake my head to Asian Kung Fu Generation, where would I be without them? And yet, only this is a secret. I'm a big fan of the band Jamiroquai. I love funk. I dream of making love to their every day, because it's perfect for that. I dream of making love to you to it, sweetie." "What, an unexpected set," Candace said and grinned. "He likes Jamiroquai, take a look. You're an aesthete, Gojo. I couldn't imagine that you have such exquisite taste. It's very stylish, you know. I'm not a fan, but these guys are real professionals. Did you get anything new after our, Satoru fell silent, lifted his head from her shoulder and sheepishly scratched the top of his head. "After our separation?" Candace asked quietly, bending down and looking into his eyes. "You wanted it, say? Don't be afraid to call a spade a spade." "Afraid? Ha! I'm not afraid of anything, Candy." "I know," she whispered, nodding and lightly stroking his cheekbone with bent fingers. "So, what's new?" Candace again looked at the player's display and scrolled forward. "Kylie Minogue's new song came out not so long ago." "What kind of song?" Satoru looked over her shoulder and adjusted the position of the earphone. "In My Arms," Candace answered, turned on the song and closed her eyelids dreamily. "And very sincere. And it's convenient to move your ass under it. Does your Kylie have something that makes it uncomfortable to twirl her butt?" "You can't move under, confide in me, it's so gothic and sensual." Like an echo of a bygone bitter summer, they were together again, talking about music and fooling around. As if there was no pain and cruel, destroying words. Only he and she are in their common candy world, woven from carved shadows of foliage, sunlight and the chirping of cicadas. Relaxing, Satoru again lowered his head to the cool shoulder Candace and moved his cheek over it. His hungry hand, tormented by useless self-satisfaction, carefully and sedately moved to her lower back, slid forward and wrapped around her waist. She wasn't indignant, she didn't push her away, bliss. The music stopped, and Satoru and Candace were left alone with each other. "You would like to take cover, hide your bubbling hearts, but can you hide something in silence?" Candace's eyelashes were disturbed by her breathing. Satoru pressed his forehead to hers and rubbed the tip of his nose against hers. Everything was trembling inside, pulsing ungodly between my legs. Was this really about to happen? Intoxicated by the long-awaited intimacy, Satoru opened his mouth, wetly kissed his tanned nose and lowered himself to the treasured lips. Letting out a broken, painful groan, Candace dropped her head onto Satoru's chest. "I have to go," she dully squeezed out the stupidest phrase in her duty. "I'll see you off," Satoru answered in a downcast voice. "No need." Candace pulled away with downcast eyes. "I'm not far away." She threw the strap of her purse over her shoulder and stood up, touching the edge of the hem to Satoru's cheek. She caressed it as a sign of consolation. Run. ASAP. Am I bad? Candace asked herself, swallowing the lump stuck in her throat, rushing through the sleepy streets of Tokyo. How can I look Marco in the eye now? Yes, nothing happened, but it could have. How did I let this happen? When she entered the apartment, dawn was hitting the windows with might and main. There was no time to sleep, I had to go to school. Candace slept on the subway, fell asleep during classes and during breaks. Exhausted and completely broken, she wandered around the school like a somnambulist. And she couldn't answer the text from Marco. A simple and heartfelt, "How are you, my sparkle?" It tore my soul apart and burned me with shame. The intoxicating euphoria gave way to the inevitable hangover. It's time to promise yourself that never, never again, not a single glass. But these promises, as you know, are empty words, a pill for guilt. Probably, everything wouldn't be so scary if we were really talking about alcohol. It began to rain in the afternoon and continued until late in the evening. I didn't want to get wet in the rain, nor did I want to fall asleep over my notebook while doing my homework, so Candace sat at school until closing time. Walking home in the dark, she rubbed her cold, wet shoulders and was angry with herself for not leaving earlier, before the other students had taken all the umbrellas. Like a stray dog, dirty and wet, wearing yesterday's clothes. It's a miracle I wasn't told off for not being in uniform. Not a day, but some kind of timelessness in purgatory, honestly. Xiaomi was waiting for her at the threshold of the apartment, in a brown raincoat, angry. With her arms crossed over her chest. Mother? Candace was surprised, taking the keys out of her bag. What did you learn there? Xiaomi asked in a voice trembling with anger. Do you even understand what a scandal this will be? If you came to scold me, then you'd better leave, Candace responded tiredly, entering the apartment. This is not a get-together with New York relatives, but a reception at the family home of the Gojo clan. Xiaomi rushed after her, even forgetting to take off her boots in the corridor. This prank will continue for you after the wedding. They won't forgive, there's enough gossip now for the next year. I don't want my daughter to be said to be, and unworthy of the Gojo family. Yes, I don't care about them and their gossip. Satoru, by the way, too. Candace opened the closet and took out a soft white sweater with jeans and warm socks. My mother was at the reception, Xiaomi added restrainedly, your grandmother, by the way. She invited you and me to my father's house. Tears welled up in her eyes. How will they look at us after this? Is this my grandmother who, like the rest of your relatives, disowned you because you married my father and flew away to live in the States? Grandmother, who in all the years has never bothered to fly in, but has never even called. And then the opportunity to become related to Gojo loomed on the horizon, and it was right there. Yes, I don't want to know her, or your father, or other relatives. How can you be so insensitive, Candace? Unfeeling. Her voice trembled, and for a moment Candace was speechless. Who would talk about the lack of feelings, Mom? Rick died, and you left me, I'm all alone. It's not for you to judge me for wanting to reunite with my family. It's not fair, Candace said chokily, blinking back tears. Not fair, so what? Xiaomi asked, deliberately regaining her composure. This is not America. For you, my dear. How are you going to wash away this shame? Go away, Candace muttered, wiping away her tears. Leave immediately. Are you chasing me? Then I'll leave. Candace grabbed her bag as she walked, somehow got into her sneakers and flew out the door. Again night, again the railway. Loneliness tore through my chest and greedily tore at my bleeding heart. Abandoned, this is how Candace felt, looking into the impenetrable darkness through a window washed with rainwater. Abandoned. And guilty. Everything is my fault. Entering the courtyard of the Tokyo Magic College, Candace paused for a few minutes to catch her breath. The rage that gave strength to the last push ended, and the body shaking from monstrous exhaustion. There's just a little bit left, just be patient, Candace ordered herself and moved towards the hostel. Like a homeless person, she wandered along the long corridors, trying to remember which room belonged to Satoru. She had never been inside, only once saw him come in, but there she was. Candace entered without knocking or warning, kicked off her shoes and wet socks at the entrance, took off her jeans and, patting her bare feet on the parquet, stopped by the bed. "Move over, Gojo," she whispered and unceremoniously crawled under the covers. "Candy?" Satoru asked confused. "What's happened?" "Nothing. I'm just very tired," she answered in a cracked voice, pressed her little sparrow against his hot back and buried her nose in his neck. "It's so cold outside." Satoru heard her restless, muffled sobs, felt her fatigue in his gut, and had no idea how to console her. He put his hand behind his back, grabbed Candace's frozen hand, pulled her to him and, kissing her deeply, pressed her to his chest. In the morning, Satoru didn't bother asking why Candace came to him. He woke up an hour earlier than her and brought breakfast from the student cafeteria. After waking up, Candace was taciturn and sad. She slowly got up, leaned back on the pillow, put the plate on her stomach and silently chewed a warm egg vegetable sandwich. "Mom came to see me and we quarreled," she finally said, washing her food down with hot coffee. "Well, because of our performance." "Did she come to you to tell you off?" Satoru asked with a chuckle. "Yeah, guess what?" Candace put the empty plate on the bedside table. "I'm sorry for dragging you into all this." "What?" Satoru said. "Ha. Well, you give it." "I am Satoru Gojo," he pointed at himself with a protruding thumb, "and I will not do what I do not want." "You didn't pull me in, sweetie, we got involved together." Candace sighed deliberately noisily and pursed her lips in a condescending half-smile. "What are you, Gojo, still, funny," she answered. "The ceiling is not with your nose pierce." Although, she stretched out her lips and thoughtfully placed a finger on them, "the ceiling vaults, I suppose, will give way before your greatness." "Well then," he exclaimed. Emboldened, Satoru plopped down on the edge of the bed, lowered his head to Candace's blanket-covered lower abdomen, grinned mischievously and winked at her. "Has your family already anathematized me?" she asked, raising her hands high and stretching. "Yesterday I was called to the Council of Elders, and the head of my clan was there, to restrain you and me, huh?" He shifted his cheek on the blanket, threw his arm over Candace's legs and put his palm on her thigh. "The funny thing is that Metasebia intervened." "Well, no one cares. The protest of lovers is so romantic." Gojo grimaced, imitating the manner of the seer. "Gentlemen, let's not focus on the trifles and quirks of youth, but rather, let's arrange a wedding as soon as possible." "What a vixen," Candace muttered, "she won't leave us until she puts us in the same bed." "So she's running out of time." Satoru picked up sarcastic Candace's tone. "She doesn't care about local scandals and squabbles." Lightly and casually, as if it was as natural as breathing, Candace ruffled the hair on the back of his head. "Crime by negligence. But how can you cope with the irresistible urge to touch him? To be gentle, close. So that without the suffocating feeling of guilt." 2008, May 19. This is not how Candace imagined her wedding. Her imagination time and again pictured a modest ceremony with family and close friends, in New York Central Park near the Angel of Waters fountain. At the very least, the groom loved her deeply, and she did not harbor a deep grudge against him in her heart. Today, Candace Jones became Gojo, but it wasn't like a dream. Kyoto is not New York at all, and you can't even find a fountain on the territory of the Gojo clan's family home. Cooper and Jill, his beloved great-aunt Elaine, and his grandparents were not around. There was no dad. Beloved dad, who would hug him tightly and take him to the altar, under the wedding arch decorated with red roses. Not a wedding, but its dark twin, a dull semblance of a holiday among unfriendly and unfamiliar faces. And this farce was crowned by Satoru, a fake husband who did not love her and who was disgusted by the very idea of marriage. But it was still worth giving him credit, because it was he who insisted on a European-style ceremony, a Catholic priest and a wedding arch, not red. Candace thought sadly, looking at the white roses that decorated the arch. "Well, it's still better than nothing." But the dress was more beautiful than she had imagined, with a bodice embroidered with patterns and pearls, a deep neckline, long fitted sleeves and a flowing tulle bell skirt that turned into a small train. Xiaomi could not dissuade her daughter from wearing dark burgundy lipstick and the same color of nails, but Candace allowed her mother to style her hair and pin the strand gathered from her temple at the back of her head with a pearl hairpin. Around her neck was a constant friend, a black choker, Valère, with a pearl pendant. It was given to her by Satoru on the eve of the wedding. She didn't attach any importance to the gift, she just wouldn't dare. If only Candace knew how sweet it was for Satoru to see her gift when she walked down the altar. Unlike her, he did not hesitate to answer when asked his consent to marriage, his hands did not tremble when he put a wedding ring on his Candy's finger. To Candace's amazement, Satoru deeply and passionately kissed her, he grabbed her behind her back with one hand, and pressed the palm of the other to her cheek. Waited for it. Got it. Now she will not fly away from him, hiding behind shame and decency. Satoru felt neither fear nor sorrow for his lost freedom. His fake wedding was the first real event that he was forced to be a part of by the will of the clan and the magical community. The banquet, like the engagement dinner, was held on the lawn. The food, furniture and decorations were even more expensive and elegant, and the guests' attire was even more luxurious. Not only did Satoru's family not remember the newlyweds' daring prank, no one even whispered about it, they followed Metasubia's advice. In addition, representatives of the other two great clans attended the ceremony to ensure that all formalities were observed and the prophecy was on the path to fulfillment. Why does the Gojo clan need sidelong glances and accusations of sabotaging the will of the seer? It wasn't enough to get involved in another interclan fight, especially with the Zenins who loved dirty tricks. Sun was approaching sunset. The tables were noticeably empty, the guests scattered across the lawn and huddled in circles. The hum of voices was drowned out by the clink of dishes, the chirping of cicadas and the rustling of leaves. Hunched over and resting her cheek on her palm, Candace sat alone on a carved garden bench with a canopy. Even the foot in the white shoe pushing off the ground was somehow sad. My legs actually ached terribly, Candace wasn't used to walking in shoes. She looked around the guests with a wolfish gaze and, making sure that no one was looking, took off the damned shoes. She plunged her burning feet into the cool dewy grass, passed the tender leaves of clover between her fingers and closed her eyelids in bliss. On the farm of Cooper's family, she spent the summer before last running barefoot to the river. Could she then imagine that just a little more and she would put on a wedding dress? A girl with a disheveled long, dressed in a short blue sundress with white polka dots, ran across the wet grass further and further from Candace, taking with her the carelessness and innocence of the sun. Childhood. Fake wedding, then. Then why did she really spend her childhood? The phone lying nearby vibrated loudly, moving to the edge of the bench. Candace opened the text message without looking, from Marco, May 19, 2008, 1754, I love you, Twilight. No stupid prophecy can change that. The eyes ran over the lines again and again, hugging every letter, period and comma. She realized she was crying only when her salty lips. Shortly before the wedding, Candace met with Marco to talk. I don't know how long this will take, she told him that day, sadly and shamefully looking at her feet. It's unfair and cruel to keep you waiting. Better, her voice trembled. It's better to separate for now. If Gojo and I succeed and you're still ready, we'll pick up where we left off. I won't let you go, Marco answered and squeezed her cold fingers in his hot palms. I don't care, it's not sugar. I won't let go. Even if these freaks put you under Gojo and you have a child, I still won't let you go. Candace looked at the phone display, at the letters blurred by tears, and did not understand why she was confused and not in grief. Putting his hands in the pockets of his dark blue trousers and leaning his shoulder against the warm bark, Satoru stood under a young maple tree and watched his sad sweetie. Strange day, everything flew by, rushed by like a fast train, as if nothing had happened. A dull, colorless holiday. Satoru did his best to remember this day. So that Candace remembers. But he could not do anything about the abyss that lay between them. It's his fault. Why are you without a tuxedo? Xiaomi's intoxicated voice was heard behind him. It's already cool. Mrs. Jones. Satoru turned around and, without taking his hands out of his pockets, made a deep bow. I'm not cold, I drank 2 glasses of champagne. He boasted, putting on a smile. Young blood, Xiaomi clasped his shoulder with maternal tenderness. How this blue butterfly suits you. Tall, handsome, just like my Rick on his wedding day, she looked into the dull eyes that betrayed Satoru completely. You're kind of down, darling. Because of Candace? Yes, he chuckled awkwardly. Yes, everything is fine. Xiaomi silently peered into his tense face, disfigured by an artificial, forced smile, and her heart was filled with compassion. What are they still like? Still children. Clumsy, inexperienced. Abandoned by us, careless adults. Invite her to dance, she said to Satoru. Nodding towards her daughter. Why did she dare to dance with me? He answered with a grin. Are you at a wedding or something? Xiaomi pushed him forward. Go ahead. And I'll organize music for you, she added and winked conspiratorially. Only normal, and not about asses and. For Candy and me, this is normal music. Satoru retorted, laughing, and reassured him. For you and Candy, Xiaomi repeated. Clear. She grinned meaningfully and left. Satoru cheerfully walked towards the hanging bench where Candace was sitting. But the closer he came, the faster his self-confidence, coupled with mischief, disappeared. Is she crying? He saw the wet shine on her cheeks and was embarrassed. Just don't argue about some tactless nonsense. Fortunately, a pleasant romantic melody spilled across the lawn, good old American jazz. I confess, I love you. Tell me, do you love me? I admit, I need you. Honestly, I need you every moment. Will you dance with me, Candy? Satoru gave her his hand in a gentlemanly manner. This is, I'm Confessin', by Peggy Lee. Candace turned to the sound of music and sniffed. Mom and Dad danced to this song at the wedding. She wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand, exhaled longly, and took the offered hand. I'll dance. I read such strange things in your eyes, but your lips deny their truth. Will your answer change what makes me sad? Satoru pulled Candace close, so that her chest was pressed against his torso. He hugged her waist with one hand, and with the other he squeezed his palm, put it to his heart and swayed quietly in a slow dance. Tensed for the first moments, Candace soon relaxed, closed her eyelids and lowered her head to Satoru's shoulder. I'm afraid that one day you will leave me. Having said, shall we remain friends? If you leave, know that I will grieve. My whole life depends on you. You are very beautiful in this shirt with gold cufflinks, Candace said in a nasal voice, shedding hot tears onto the snow-white soft fabric. What? Satoru bowed his head, laughing. Is this a compliment, Miss Gojo? Wow, generosity. Shoo, shush, the embarrassed Candace, lightly slapping him on the chest. Shut up. And forlornly she rubbed her face against his shoulder. Xiaomi looked at them from afar. She sat at the empty table, slowly sipped pear sake and cried silently, pressing a paper napkin to the corner of her eye. I'm an awkward, rude mother, she drunkenly scolded herself. Without Rick, everything went to hell. Everything could have been different if he hadn't. Hello, Matsubara, a drunken, velvety voice said in my ear. It's been a while since she was called by her maiden name. Xiaomi turned around and saw Natsumi Gojo, sophisticated, gentle, drooping eyes, almost unchanged over the past 20 years. Hello, Xiaomi answered and instantly crumpled the napkin in her palm. I'll smoke while mine isn't looking, said Natsumi, taking out. She held a long thin cigarette from her pouch, pressed it between her teeth and lit it with a graceful, languid movement characteristic only of her. Apparently, she was tired of the heavy kimono and changed into an ankle-length powder pink tight-fitting dress with straps and a lace bolero of the same color. She sat, bending over like a wave, mannerly exhaling a thin transparent stream of smoke and looking somewhere past Xiaomi. Look at our children, Natsumi said touchingly in Xiaomi's ear. They huddled together like little birds. Don't you know what happened between them? She asked suddenly. My dunce was so in love with your daughter. Of course, he didn't speak in those words, she laughed, the pad of her finger and carefully removed a broken piece of ash from the hem, but I know when my son's words need to be multiplied by 2. Natsumi lightly touched Xiaomi's shoulder with her shoulder and kindly handed her the open packet. Xiaomi smiled, took out a cigarette and lit it from Natsumi's hands. I don't really know anything, she answered honestly. But them, gone far. She took a deep drag, and a smoldering hissing light cut through the gathering dusk. When I left for work in the morning and popped in to check on mine, they slept in the same bed, and in the evening it was all, not together. In any case, my smoking has caused trouble, Natsumi said with a sigh and phlegmatically stroked the tip of the cigarette with her index finger, shaking off the ash. I was scared, I guess, I've never seen him so in love before. Then I told Candace all sorts of nasty things, Xiaomi added, shyly lowering her eyes. We hardly talked to her. She grabbed her stomach with a painful movement of her hand. I don't know, maybe. If I had supported her then and talked to both of them, maybe now they wouldn't have to suffer because of this vile prophecy. Xiaomi sobbed, but immediately muffled the sobs bursting out. Kenji and I are also to blame for Satoru, Natsumi said quietly and sadly. We couldn't defend him in childhood, when our head decided to hand him over to be raised by the Tokyo relatives, and now they could not protect them from the tyranny of the elders. Do you think there is a chance that they will be happy? Xiaomi asked, nodding toward Satoru and Candace slowly circling across the lawn, squeezing each other in a comforting, life-saving embrace. I want to believe, Natsumi whispered and lowered her drunken head onto Xiaomi's shoulder. Night enveloped the garden and lawn and lay like a blanket on the gray-tiled roof. The holiday died down and the guests left. Only a few members of the Council of Elders remained, Seer Metasebia, Xiaomi and the permanent inhabitants of Gojo's house, including Natsumi and Kenji and the head of the clan. A secluded room on the second floor was prepared for the newlyweds, pleasantly smelling of floral incense, with a luxurious double bed. Left alone, Satoru and Candace stood silently on the threshold, stupidly staring at the bed, illuminated by the diffused dim light of the night lamp, drowning in the viscous darkness creeping across the floor. Do you know what's missing? Candace asked. Satoru responded. A huge plasma with, and bedside table stuffed with all sorts of things for. Satoru pursed his lips and put the curious pug into the drawer of the squat bedside table. Ha! Here, wet and dry wipes, and also a dispenser with lubricant, boo. Candace winced, crossing her arms over her chest. How thoughtful. Well, at least there are no cameras. Satoru laughed and scratched the back of his head in confusion. Or, a live audience to witness the consummation of the marriage, he said in a mannered theatrical manner, which caused Candace to involuntarily laugh. Phew, guess what, if they were really hanging around here. I wouldn't get hard, Gojo said chokedly. I willingly believe it. Candace exhaled heavily and stepped towards the bed. Okay, let's go to sleep, otherwise we'll have to get ready for a trip tomorrow and then have to drag ourselves to the airport. Let's move towards the goal, sweetie. Satoru cheerfully undressed, threw his things on the sofa that stood on the opposite side of the room, and plopped down on the bed on top of the blanket. Candace embarrassedly hid behind the open door of the wardrobe locker. For several minutes she spun around like a top, puffing and swearing, until she looked out with an unhappy expression on her face. Can you help me unbutton my dress, please? Blowing a fluffy wavy lock of hair off her forehead, she quietly asked. There are so many stupid little buttons there. Easily. Satoru responded, jumped out of bed and stopped behind Candace. These ones, so small, she threw her hand over her shoulder. Do you see? Yeah, Satoru answered and for some reason smiled slightly. Goosebumps, goosebumps, goosebumps. When hot fingers touched her skin, stretching a thread of warmth from top to bottom. Up to the lower back, right down to the vertebrae. Until the sweetest spasm in the lower abdomen. Don't be deceived, stupid, Candace ordered herself, his fingers. Behave decently that time, and then he fell on top of him like a seal, and all the magic disappeared instantly. When Satoru finished, she held the bodice of the dress with her palms and looked timidly over her shoulder. "Thank you," Candace said barely audibly and turned away. He didn't leave. All is it still standing in the back. A hot, damp breath washed over my neck, and my parted lips barely touched my skin. Exhalation. Lingering, burning, full of bitterness, shame and pain. Full of desperate longing. The tip of his sharp nose guiltily slid along the protruding vertebra. The floorboards creaked, Satoru returned to bed. Unbidden disappointment lurked in her tightly compressed lips and frowning brows. Stupid, stupid Candace. What will calm you down? And will it calm you down at all? After some hesitation, Candace finally took off her dress and thin white, with a lace garter, pulled on a cotton t-shirt found in the closet and tiptoed to the bed. "They probably prepared a t-shirt for you, it's up to my knees," Candace said, giggling, crawling under the blanket, fluffing the pillow and getting comfortable. "What kind of boy gave us rings?" she asked. "Megumi Fushiguro," Satoru answered without turning around. "He's a zenin, but I sort of unofficially became his guardian. Him and his half-sister Tsumiki." "Wow, I thought kids weren't for you," Candace snorted mockingly. "What irony. I killed his father Toji, a mercenary and mage killer. A dangerous guy and a worthy opponent." "Killed?" Candace repeated slowly. "I was always amazed at how Dad sometimes calmly talked about murders. It's probably not for nothing that they say that this work is only for crazy people." "This is true. So, you decided to take care of the boy out of a sense of duty?" "Not at all. He just has the strength, and a rare ancestral technique was passed on to him. Sorry for mistakenly ascribing nobility to you, Gojo, I won't dare again," Candace said annoyed and turned away. There was silence. Only the crickets were chirping outside the window, and the blossoming pear tree was knocking its, on the glass. "Candy," Satoru called in a whisper. "Yes." "Did your parents sleep in the same room?" Candace fluttered her eyelids, puzzled, and then turned around. "Well, yes," she answered, "of course, together." "What, yours isn't?" "Mine don't, they had different bedrooms." Satoru finally turned to face Candace. "Neither I have never seen them kiss or even passionately hug. Is it possible to surprise someone with this in Japan?" Candace laughed good-naturedly. "I'm serious," Satoru added colorlessly. "They never hold hands or touch each other. Maybe they just don't like to show off their feelings. They got married by agreement of the clans, so there are no feelings there." Satoru smiled bitterly. What a strange one, Candace thought to herself, peering into Satoru's glowing blue eyes. Why did he suddenly speak so openly? "I watched your parents a little, and it seemed to me that they looked at each other very tenderly," she objected unobtrusively. "Sparks always flew between mine. I can well imagine how loving people look at each other. Father and mother don't even." "Shortly before moving to Tokyo, I shuttled between their bedrooms for 2 months, the walls here are double, and 8-year-old me often hid between them through a hole I discovered in the kitchen. I checked both day and night, not a grain of love. They walked together before going to bed, but when they returned, they bowed sedately to each other in the corridor and simply went their separate ways. I don't know, maybe I watched foreign films in which husbands and wives slept in the same bed, hugged, kissed, made love and that's all. But not my ancestors. I would like to believe that they were at least a little pleased when they did me." Satoru chuckled frivolously and spoke with emphasized disdain, but Candace saw through the dark veil of the night how his chin trembled and moisture glistened in the corners of his eyes. Do children even ask such questions? As a child, it was enough for me to know that my parents loved me, and I would never have thought to doubt their love for each other. Was it really that bad that he needed proof that there were feelings between his parents? Does it hurt you? After a short silence she asked. Not. Satoru waved him off. I don't care. I just wanted to scratch my tongue. Never mind, sweetie. He rolled over onto his back and stared at the ceiling. And they, Candace whispered hesitantly. But they love you. I don't know, I guess, Satoru muttered. Were they kind to you? Yes, he answered brokenly. Especially Mom. I remember running around in the garden until exhausted, picking flowers from the fence, and then running into the living room, crawling up to my mother, sitting on the floor in a circle of relatives, and putting my head on her lap, poking the crumpled dusty flowers in her face. Satoru let out a laugh, automatically bowed his head on Candace's shoulder and closed his eyelids. She gently stroked my hair, like a stray kitten. Satoru felt awkward and turned away. He'll think I'm complaining. He started snotting, the biggest winner. He curled up like an embryo, pulled the edge of the blanket up to his nose, and lay as if in a warm mother's womb. Moonlight reflections trampled over closed eyelids and jostled with shadows. Candace silently shed tears and incessantly looked at the sad back of Satoru's head, silvered by the moon, begging herself not to touch his hair. They fell asleep for a short time, and in the middle of the night they were woken up by Satoru's mobile phone. A police informant reported the appearance of a level 1 cursed spirit in a Tokyo suburb. 3 curious teenagers who entered the building through a hole in the iron fence were killed in an abandoned factory. Sorry to bother you at such a time, Yaga added confusedly when he brought the student up to date. You understand, we have nothing but emergencies now. If only someone at the first level was free. I'll be ready. In about 15 minutes, send me the address, Satoru answered, putting on his trousers with one hand. Sleepy Candace hugged her legs and looked sympathetically at his back. I wonder, what if we were, well, busy with business, and you didn't pick up the phone? They would pull you off me, or what? She burst into tears and embarrassedly buried her mouth in her knee. By the ankles. Satoru supported with a smile and put the phone in his pocket. And they would drag it. Will you be in time for departure? I have to make it in time. Satoru he put on his shirt, fastened his cufflinks, and slung his trouser suspenders over his shoulders. What do you think, should I wear a bow tie? What a fool, Candace replied, grinning. Are you planning to waltz with the damned spirit? No, I'll take you as a second wife. 4. Well then. Suddenly, Satoru leaned over with playful grace and casually pecked Candace on the corner of her lips. She jumped in surprise and stared at him in amazement. The wide Satorian mouth stretched into a stupid smile, revealing clenched teeth. Are you sick? Candace leaned back slightly and lightly poked him in the chest with her finger. Personal space, Gojo. She's grumbling again, Satoru pouted capriciously and rolled his eyes. Okay, I have to go. He went to the mirror, tied his bow tie and put on his glasses. Sweet dreams, sweetie. Take care of yourself, Candace replied, unintentionally falling in love with him. Tell that to the curse with which I will now frolic. Satoru smugly said goodbye and disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. If I'm not with Candy, I'll frolic with Spirit, ha. Gojo chuckled mentally, hiding his sadness behind meaningless. On the way to the place indicated in the message from the director, Satoru non-stop touched the ring finger of his left hand, twirled the wedding ring and drove away thoughts of warm Candace, sleeping peacefully under a padding polyester blanket. In the middle of a large, cozy bed. The black car pulled off the highway onto a gravel driveway overgrown with weeds and stopped next to a high iron fence with bars. The assistant behind the wheel turned off the engine and turned to Satoru. It's here. Satoru lowered the window and looked through the bars, puzzled, for half a minute. How quiet, he said and got out of the car. You go, I will lower the curtain. No need, I'll do it myself, Satoru snapped. Better go for now. When I finish, I'll text you. After bowing through the window, the assistant left. Very strange, Satoru thought, rubbing his chin with bent fingers. Where does a high-level curse come from in this wilderness? This plant has been empty for 20 years, there are no cemeteries or settlements. On the other hand, there have been so many anomalous things lately that it's stupid to be surprised. Completely forgetting about the curtain, Satoru found a hole in the fence and entered the factory. The impressively sized brick building presented a sad sight, broken windows, crumpled doors and a collapsed wall. Inside, everything was densely painted with layers of colorful graffiti, garbage was lying around, and a nosy wind was whistling across the floor. Where is the crime scene? No fencing tape, no signs of struggle, no blood. Were the police even here? There was a rustling somewhere near the ceiling, and Satoru looked up. No one, not even 6 eyes, noticed anything. But you can't fool your instincts. A small black ball rolled out of the darkness towards my feet. Bang! The ball exploded, releasing steam, and Satoru was rocked by the blast wave. Writhing and overgrown with ugly, oozing flesh, a distorted humanoid creature grew right in front of him. A lump of leather, molded from a pile of mutilated bodies, and wheezing, moved toward Satoru. Why is it so sad? Gojo drawled, rolling out his lower lip. Healthy, clumsy, this is a task for a first grader. However, we still had to tinker with the damned spirit, deceptively clumsy. It knew how to switch to super speed, deftly dodged attacks and attacked on the sly. Satoru smashed huge iron doors into dust, punched a deep cavity in the floor, knocked down several trees that grew in the backyard of the building, and only after that he managed to defeat the spirit. Ha! But you turned out to be okay, Gojo concluded with satisfaction, standing over the purple slurry left after the curse was expelled. This fuss, of course, doesn't amount to, with her, but you honestly tried. It was even fun fooling the college idiots, came the voice from the shadows of the damp workshop. Cursed spirit of the first level. I was counting on you to buy it too. After all, I know how much you love to have fun in battle, and I don't mind anything for my best friend. This voice. Oh, that voice. Once upon a time lulling and gentle, at times condescending, at times caring, now this voice became mannered and pompous and oozed falsehood. Oh, that voice. Best friends. Voice. Suguru is Satoru's lost happiness and eternal damnation. Satoru, without taking his hands out of his pockets, slowly turned around. It was cheap entertainment, Suguru. Why so rude? He made an offended grimace. Actually, I tried, I was even a good boy, not a single monkey was hurt. True, I scared away a couple of sleeping homeless people here. But oh well, I'm not here for your entertainment. Yes, you are very generous. Satoru put on a stupid smile. Are you at the parade? We're having an alumni reunion. Suguru grinned unctuously, heated by the exchange of pleasantries. Are you suggesting dressing up in carnival rags? Satoru gave him a deliberately appraising look. But something inside broke. Gojo almost physically felt his armor crack. Pointless clowning is a slap in the face to the past, a spit in the face of former friendship. Although you know. Damn foreplay. Explain what this whole performance was about. Suguru looked expectantly, not in a hurry to reward his friend for his sincerity. Slowly, like a fox on the hunt, he moved around Satoru. I have some questions that are difficult to answer without prying eyes. I think 6 is just enough for me. Suguru froze, then moved a little closer. We heard rumors about the visit of the seer Metasebia to the college. And it seems to me that the prophecy she brought, what else, of course, somehow connected with the recently bred cursed spirits with strange energy. Suguru narrowed his eyes. You were in Nihonjitsumi and you know something that I don't know yet. This makes it difficult to find a solution. Although, perhaps, I have something to tell you about these creatures. We could share. Mutually beneficial, I think, so. Maybe we can grab a bite to eat somewhere. Yes, I'll see, you're coping well without me. Fingers in all the pies, right? I'm sorry, but I won't chat with you about the prophecy, even for old time's sake. Hardly your information is worth something, since your rats couldn't even get the contents of the prediction. Frank heart-to-heart conversations are apparently not our strong point, right? Did Satoru imagine it, or did Suguru's voice tremble? Okay, then I'll treat the lady to a martini first. He waved his hand theatrically. How is your watchman in Nihonjitsumi doing? Look out. Satoru was surprised. What's wrong with him? Let me guess, you killed him. The senseless blood of a magician is blasphemy. No, I found it in a pile of trash. Your seal, by the way, was also not in good health, so I had to put a new one. What? When? Satoru asked dumbfounded. At the beginning of the month. Satoru laughed nervously. Did his superiors really hide that incident from him? What if they themselves didn't figure out what happened? Suguru managed to restore the seal. Then it's all the more important to figure it out. I think I've worked up an appetite now. Do you really need to walk him up? Suguru let out a warm laugh. An unintentional, treacherously warm reciprocal grin touched Satoru's mouth. When you're fed up throat with lies and uncertainty, then yes, he answered. Well, where do you want to go? Have you really spoken like a human being? Satoru remarked. Where there are big portions on the menu and little ears on the walls, he answered. Oh, I know a great place that will satisfy all the requests that you voiced, and those that you just thought about. The spirit transporter released by Suguru carried them smoothly but with a breeze to a small ramen shop located not far from the college and the train station. The interior decoration was as ancient as the man behind the counter, the owner of the establishment. Shabby but spotlessly clean tables, well-worn plastic chairs, and in the corner there was a shelf with neatly arranged books and magazines. Cozy, calm. Pinkish morning light streamed through the large windows, and pale rays of sunlight spread across the wooden floor. And what a scent there was in the hall. Saliva abundantly wet Satoru's tongue, and the suction in his stomach was unbearable. Suguru did not ask Satoru, but immediately ordered from the old man had 2 ramen, but he allowed his friend to choose dessert himself. Torn between raspberry, peach and caramel mochi, Satoru decided not to torture himself and took everything at once. They looked very appetizing. The ramen turned out to be so delicious that Satoru almost bit his lip as he devoured it on both cheeks and purred loudly with pleasure. Ha-ah, he exhaled, finishing his portion, sticking out his tongue and rolling his eyes together in bliss. What is this, a gastronomic paradise? I swear this is the most delicious ramen I've ever had in my life. Suguru seemed to be smiling, but Gojo could not understand the nature of this Mona Lisa smile. It was time to restore the distance. After all, they are not having friendly get-togethers. Satoru rested his palms on the table and leaned back in his chair. Well, talk about it, Suguru. We have a business meeting after all. You said the seal was broken. What about the damned spirit she was holding back? Well, I'll start in order. In April, I encountered a very unusual form of curses. The energy is strange, so is the origin, and instead of purple blood, black liquid flowed from them. But the most curious thing is that they seem to obey selectively, and the most adaptive ones are spirits, useless in battle, but possessing various unique abilities. I feasted like crazy. Not for long. I soon discovered that aggressive, fighting spirits do not obey me, they can only be expelled. Fortunately, my torment was interrupted by rumors about the arrival of Metasebia and information that you were snooping around for something in Nihonjitsumi. There I found your dead guard and some vile creature. I have never seen anything like it. It looks like a dark jelly larva. And also this incomprehensible cavity in space, from where flowed a stream of energy of unknown origin. In general, a lot of questions and zero answers. Wait, are you saying that you've already met a lot of unusual spirits? Satoru was confused. That is, spirits have now multiplied throughout the country in unprecedented quantities, but they are ordinary. And the one from Nihonjitsumi, he ate an unfamiliar nature energy from this cavity, as you put it, but it's more of a cut than a cavity. I don't know how to explain, but in that place it was as if space itself was torn apart. Something icy comes from there, and it not only emits energy, but also draws you in. Creepy, but fascinating. His arrogant grin suddenly disappeared. Really, he whispered to himself. The seer brought a prophecy and threatened that there would be consequences if it was not fulfilled. Honestly, it sounded like complete nonsense. But if she was right, that could explain a lot. But Geto was no longer listening to his friend, he was staring questioningly at the large platinum ring adorning Gojo's ring finger. So this is the groom's suit. He guessed. Come on. What are you, a semi-finished product, got married or what? An unforgivable misfire. But who would have thought that it would be better to take off the ring before leaving for a mission? Satoru was stunned for a moment. Well, it's too late to prevaricate, he lost too much time while he was silent. You can say so, Satoru answered and blushed. He unconsciously looked at his hand and twirled the ring with his thumb. Did the pretty Candy, who is not your type, still drag you under the arch to cut a wedding cake that was oversweetened to the point of sticking your ass together? Why did you decide that it was her? Satoru pretended to be a fool. Well, at least because you didn't say no right away. Suguru grinned. What, are you in love with someone else, or have your relatives found you a worthy match? Yes, on it, Satoru surrendered. And I'm not infatuated with anything. It sounded stupid and childish. I didn't even intend to get married. He suddenly fell silent and darkened, but the next second he put on his usual grin. Did you satisfy your curiosity? He turned his head around and looked over his glasses. Maybe we can talk about business. You didn't intend to and didn't get carried away. But he got married. Suguru spoke with condescension and sarcasm, saying, I know your tricks, don't try to fool me. Ha, as if at least some force in the universe could force you to do something do. Why even deny it like that? Is there really a great secret in your feelings for her? I don't understand. And then, do you seriously think that no one saw your unsightly, childish snuggling in the corners? Cuddling? Ha, I don't understand what you're talking about. He enjoyed Suguru's interrogation. I liked the genuine, lively interest of the genuine, lively Suguru. Satoru hadn't seen him this excited in ages. He hasn't seen his best friend for ages. And now I couldn't get enough of his presence and involvement. It was impossible, but Satoru wanted to make up for every lost moment, every lost second. It wasn't fair. That we had to play hard to get, to be sickeningly cautious. I wish I could throw off the forced shackles, forget about all the sins of the grave and lay everything out as it is. Oh, well, I'll remind you, I suddenly forgot in my joy, last May we were once sitting under a tree in the backyard of the hostel, where I loved to read. You then said something like, it would be great to make out with a beautiful woman here, a girl. Suguru fell silent intriguingly, looking into Satoru's eyes. In the summer it was impossible to get you out even just to chat in a cafe, and I became interested in reading more than usual. Was it really resentment that sounded in the voice of the great Geto? I remember it was a wildly stuffy July day, I was walking to my tree to read in the shade, but suddenly I saw you and Candace hugging there. At first, I even wanted to say hello to the pump, so that you would feel awkward and would have to put on clown noses in an attempt to avoid direct answers. I was about to move towards the tree, but then I noticed that you, how to say, were too busy. Well, honestly, what stopped you from finally undressing and doing it normally? Otherwise they were rubbing themselves there in their clothes like morons. You probably also dropped your pants when I left there. Suguru laughed boyishly. To the point of tears and coughing. You know, I was even happy for you, apparently, fate kindly provided its strongest son with the opportunity to fulfill this tiny dream as soon as possible. Satoru opened his mouth, and then grinned goofily and scratched the back of his head. Well, yes, it happened. He laughed mischievously. Holy, did you really see us? Me? In my opinion, it's a perversion to be thoughtlessly in love with almost everyone in sight, when you want to keep your relationship a secret. Well, or stupidity. It was possible to continue to play the comedy, delaying the inevitable, but both Satoru and Suguru both understood that if they continued, it would be for the sake of the game itself. But Satoru's game alone was not enough. We didn't get married ourselves, he picked up the raspberry mochi and began to twirl it, driving the thought forward, we were forced. And all because of a stupid prophecy. Black-skinned Plavalaguna came from Ethiopia only to first scare the crap out of everyone with my impending death and a parody of the end of the world, and then say, okay, the end of the world is cancelled, but we need to marry these two and copulate so that our savior will be born from their divine. Ha, such nonsense. But everyone believed it. no one thought to look for another way to solve the problem. If there is a problem. Satoru was a little exhausted, gushing with emotions. He stretched out his long legs, stuffed the whole mochi into his mouth and continued with his cheeks stuffed like a hamster. I don't really understand how it works, like, I have to die in 10 years, but I have to cook a baby doll in 6 months. Allegedly, since she had a vision, then she needs to follow the prediction bloody nose, otherwise something will tear in the fabric of existence, blah blah blah, and everything will be covered in the next year, not 10 years. He slid down his chair tiredly. Well, Sweetie and I are just trying to gain time and work as a team to find out about this Metacebia. We have a lead, but we need to fly to check it out. He tossed another cake and winked. So don't invent things for yourself. Candace hasn't bothered me for a long time. Of course, doesn't care. Look, what a happy face. Like I said, nothing can make you do something you don't like. If only because you fought to get your freedom from your relatives and you will be ready to fight for it further. Even to fight cruelly. If anyone gets high from the current situation, it's you. But something else is funny. Suguru thoughtfully rubbed his forehead with his thumb and closed one eye. For some reason, you refused her, although it is obvious that Candace is the girl of your dreams. I remember how in August everything stopped for you. I don't know, maybe you screwed up or just wanted to get away from yourself. And apparently he regretted it. But now, when fate itself, Suguru spoke with playful pathos, has given you the opportunity to correct the situation, for some reason you again behave like an infantile dunce and ruin your own desires. Amazing talent. Whoa, slow down. Scary and creepy. How dare Suguru speak so categorically about something that Satoru did not even whisper to himself? About what lurked somewhere in the back of my mind and was hidden behind a convenient, painless lie. Satoru looked at Suguru with wide eyes, defenseless against his natural insight. Good fantasize. Candace is a great girl, but I didn't want to marry her. And not on anyone at all. We need marriage solely so that we can be released abroad. You see, there's no other way to blame. They've created a curtain over the country that doesn't let Candy and me in. The curtain is maintained around the clock by 24 first-level experienced magicians. It is impossible to break through it, I checked. And so we pretended to be good boys, and they allowed us to go on our honeymoon. Of course, we will be followed, but this is still a chance. So no feelings. Calculation, that's all. How did he do it, huh? My own cowardice was disgusting, but it was even worse to admit it not even to a friend, but to myself. Satoru's sad and bashful expression gave him away, but he didn't want to think about it. How convenient, right? But to hell with your stubbornness and idiocy. At least I finally got the puzzle together into a picture. The thing is with you and Candace, you are resisting and various dark things have come out from all the cracks of the universe. Not that so that this causes discomfort to me personally, I am not against a free army. But the fact is that you shouldn't take into account the power of this African lady. She doesn't say anything just like that, and her prophecies come true. Another thing is if you suspect that she is not saying everything or is hiding something, then this changes the situation. And the haste with, fulfillment of prophecy, also seems strange to me. Suguru laughed again. Do you really believe this? Anxiety began to swell in Satoru's chest. I mean, in the prophecies of the seer. Well, of the two of us, I was the one who was a diligent student and a walking encyclopedia, so I don't suffer from ignorance so much as to ignore what the thousand-face said. Mr. Yamamoto trotted towards them with 2 bowls of a beautiful blue color, from which steam rose. Approaching the table, he smiled broadly and placed a generous portion of tempura shrimp in front of the guests. A gift from the boss, he said warmly. I haven't seen you for a long time, Suguru. Glad you're in good health. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto, he answered confusedly, almost sadly. Mr. Yamamoto, your ramen is simply amazing, and your mochi is mind-blowing. Exclaimed Satoru. Everything for our dear guests. Mr. Yamamoto bowed and walked back to the kitchen. Satoru stared at his friend in disbelief. Just don't touch the old man, okay? I won't do that. I hope he dies before I do what I'm going to do, you're kind of inconsistent. Satoru grinned. Well, so much the worse for you, he added meaningfully, and then thought for a while. You said that you wouldn't ignore the prediction. Do you think that Candy and I should give up on our freedom and dance to Metacebia's tune? She has some kind of hairy jock now. A careless sigh of disappointment. And she is forced to give birth to a child from her hated ex, that's it. He didn't have time to bite his tongue when he called himself a hated ex. If it's former, it means that something happened after all. And since it's hateful, then so be it. What kind of person are you? Inconsistent, Suguru mimicked him and clicked his tongue. Then they weren't lovers and weren't in love, but now they're all exes. And you are also hateful. Damn, we can't leave you for 5 minutes, something has already been trashed. Go ahead, I misspoke. You misspoke so many times that if you had stumbled, you would have already counted the whole flight of steps of an old standard high-rise building with your muzzle. Satoru bared his teeth and was about to hiss again, like a kitten that had been caught scratching the new sofa. How stupid and pointless it is to deny it when you're caught red-handed. It's even dumber to deny it if you caught Suguru. I slept with her, he finally admitted. The day you left. I slept and quit. It became difficult for him to breathe, his heart began to dance madly. It was all disgusting because I lied about not being was careless and hurt her. I didn't mean to, I'm just a pig. Damn lump in my throat. Damn burning sensation in my nose. How inopportune, how reckless. Satoru pulled himself together with difficulty. Stop being a coward, it does not suit the strongest. In the morning I lied that she was boring and that we weren't right for each other. Satoru lowered his gaze and rested his head on his palm. It's just, everything was getting too serious, and I still haven't really figured out what I'm feeling. Previously, everything was much simpler with the girls, they giggled about nothing, kissed for a week or two and ran away. And then there's some kind of incomprehensible bullshit that you don't know how to control. Suguru did not answer right away, he paused. You know, at first I wanted to answer that it doesn't matter to me whether you should dance to the tune of a dusty African exhibit, because I just pointed out the reason for the oddities, which you point blank ignore. Suguru spoke calmly and measuredly, without affectation or pomposity. But it's better to answer this, do you need all this yourself? Well, look for a way to screw up the girl who is so dear to you again. Even if prophecy, reproductive coercion and the inaction of old fools are an abomination, do you really want to give your candy for the hairy jock? No, you are a semi-finished product, the likes of which the world has never seen. Are you proposing to force her into bed, or what? Ha, you're a genius. You didn't even think that I meant that you should apologize to her. Really apologize, without stupid ramblings and excuses. There is a chance that after this you won't have to forcefully lay it down. If you're going to be with her, then it's of your own free will, and not someone else's orders. And it's certainly not up to a bunch of old men led by a cunning antique lady to decide when and how we should have children. Well, it's entirely up to you. Suguru raised his hands up. Let's go back to where we started, quid pro quo. I have a friend from Ethiopia who once had a quarrel with this Metacebia. If you want, I'll ask him to get useful information in Africa and find out something about the seer firsthand. Want? You promised a favor for a favor, so you'll do the favor. Satoru became proud again. You have my number. Unless you deleted it, of course. So, we'll be at communications. Just like the good old days. It will never be like the good old times again, Satoru teased, but then added sadly and sincerely, it was nice to see you, Suguru. Satoru and Candace agreed to meet on the grounds of the Magic College, and when Satoru returned from the mission, Candace was already waiting for him in the courtyard with her suitcases packed. There's no time for a shower, she warned and handed him clean clothes, just change clothes. And get to the car. I thought we were on a train. I can't drag my suitcase into this heat, Candace snapped, fanning herself with a wide fabric fan, through the folds of which dark blue cranes flew. I would have driven myself, but my student's license is not valid in Japan, so I had to ask the college management for a driver. Can you drive? In the States, few people will be surprised by a high school student driving. Lowering the corners of his lips in approval, Satoru lowered his suspenders from his shoulders and unbuttoned his shirt. Candace, who did not expect him to change clothes on the street, looked at him in amazement with her mouth open. She hadn't seen him, since the day everything went to hell. Of course, saw is too strong a word for that blurry picture that remained in memory. Catching herself admiring it, Candace deliberately turned away. His fingers dug into the base of the fan painfully, he wanted so badly to turn back. She opened her eye and glanced surreptitiously at the sunlight flowing like a waterfall down the river rapids of clearly defined muscles, impossibly beautiful. It hurts. Well, look, Candy. Satoru mentally shouted, slowly buttoning up a bright coral shirt with short sleeves and a white print of fern leaves. I want to be, with you. Even if nothing happens. Even if without hugs. I want it close and shamelessly. I want to be with you, sweetie. Mr. July, maybe you'll speed up. Candace hid behind an ironic joke. Immediately after the photo shoot, Satoru played along with her in a silly tone. Candace laughed, got up from her suitcases and, rolling them behind her, headed towards the car. Don't slow down, Gojo, she said over her shoulder. The journey to Narita International Airport took more than an hour. Halfway through the journey, Satoru and Candace were arguing about whether to open the windows or turn on the air conditioning. Satoru, who was enjoying the ride, kept leaning out of the window and, like a happy dog, letting his tongue fly in the wind under the grumbling of Candace, who alternately spanked him on the backside with a folded fan. In the end, he gave in and obediently fell silent, slumping in his seat and pouting his lips like a child. Arrived at the second terminal. Satoru was almost skipping along with his luggage, while Candace was about 3 meters behind him and trudged along with a martyr's expression on her reddened face. What a steam room! Did all the air conditioners break down at once? She grumbled at Satoru's back. Like in a Turkish hammam, honestly. It's not that hot, Satoru responded carefree and turned around. Why are you so tense? We should be happy, we are finally leaving. So be happy, Candace muttered, wiping sweat from her face with her free hand. I'm sick of it. What did I do again? Gojo grinned and was indignant. You would only do harm. Candace threw back her head theatrically and began to wail, don't be foolish, they're offended. Candace, he's not worth your nerves, you don't need to slap him on the head for being a tactless cretin. She turned on the bug again, Satoru said capriciously. After checking in their luggage and checking in, they went up to the second floor, to the waiting area. Candace instantly landed on the empty seat, arms wrapped around her stomach and hunched over. Hoping to cheer her up, Satoru looked into the store, took 2 ice creams and returned with a businesslike look, carrying Sweetie's cone in front of him with an icy torch. You love vanilla, I remember. He announced with a smug smile and sat down next to her. Thank you, I don't want to, Candace answered colorlessly and turned away. Sure. It won't be so hot, and you'll have more fun, I said I don't want to. She shouted and scowled angrily. It would be better if I brought some water, but you don't have to ask. She nervously grabbed her bag and jumped up from the bench. Where are you going? Mechanically following behind, Satoru asked in confusion. To the toilet. Do you want to come with me and hold my hand? Understood. Satoru raised his palms up in surrender. Only in the other direction for you, he added timidly, pointing his thumb over his shoulder. Mr. Know-It-All has entered the waiting room. Candace pointedly rolled her eyes and walked in the opposite direction. What's wrong with her? It's like she's broken off the chain, Gojo thought offendedly, sank back into the seat and began, both horns at once. You didn't even think that I meant that you should apologize to her. Really apologize, without stupid ramblings and excuses. There is a possibility that after this you won't have to forcefully lay him down, the echo of Sugura's voice sounded in his tired mind. Apologize here, of course. The little Yankee, dissatisfied with everything and angry at everything, did not help him at all to catch the inspiration for an apology. He imagined himself as a beautiful and aware knight who, in a beautiful place, would beautifully apologize to the beautifully dressed, smiling Candace, and, of course, would immediately be forgiven and crossed off from the list of her main villains. History. Ordinary life is so dull. If there were no magic in the world, he would have strangled himself from boredom. No reckless fun, no exploits, no real opportunity to test yourself. If only in a moment of danger how to take and how to save Sweetie. Then she would definitely forgive him everything. Maybe she would even thank her in the most indecent way. If only. Satoru came to his senses only when there was a little more than an hour left before the end of landing, and Candace never returned. He called her several times, but she didn't pick up. Without thinking twice, Gojo unceremoniously walked into the women's restroom and knocked on the only locked stall. "Are you okay?" 40 minutes have passed. There was silence for a moment, followed by a heavy sigh. "No," Candace replied. "What's happened? Are you feeling bad?" Again silence and again. A heavy sigh. "My period has arrived." I have nothing to do with it," Satoru responded. And he blushed to the tips of his ears. "Satoru, are you stupid? God." A woman with a small child entered the restroom, but when she saw the man, she was scared, turned around and hurried out. Pressing his head into his shoulders, Satoru clenched his teeth and knocked on the stall door again, this time not so decisively. "Can we go?" he asked impatiently. "Candy, boarding ends in an hour." "No," she shouted, almost crying. "I have blood all over my legs, my white shorts are bloody, and there's not a single pad here." Candace fell silent and sobbed helplessly. "God, I'm going to die right here, in a public toilet," she whined. "I'm going to die from loss of blood and your uselessness." "Okay, the main thing is to breathe," Satoru said more to himself than to her. "Now we'll figure out something." "Ask someone," Candace spoke in a whisper for some reason. "The waiting room is full of women." "What? Someone will have it. How do you imagine this? What will they think of me?" "Of course, they'll think you're for yourself," Candace answered, clicking her tongue. "Tell me what it is for your wife. You won't even lie." "Sweetie, we are in Japan, not in the States, they will take me for a well, find a pharmacy point or there, I don't know, combination. How will I find what I need? I don't even know where." "Well, this is all located," he said chokily, feeling his temples throbbing and his stomach twisting with fear. "How small? Lord, why am I doing this? Why am I surprised though? You can never be relied upon, Gojo, even for such a trifle." She exhaled raggedly. One word, Japanese. The stores themselves have pads the size of a person in a billion assortment, but no one talks about menstruation, it's just a secret society of menstruators, no less. Can't ever be trusted. Does she not believe in him that much? Of course. Where does trust come from when all he does is whine like a boy? "Good hubby," Satoru scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, pressed his glasses into his face and timidly said, "Write in SMS what you need, I'll do everything." "Sure. Sweetie, hurry up, we'll be late for the plane." My cheeks were burning, sweat appeared on my forehead. Before the battle with the damned spirits, it was not so stormy. "It's a disgrace," Satoru lamented, with rushing miserably along a line of duty-free shops. "I'm the strongest, what kind of nonsense? Why am I so sick? It's just a hygiene product, it won't eat me. Damn. Surely it's easier for her in America, and everyone wouldn't give a damn about a man in the women's department. And then they wrap this unfortunate package in 10 black bags for me, so that everyone around me knows exactly what I'm buying." Satoru flew into the first convenience store he came across and dashed to the section with cosmetics and household chemicals. Slowly and sideways, he slipped between the shelves, turned around and froze at the treasure department, looking like an acid-pink sea. There was a light in my eyes. Closer to him, 2 girls stood at the shelves, and a little further away, an elderly woman with a girl. "Just go and take it," he said to himself, "you're a married man, you even have a wedding ring." You're just taking care of your wife. Isn't this normal? I wanted to howl. Gojo felt like everyone around him was staring at him, as if they knew what he came here for, and just about they will start laughing or pointing fingers. Muffled giggles were heard behind him. Satoru looked over his shoulder. Two guys his age were choosing beer and snacks at the counter with promotional goods and, at the same time, drooling at the long-legged blonde who stood at the stand with magazines. Ha, these two definitely don't have any girls in sight. And I have it. And what a one. A real, live girl. Taking a deep breath, Satoru entered the department and, lowering his glasses, began to carefully study the contents of the shelves, simultaneously checking the text message from Candace. What? He squinted and brought the cot closer to his face. With wings? Can they fly? And what the hell are drops? Who would have thought that it would be so difficult to be a girl? Grabbing the required package, he was about to run to the checkout, but suddenly stopped. She said she wanted water. You should also grab some wet wipes and go get some clean clothes. He looked at his watch. Time was mercilessly slipping through his fingers, and there was no time for embarrassment. Satoru almost got carried away, knocked down an old woman coming out of the toilet, and, pouring out routine apologies, ran inside. Sweetie, are you there? He asked excitedly, approaching the booth. No, out of shame I fell underground. To the minors, Candace responded in a suffering voice. Of course, I'm here. Catch the package. Satoru bent down and passed her a package of pads, a pack of wet wipes and clean clothes that he bought at the boutique on the way from the convenience store under the door. Did you think of buying napkins and shorts? She said that you have a bloody pool there, and we checked in our luggage a long time ago. A few minutes later, the booth door creaked in embarrassment, and a tear-stained Candace came out, sniffing with a stuffy nose, disheveled, exhausted and completely broken. Satoru stood by the sinks, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Order? He asked sympathetically. Clutching the soiled things to her stomach, she nodded silently and shook with silent sobs. Satoru opened the water, carefully took Candace's hand, pulled her towards him and began gently wash her burning red face. Everything was over, everything was fine. Having dropped her things, Candace suddenly swayed, fell face first on Satoru's chest and wrapped her arms around his torso. Then she rose up on her tiptoes, lightly kissed him somewhere on the chin and again hit her face in his chest. Thank you, she whispered, clasped her hands tighter behind his back and moved her cheek along the fabric of his shirt. Satoru wasn't breathing. Satoru was afraid to move. Kissed me. Herself. I don't care that it was just a moment. I don't care that it's so ridiculous, it doesn't hit the lips at all. I don't care if it's because of such a trifle and in such a place. Don't care at all. After all, she herself fell into his arms. Are you ready to go? Satoru whispered into the top of her head. Yes, Candace gurgled and reluctantly pulled away from him. He took her bag from the cabin, which she had completely forgotten about, squeezed her hand tightly and led her to the third floor, to the boarding area. Half an hour later they were high in the air. Tired Candace clung to Satoru, lowered her head on his shoulder and took out a player, one she put on the earphone herself, and inserted the second one into Gojo's ear and turned on the Jamiroquai album. Letting out an approving and satisfied laugh, Satoru bowed his head towards Candace and pressed closer to her. Where will we have a transfer? She asked. In Los Angeles, he replied. Guess where we'll stop on the way back? Added with a playful grin. In New York? Candace squealed, and then shyly turned to the other passengers. Yeah, at John F. Kennedy Airport. We will have a long layover. I'll show you my house, Candace perked up. Oh, and I'll introduce you to my friends. Want? She asked shyly. Yeah. After falling silent for a moment, Candace stroked Satoru's wrist, and he turned around. Sorry for yelling, she said quietly. Nothing, everything's fine, he responded warmly. It hurts, she squeaked into his shoulder, took his hand and pressed it to his stomach. Stroke it, please. Emboldened, Satoru pulled her as close as possible and began to stroke her lower belly. And there. Is no need to save her from imaginary dangers and troubles. Isn't he a hero right now when he solves her real and not imaginary problems? Extremely vulnerable, Candy needed him in this shameful, awkward moment, and he did not let her down, he was there until the end. I was bursting with pride. But it was even more bursting with incredible tenderness that filled Satoru's heart. Still, taking care of the weak can sometimes be so nice. True, calling Sweetie weak is only a stretch, it's hard to count how many times this weak girl gave him a head start. Well, the merrier. How was the mission? Candace asked. You were gone for a long time. I saw Suguru, Gojo responded and suddenly became thoughtful and gloomy. Suguru. Candace looked in amazement at Satoru's gloomy profile. What did he want? To be honest, I didn't fully understand. Well, that is, he wanted to find out about Metacebia and the prophecy, he wondered where so many damned spirits came from and all that. Why does he need this? Go figure, so what, did you tell him? Yes. True, this semi-finished product noticed the ring on my finger. As a result, I had to let him in on all the details. First of all, you're a semi-finished product here, Candace said, that's what he called you. And why did you leak everything to him? You never know what's on his mind now. He himself said that he decided to kill all the people. He promised useful information about Metacebia. Do you believe him? I don't know, Satoru answered honestly. It seemed like he just wanted answers. Maybe for fun. He also insisted that the prophecy should not be taken lightly. All these damned spirits, anomalies in Sanya, Suguru is sure that this is a consequence of our, disobedience. God, we found another smart guy, Candace said irritably. They all can't wait to put us to bed. Let them reproduce themselves and give birth to saviors. I remember you said that you want children in a family. But not at 17. Candace objected. That's right, plans for the very distant future. First I want in life get settled, get on your feet and find yourself. But when you find a worthy and reliable person, you can get married and have children. I think around 35. So, when I asked you about your dreams and plans for the future after dinner with Mrs. Jones, you weren't talking about me? Candace laughed loudly and shook with laughter. What oh? Of course not. She put her fist to her mouth and continued laughing. Your conceit, Gojo, is something with something. We knew each other for a couple of months then, what kind of marriage could we be talking about? I wouldn't marry you even if you called. Satoru sat with his mouth open and felt as stupid as he had ever felt in his life. Am I that much of an idiot? He asked himself. Quite likely. He had not yet gone to sea, but he was already afraid of the storm. Did I really give up Candy for a reason I made up for myself? Is he upset? Candace was surprised and took his hand comfortingly. Perhaps one day I would really want all this with you, she continued insinuatingly. But at that moment I was just having a great time with a cool, funny guy who didn't look at me like I was an alien from another galaxy. For the first time since my dad's death, I felt so good and so happy. Her voice trembled, and Candace smiled through the tears. Thank you, Satoru, she whispered. Thank you for returning color to my dreary, gray everyday life. I hope that over time I will forget everything bad and will remember only this about you.